So I'm with my father, my grandfather, and my brother sitting in the bench seats. Women were upstairs. 5 or 6 guys get up on the bima on the stage, and they're facing the congregation. They get their talit over their heads, and they start this chanting. I think it's called duchening. And my father said to me, "Don't look." So everybody's got their eyes covered with their hands, or they've got their talit down over their faces, or turned away, turned their back to these guys. And I hear this strange sound coming from them. They're not singers. They were shouters. And dissonant. It was all discordant. And they were doing like that kind of wailing, and all discordant, not together, not in unison. And then the leader would shout out, "Yevarechecho," and the rest of them would respond, "Yevarechecho, Yishmerecho." It was chilling. Whoa, something major is happening here. So I peeked, and I saw them with their hands stuck out from beneath their talit like this towards the congregation. I thought, wow, something really got hold of me. I thought, I had no idea what was going on, but the sound of it and the look of it was magical. This is the shape of the letter Shin, Hebrew alphabet Shin. Very interesting letter in the language. It's the first letter in the word Shaddai, the first letter in the word Shalom, first letter in the word Shekhinah, which is the name of the feminine aspect of God, who supposedly was created to live amongst humans, the Shekhinah. Why you're not supposed to look came to me much, much later, much later. My wife, Susan, has a cousin who's a rabbi here in Los Angeles at Temple Israel. And I was telling him this story, and he said the reason you don't look is the legend is that during that benediction, Yevorechecho, the Shekhinah comes into the sanctuary to bless the congregation. And you don't want to see that because it's so powerful. You could really be seriously injured, or it could be fatal. So that's why you protect yourself by hiding your eyes. Don't look. I survived. I never dreamed that I would do that someday or be involved in it in some way. But sure enough, one day we're making the Star Trek series, television series. We come to a very lovely script called Amok Time, where my character, Spock, who comes from the Vulcan planet, has to go home to fulfill a marriage betrothal, to be married. And the lady who's going to conduct the service is a lady named Chapao, played by a wonderful Jewish Viennese actress named Celia Lofsky. I'm supposed to meet her when we arrive at the planet. We exchange hellos. It was the first time we're seeing other Vulcans, other people of my race. So I was hoping to find some touches that could develop the story of the Vulcan sociology, history, whatever, ritual. So I said to the director, I think we should have some special greeting that Vulcans do, because he said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, humans, we have these rituals, things that we do. We shake hands, we nod to each other, we bow to each other, we salute each other. What do Vulcans do?" So I suggested this. He said, "Okay." And that's how we did it as a greeting, a Vulcan greeting. Boy, that just took off through the culture. It was amazing. I was getting it on the street.
Sorry, what?
I just came back with. I remember this. Doesn't the Vulcan salute come from? I think it's an old esoteric Jewish diagram, right? 2 hands marked with Hebrew letters.
Yeah, so that's what this video is about. So he's talking about how it stands for Shaddai and Shekhinah, but that when the Kohanim, when they make that sign that and they're saying Yevarechecha, that people are supposed to look away because the understanding is that the presence of the Shekhinah is there and that it's like so holy that you're not supposed to look at it. And it's kind of like similar to the Ark of the Covenant, how it's so holy you're not supposed to touch it.
And then there's the question as to the and then there's the question as to the Ark of the Covenant. Why was it hidden? Because it appears at some point at least, someone looked into the Ark of the Covenant, because we know what's in the Ark of the Covenant, right? The rod of Aaron, the 10 commandments in what is it? The 10 commandments on the stone slabs. And I think it's something related to Moses. I think it's the cloak of Moses, something like that. Like, we know what's in there, at least in theory. We just lost track of where it went.
Well, the tradition is that it was deliberately hidden by the people before the destruction of the first temple, and that it was missing from the second temple, but it'll be rediscovered before the third one, or for the third one.
And then, however, I guess here's the other thing I was thinking in that case. What if instead of being buried in Jerusalem, what if it was actually taken into the east? If perhaps some Jews carried it with them in the middle of the night, they just carried it away from the sack of Jerusalem.
I mean, to be completely honest, it's most likely that it was hid somewhere in the land, or that it was straight up just taken and destroyed and melted down. But I don't know. It's at the end of the day, there's even the possibility that there wasn't just one single Ark of the Covenant. But
I mean, there's like a different one for each Torah scroll, right? I think the Torah scrolls are kept in like those little, they're kept in those ceremonial boxes, right?
yeah, so there were different ones for different ritual sites potentially, but then eventually you have it where there's really only one that's allowed. But here, let's listen to the rest of this, and you might have some additional thoughts.
People doing this to me, waving to me in this Vulcan gesture. That's interesting. And it's been that way to this day. It's almost 50 years later. People are still doing it. It just touched the magic chord. Most people to this day still don't know what it's all about. A lot of people do, because I've talked about it a lot. I've been asked the question, where did that come from? And I have very readily put out this story. It's sort of like a secret handshake or something, that people enjoy to exchange with each other, as if to say, I'm in on it. I know this. I know the joke. Star Trek, right? Hey, Star Trek. It's great. People don't realize they're blessing each other with this. It's great.
So yeah, I mean, it's really interesting, and so here, so this symbol. So here you have, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3 legs, and so that makes a shin. And so I mean, fingers don't normally bend this way, but it's it's. I mean, technically, this looks maybe more like a tzaddik or an ayin, but the point is that you have 3 points and that it represents a shin. But part of that is also that, like, the idea of the Shekhinah, it's also connected with this like calming presence, and like basically like when people feel the presence of God, or like it would be interesting what I don't know, like, what the understanding would be from a Jewish perspective as to when people feel that's things from other traditions. It probably is that they're like feeling, because, Judaism, at least modern Judaism, holds that, there's like a very monadic type of God as opposed to a more personified God that, so that's the thing, that it's monadic, but also able to, be not talked to, but like to, you can plead to God, and like you can have a relationship as one has with their, parent, but it's not like not the same way as communication with gods in different traditions is understood. But I do think it's interesting, because this concept of a calming presence, you also see this in the word shalom. And so most people, when they hear shalom, well, it depends on the context. If you were to talk to, like, most secular Jews, they would say, oh, shalom means it means hello or goodbye.
It means peace, right?
Well, and so that's the thing. So contextually, it means hello and goodbye. Because if you say shalom alechem, alechem shalom, or salam aleikum, aleikum salam, like basically you say that to someone when you first see them and when you last see them, with each encounter. So in that, it contextually became associated with hello and goodbye, but
Yeah.
it's all like post facto. That's just kind of the way that language evolves. But
Same as isn't it like the same in that case in Arabic? Or in Arabic it's salam, But
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Salam alaikum and awalaikum salam. And like similarly, you actually have a similarity with what is it? So in Hebrew, it's like if you say, was it like I think it's like may they be in peace, or like may they rest in peace, or like peace be upon them. So in Hebrew, it's
Yeah.
Aleph Vishalom, and in Arabic, it's like like was it shoot I actually I'm gonna look this up because I don't want to AS in Arabic. So it is wait acronym. Okay, it's maybe.
Well, I don't. I notice in general, like it seems like there's a lot of this in Judaism. Is that sort of it's a sort of symbolism around letters, right? Like I think if you look at like oh, I think it probably mirrored for you, but is that mirrored for you, or like if you look at Ein Sof off, right? And
Oh, sorry. I accidentally removed your. Okay, yeah. So Orion Sof.
yeah, or Ein Sof, and then in that case, then you have like sort of Ein, right? I think that's on the left side because Hebrew's is written left to right, but like it's interesting. The first letter means Ein means nothing. We add another word to that, right? Another syllable, and it becomes without limit. And then a third word to it, and it becomes endless light.
Well, or also like if you have ein or, there is no light. Ein. Wait. Let me see that again.
Let's see. I don't know if I wrote it correctly or not, but
so that's yeah. So or Ein Sof is light without end, but you could also say an Ein Sof or, which is infinite light. So it's just like the way that it gets expressed is different, even though it basically means the same thing. But if you were to say ein or sof, there is not an end to light.
Yeah, and I guess it also fits also to emanation, like the emanationist view in Kabbalah, right?
Yeah. So I do just want to, let's see, was there another video I could finally show you? Because I just wanted to kind of and so I mean we don't have anyone watching right now, so I mean it's no pressure on that, because people can always watch it after the fact. And probably what I am going to do with this is after the fact I'm going to take clips and I might publish them as like smaller videos. That way I can try and like build up engagement on my channel like that. But yeah, I mean at the end of the day I'm more interested in the discussion. And I mean because I always feel guilty when I have such a good discussion, but then it's like I know it's kind of just going to go down the drain because I won't be able to remember it. And so this way it's kind of safe for prosperity. But let's see.
I guess here's another question I had actually. Here's a question I had about it's about the tree of life, right? Like the emanations. Is you have ayin? I'm just pulling this off Google because I don't remember the actual names in Hebrew, but like I remember ayin is nothingness. From nothingness comes Ein Sof, God as limitless, right? As God is like as the what is the word for it? The monad, everything, like the sort of one substance, one essence, and that Ein Sof is God encompassing everything. And then you have Ein Sof or, which is endless light. But then he has, like, I think it says here that apparently after that you have Zinzum. I can't pronounce that. The idea of the contraction.
So it's Simsum. And interesting with this, there's a play on words that people connect. So it's Simsum, it means contraction. And some people will connect that to sesame seeds, because in Hebrew, sesame is Tsumtsum. So like sesame in Hebrew in Israel, it's called Rachov Tsumtsum.
Is that like, does that have anything to do with the fact that like sesame seeds are like a small thing that grows into something bigger?
Actually, what do sesame seeds grow into?
I think they're bushes. I think sesame is like a plant. Let me look it up. Sesame, I think it's like mustard, right? Sesame is like it's a green plant. But like in the same way, like a sesame seed is a very small thing, but it grows into an actual plant. It grows into a fairly large plant. Well, it's a shrub. It's not really large, but it's still like a plant with distinctive branches. So in that case, Zinsum, like contraction, can be viewed as the sesame seed. God distilling himself into like, or pronouns really kind of break down, right? Don't like in describing cosmic concepts. But I guess I use male ones because that's the one that people generally use. You can view that Zinsum as being like the seed, and then from the seed grows the tree of life. Each branch unfolding and growing. keter being like the first, like the basically you have like the as the stem comes out of the seed, you have keter, and then it spreads out into, I think it's wisdom and what's it? Sorry.
Okay, I found it. So Islamic honorifics. So you have oh wow, wait. So here I'm going to share this. So in Arabic, so subhana subhanahu wa ta'ala, glorified and exalted. That might have a parallel in Hebrew as like yidkadal, like, well, so the yikadal v'yikadash means like it means, sure, I forget the grammatic form, but basically it means to exalt and to sanctify. So there might be some context here. I'm not sure. No, here tabaraka wa ta'ala. So blessed and exalted. That might be more connected. But then here you have so alayhi as salam. So that's abbreviated AS, and AS in Hebrew is alav shalom. Then
Actually, I had a list like pulled up here, but like may peace be upon him. Isn't that there's Allah? Yeah, Allah of Hashalom, right? A double quote, like A double quote H. I think I see it in English.
Yeah, so Allah in Hebrew, so like with an ayin, it means to be upon or to be on top of. So al means on or about, but alav means upon him. So alav, alava shalom. So alava, so upon him shalom, peace. But oh wait, this is.
I'll be right back. I'll be back in like a second. Just real quick.
Okay, so I'm gonna look for another. Oh, okay, this should be a good one. Here, I'll wait for you to get back. Mateus, are you there?
Yeah, I am, but I'm like almost falling asleep. I think I'm gonna watch you guys on YouTube until I fall asleep because I'm not gonna have much to contribute to the conversation, to be honest. I'm dead.
All right, no worries. If you have any thoughts, please comment because it'll give me something to bounce off of.
Okay, all right.
Let's see. So I think maybe a good place to start out actually. Actually, look. Shoot, I'm trying to think. Is that yeah, I mean, hopefully this doesn't get. Let's see, what was it? Here.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, but I was saying, oh yeah, so like, I guess the thing I was mentioning, right? Like it's like the sesame seed. Is like I thought it's interesting. Like if you look at like the pattern of the tree, you could view almost like it's a keter would be like the first little like the little stem that comes out of the seed when it first sprouts, and then it splits off into wisdom and understanding. And then as the tree continues to grow, you get more leaves. You get a central stem growing up.
Yeah, you're definitely onto something there. I was considering something similar, but I just that you have this like, but it is interesting that they connect it with like sesame seeds because you have other seeds that are big, but sesame is like very, very tiny.
And that could symbolize in that aspect like how very small things can become great meanings. And I guess in that case, would that make Malkut the sesame seed again? You have starting with ein, you start off with the contraction, makes the sesame seed. The plant grows and matures. To the very end, it produces more seeds.
So this is interesting. Check this out. So oh shoot, wait, I need to be sharing it. Right. What is this? Here, this is the best. So look at this. So okay, so I have this theory that you basically have, so you have tricontinental roots. That's not a theory, that's fact. But then I think you have biconsonantal roots because, so see this word samam? Wait, where is it? Oh shoot, I was reading the thing for tsemach. So then what does samam? So tsum, I'm trying to think where it would be derived from. So, okay, maybe this isn't the best place to express my theory, but basically that in this case, you might have, wait, is this here? Did I see it right? Sem, sama, to compact, draw together. Okay, so that here, so we do have something. So, so here you have samam, which is probably where tsimtsum is from, because you also have this word over here, tsimtsem, which is spelled the same as, or actually spelled almost similarly to tsimtsum, but it's this idea of veiling or drawing together or compacting, and that's basically what that's what the, what's the word, contraction is. It's a compaction of matter into, you know, like infinite, infinitely small point of, you know, matter or point of space until it explodes into, you know, it implodes in order to explode.
But I guess then here's the question with that: is the distinction between, when you look at the sinsum and the contraction, and then eventually that expanding into the tree of life, are the emanations separate from the source? That is to say, is the sinsum, is the illusion of separation from God? Is that an illusion, or is that true? Is the souls of men, are the virtues descended from God? Are those truly separate from God, or we just perceive them as separate?
I mean, I think that's a good question. Like, at the end of the day, is it all the same, and we just view that there to be a difference because of like this idea that we're, you know, we're separated from the infinite because we're finite, but it's like that we still exist within the infinite even if we are finite.
I think this is the question. Then I guess I wasn't sure what the Jewish position on it, like the traditional like Jewish perspective on this is. But is Judaism like dualistic or monistic?
So yes,
It's both.
basically it depends who you ask, but here, so inherent paradox. So a commonly held understanding in Kabbalah is that the concept of Tzimtzum contains a built-in paradox, requiring that God be simultaneously transcendent and immanent. On the one hand, if the infinite does not restrict itself, then nothing could exist. Everything would be overwhelmed by God's totality. Existence thus requires God's transcendence as above. On the other hand, God continuously maintains the existence of and is thus not absent from the created universe. The divine life force, which brings all creatures into existence, must constantly be present within them. Were this life force to forsake any created being for even one brief moment, it would revert to a state of utter nothingness as before the creation. So this kind of goes with the idea that God is the sustainer of the universe, not necessarily in a like in like an active role as we think like, oh, you know, you're actively doing this, but it's this idea that the fact that there is even existence is proof that there is God, which I tend to think is kind of a poor argument when you're talking about like when you're trying to prove God and basically being like, well, the fact that we're even here proves that God exists. I mean, that requires that you believe, like, personally, I don't think that's that productive of an argument. But when you look into this idea within the context of basically the context of God as a preserver, what that actually means, that's what it means. It's this idea that the laws of nature are upheld by God, that like, not that they are God, but they are the will of God, and that if God ceased to exist even for a moment, that all the world would cease to exist.
But in that case, that would be monism, right? That'd be God. At least that'd be non-dualism at the very least. That'd be the belief in that case that God is the ultimate source of existence. That is to say that nothing has ontological inertia. If God ceases to exist, everything ceases to exist with him. Because in that case, because God, fundamentally speaking, would be the first cause. God would be the first cause and therefore the final result, right? But in that case, then creation would be inseparable from God. God could be embodied in his creation. God is above his creation. It's transcendent, but it's also immanent. Is in his creation. But then it'd be meaningless to talk about the creation without referencing God. From that perspective, if you took God as being immanent and transcendent, then God would have to be God's would be present in the nature of all physical things, including the material, which would be that's just non-dual. That's pretty straightforward non-dualism, isn't it?
Well, but not so fast, because Rabbi Nachman of Breslov discusses this inherent paradox as follows. Only in the future will it be possible to understand the tzimtzum that brought the empty space into being. for we have to say of it two contradictory things. One, that the empty space came about through the Tzimtzum, where, as it were, he limited his godliness and contradicted it from there. And it is as though in that place there is no godliness. The absolute truth is that godliness must nevertheless be present there, for certainly nothing can exist without his giving it life.
Well, I don't see the contradiction there. So this initially you'd have nothing, right? Ein. And then you'd have Ein Sof, limitlessness, God. So in that case, nothingness means that there's nothing. Or at least in that particular essence, the nothingness is simply referred to anything that doesn't have God in it. The absence of God would be nothingness. The presence of God produces everything. In that case, like it's the spirit of God, perhaps, or his immanent characteristic is emanations, which produce the material world and the spiritual world. So in that case, emptiness is simply referred to the base state of the universe without God, the canvas in which you're drawing.
Yeah, but the idea is if there's like if you have this emptiness after the creation, does that mean that God isn't there because it's empty of God, essentially?
I mean, okay, let me try to. I'm trying to do a demonstration real quick. I'm not sure how good a demonstration is, but I think I'll try to like explain our perspective on it. I'm turning the lights out real quick.
All right. And also, now that you're back, I found the other video that I wanted to put on.
Let me
So
turn the lights out, right? So this is my particular perspective on it. So I turn the lights out. Right? I think demonstrations are fun here. So think that this is nothingness, right? There's nothing here. You can't imagine you can't see me.
let's see. 1 second. How do I'm trying to figure this out? Right here.
All right. So like, wait, why is it showing nothing here?
You must have turned off your camera.
No, my camera's on. Let me see. On. It's. What the hell? Oh, okay. Okay, for some reason it blanks out when there's no light present. But okay, so imagine this is nothingness, right? There's nothing here. So this could be this would be Ayin. This is nothingness. That light is Ein Sof.
Well, Ein Safar.
Ein Safar, yeah. Well, in that case, the light would be. Basically, the light is Ein Sof, and then the light source, the physical lamp I have over here. This is Ein Sof, and the light emanating from Ein Sof is Ein Safar.
Oh, I see what you mean.
See this Altoid tint, right? How do you see this Altoid tint? Because Ein Sof or illuminates it. Ein Sof emits light, emanations of light, and then emanations of light cast shadows. So you have darkness. In the darkness, this Altoid tint doesn't exist. If you can't imagine this case, if you can't see, it doesn't exist, right? Because in this case, to be dark isn't just to be not visible; it means to be nothingness. So you can't see this Altoid tint; it doesn't exist. When you see the light, the Altoid tint becomes visible. It's in that case, darkness would be the default state. Ein Sof R makes things. Ein Sof R defines things. The physical material realm is illuminated by Ein Sof R. Without, it'd be meaningless to talk about a world without God. Talking about the material creation without God would just be turn the light out. You're not going to see anything.
Interesting. But even then, even within the light, you still can have darkness. The difference is that when you have only darkness, a little bit of light illuminates everything.
But in that case, you could view the darkness as simply an aspect of the light. There's areas where the light doesn't reach. But how do you know that it's dark? How do I know that, say, how do I cast a shadow with this light? Okay, look at this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Stupid diffused light. The things that hold bars is hard to cast a shadow. All right, you can see the shadow on this plate, right? Zoom as a shadow on the plate.
I mean, for the sake, yeah.
How do I know there's a shadow on that plate? Now, if I turn the light off, there's no shadow because there's no light to cast a shadow. So I guess in that case, you could view the darkness as itself as a manifestation of Ein Sof R. Darkness simply manifests the place Ein Sof R isn't. But you can't talk about darkness without talking about light, because fundamentally darkness proceeds from light. Without light, there isn't darkness. Light is the initial cause of darkness.
Oh, okay, cool. Hey, Rat King, what's up?
What's up, guys?
Oh, shoot. Sorry, I re-added you. Yeah, not a whole lot. Just talking about this right now. But so one thing that you said, Karthik, that I think kind of goes on to something we were talking about before was this idea that there's there's like the left and the right hand side, and that one's like negative and one's positive. within the context of like, charges. So like, giving versus receiving, like not within positive as good, negative as bad, but basically part of that is this idea that like basically if you were to look at this from like a Oronic versus Chthonic perspective, the positive or the masculine would be the Oronic, whereas the feminine would be the chthonic, or the darker, like not like this concept of light versus darkness in the context of like the earth versus the heavens. And
Yeah.
so in that, I think that shoot, where was I going with this?
Like versus God is Oronic.
Yeah, and then basically the understanding is that even in the places where God, like God as Ein Sof isn't, the light and the shadow, that because in the presence of light there is shadow, and so it's kind of this idea that is that's connected to like the Shekhinah, that the feminine part of God is how God interacts with the world, how God creates the world. And so like later on you end up getting that understanding that this is like it's understood within like a bigender context, like the idea of like how Barbello is like the divine like mother father. There's this but the thing is, I think that originally the understanding of it in the Israelite tradition had more to do with a hieros gamos between the God of Israel and his wife Asherah, or in Elephantine they worshipped Anat as the wife of God. But
and
yeah.
that's the thing about like, as well as like the interaction between Ein Sof. I guess going back to the Ein Sof R thing real quick. I guess one way again, like I'm sort of, I guess the funny thing is like I'm speculating here, right? Like everything I'm saying is speculation. I'm not actually like, I'm not versed in Talmud or Kabbalah, but the thing, one particular way I could view it, for instance, if you look at my hand, right?
Mhm.
How do you define my hand? Like from what you can see on your screen, is that you can see the color of my hand, you can see the shape of my hand, you can see the length, its dimensions, its properties. So one way you could view, I would view Ein Sof R is that Ein Sof R is the principle which gives everything its properties. The material world has its properties as it gains its properties through interaction with Ein Sof R. Ein Sof R, for instance, illuminates the human. What is the human? The human can be defined in that aspect as, say, the human physical material thing. The human is a electrochemical machine. The human is a roughly 2 meter tall electrochemical walking machine. But if you look at the immortal, if you look at the concept of the soul, for instance, there's like they have like a sort of dual nature. But in all those aspects, the human exists as an interaction with Ein Sof R. It's the divine light which allows you to define what a human is.
Interesting. Wait, sorry, just repeat that last part one more time.
It's Ein Sof R that allows you to define what a human is. It's Ein Sof R that allows you to define what anything is. Because Ein Sof R divides what is and what isn't. What is contains Ein Sof R. What isn't does not contain Ein Sof R. All things that exist owe their existence in that case. All things that exist owe their existence to illumination from Ein Sof R. All things that don't exist do not exist because they're not illuminated by Ein Sof R. And without the illumination of Ein Sof R, thing stops existing. So in that case, God could be viewed as a spotlight or a searchlight. An immensely bright searchlight which illuminates which sort of shows you the silhouettes of our world.
So if I'm understanding this correct, everything that exists because of this, and everything that doesn't exist, in essence, like every possible thing that could have been but just isn't, doesn't exist for the sake of that. And it's not to say that it doesn't exist in some other, world, because at the end of the day, there's nothing saying that God only created one world. Like it's just the creation is about, God creating the world.
Yeah, and then in that same aspect, look at Ein Sof R, and then like illuminating things. You could let's see. You could fundamentally view in that case non-existence as something. You can view in that case God as being the definer of existence. God defines what is. What is one of the names of God, right? I can't pronounce anything, but like I am that I am.
Oh, Ehyeh Asher Ehyeh.
Yeah, Ehyeh Asher Ehyeh. Which interesting. That considers part of like. It has Asher in it, which is interesting.
Yeah. So I've actually and this is just speculation. I wouldn't argue this from like a, I don't think I would put this like in a paper that I'd submit. I'd maybe put it in the end, being like, is there a possible allusion to this? I mean, like it's something that you can hint at, but I think it's iffy to actually say that this is the case, because at the end of the day, saying it is just a reconstruction. But that it might actually be so the ihya. So that is, it's a derivative of like haya, which is the root of yod hey vav hey, the tetragrammaton, and so it means to be or like to exist. And so with this, you have essentially a derivative of the name of Yahweh, and then in between two of those words, you have. So keep in mind, there's this idea that the internal part of God is feminine, and that the outer part, it's this idea that God exists outside of the universe, but then God also exists within the universe. But it's
duality. And in fact, you can actually view it in that case. It could be that God was initially viewed as a diune entity, a combination of El and Asher, and they could initially have been viewed not just as husband and wife. They could be allegorical. They could have been viewed simply as two aspects of the same being. Where Asherah would have been in that case meaningless to talk about El without Asherah, because the same way it'd be meaningless to talk about light without shadow. In that case, you could define. I mean, interesting, but that's all lost, and we don't know any of that stuff now because all that evidence is lost to time. We lost all of the sources because no one wrote things down back then, so it's not written in Torah anywhere. But I guess by the time Torah started being written, it's all gone. They stopped worshiping Asherah, and then they eventually struck her from the book.
So it's also worth mentioning. Let's see. So it's Ezekiel 19. So
Ezekiel 19. I have the Bible here. Let me pull it up.
I actually have it pulled up.
Oh, okay.
But so the things I want to point out, I've brought this up a bunch of times, but you are to intone a dirge, or you are to to lift up a dirge or like a lamentation to the princes of Israel, and say, what a lioness was your mother. So it's saying the mother of the princes of Israel was a lioness. Well, first of all, who is the mother of the princes of Israel? They had two, or they had four. You could shrink it down to two, being Rachel and Leah. But like, if you're arguing it's the mother of Israel, then it's maybe Rebecca. And some people argue that it could be Sarah. But it's like, at the end of the day, a lot of scholars try and point that this is the mother of like the king, or the mother of the prince of Israel. But it's saying the princes of Israel. It's like, it's used in a general context. But so basically talks about her as a lioness, kind of corresponding with this Asherah motifs, which I think the mother of Israel was Asherah, in the way that the father of Israel was actually God, or Yahweh. And so let's see. So here, your mother was like a vine. So imcha, your mother, kagefen, was like a vine, bidamecha, in your image, or no, in your blood. Yeah, so here it says wait, bidamecha. Yeah, it would be in your blood. Al mayim, on the waters, or by the waters, shetula, she was planted. Priya, fruitful, ve'anefa, and like with many branches. Haita mimayim rabim, she was from the great waters.
That's interesting. Like in that case, you have a deity that's related to the sea, or you could have at least references to the ocean in that aspect. You have Catonic, you have Oranic, and you probably have something like, I don't know what the fancy word is for, but like the idea of like there's a lot of original like a lot of mythologies have references to something rising out of water, the source of things being ocean or water, and things rising up out of the water.
Interesting. And so then it goes on to, oh, sorry, were you going to say something?
And the mighty rod in that gets fit for a ruler's scepter. That reference, it seems similar to me. I think it's, let me pull up the actual verse. I think it's Psalm 2. This is a Christian Bible, so presumably it's going to translate things a little differently from the Tanakh. But hopefully the King James is close enough. Let's see. Psalm 2, right?
Yeah.
You shall. I will declare the seventh line. Psalm 2:7. I will declare the decree the Lord has said to me. You are my son. Today I have begotten you. Ask of me, and I will give you the nations for your inheritance, and the ends of the earth for your possession. You shall break them with a rod of iron. You shall dash them to pieces like a potter's vessel. Therefore be wise, O kings. Be instructed, you judges of the earth. Serve the Lord with fear and rejoice with trembling. Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and you perish in the way, when his wrath is kindled but a little. Blessed are all those who put their trust in him. And you could reference that because you can notice like the rod in that case, right? The rod of the pillar. And you can see. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to point out. So you said, "Blessed are those who take refuge in him," or how did it translate?
Let me pull it back up. I actually closed the Bible. Let me pull it up real quick. Sorry. Psalm 1, Psalm 6, Psalm 2. Yes. Blessed are all those who put their trust in him.
So, okay, this is interesting. So, Ashrei Kol Chosei. So here you have Ashrei. It's derived from the same root as Asherah. But so Chasa, to take refuge, flee for protection, or to put trust in God. So that's why they translate it. But so blessed are those who trust in him. But yeah, so something that I did want. Oh shoot, I thought I was sharing the.
Wait, who's the son in that case?
So this is I mean, probably referring to either the king or just in general to.
Is this a promise or a prophecy? Like, is that? There's I'm wondering. Is this a Psalm of David, right? Most of the Psalms are Psalms of David. So this is a Psalm of David. Is this David effectively claiming? Is David in escape? Is David claiming like divine birth, or is David just sort of claiming to be a representative of God, like that he has been ordained? He will destroy the nation. He will destroy the nations against Israel. But like on the other hand, it could be that, or Psalm 2 might be a reference to the book of Daniel and the apocalypse, where like it could be Psalm 2. Here's the question: Is Psalm 2 basically David promising to destroy the nations that fight against Israel?
Ooh.
Or Psalm 2 a prophecy of the end of days, the book of Daniel, the destruction of the giant with a head of gold, shoulders of silver, body of of bronze,
Iron.
and clay. Yeah, and then in that case, the Psalm 2 could be referencing the rock coming down and smashing the idol.
So this is interesting. Let's see. It almost like I would say it seems like Asherah could be the one speaking, except for it says, "Let me tell you of the decree the Lord said to me, you are my son." So it's clearly saying that. So this is like referring to like a messianic figure, but the thing is, it doesn't have to be like the Messiah. It's literally just referring to like basically someone who's anointed, someone who's like anointed in the spirit of God.
I think a lot of people have been anointed, right? I think Cyrus was referred to as Messiah at one point.
Yeah. So anyway, so what I want to point out here, so you have, and she had mighty rods. It's not a mighty rod, so it's referring to the staffs of leadership of the tribes. So she had mighty rods fit for rulers' scepters. And it's also another thing to point out here. So Veyihu and she Vehihula, and she had matot oz, staffs of strength, el shivtei mishlim. So to el shivtei for the tribes, mishlim means to rule or have dominion. And interestingly, mishle, which is from the same root, is the Hebrew name for Proverbs, which is also very focused on divine feminine imagery.
I guess here's something another potential way to view it. Here's what I was thinking at least. What could this be viewed as a sort of like prophecy where you have say like in this case the woman, the lioness, or the mother of this prince Israel? What if in that case you viewed the woman there as being Israel? Because Israel in the Song of Songs is referred to as woman, right? She's referred to as woman and God's referred to as a man. And so there's one version of her is that's what the Song of Songs represents. God in the land of Israel, and the people of Israel, and the nation of Israel.
Well, so we know it's not the case because the nation of Israel is referred to earlier. I didn't go over that part, but as her cubs. This is the mother of Israel. So the mother of Israel, how can the mother of Israel also be Israel?
Well, in that case, the princes of Israel. In that case, you could view it as the mother of Israel is Israel, the people of Israel, and then their children of Israel would be like the greatest children of Israel, the princes of Israel.
I don't know that.
And the kings, no?
It just feels a bit forced because of how so I want to point out some motifs. So a mother lioness. So you have mother lioness. You have let's see.
Where's Ezekiel anyway? Like in the text.
What do you mean?
I'm trying to find it in my Bible, but it's the Christian Bible. Again, the order is different. I'm trying to figure out where Ezekiel is. Is it after Isaiah?
It would probably. Yeah, I don't know, but So then it compares her to a vine, or to to vegetative growth, that she's planted beside streams along the waters, that she has many branches, and that she is fruitful like a tree, just like an Asherah. And this is thanks to, or she's from the Mayim Rabim, from the great waters. Then she had mighty rods, which the rods were heavily based on Asherim, probably. And then you have, it towered highest amongst the leafy trees. That's a clear reference to Asherah. It was conspicuous by its height, by the abundance of its boughs, clearly referring to Asherah. And here's where it gets interesting.
And there was some symbolism in there, like the cedars of Lebanon.
So it's saying that these are amongst the cedars, among the leafy trees, that they aren't the leafy trees, but that there's something in the midst of them. So then you have but plucked up in, okay, this is, so it says it translates as fury, but bechema, in heat or in wrath, like in hot anger.
Does it reference like divine anger, or is that generally just like anger in general?
So I mean, it can have to. So heat, rage, hot displeasure, indignation. It's not necessarily divine, but in this context, it is. So, but vitutas, but like pulled up, or but yeah, expelled in hot rage. She or but oh, in hot rage, she was expelled to the earth. She was cast. Oh no, she would. Oh, okay, no. So plucked up in fiery rage, she was thrown or hurled to the earth, and the wind of the east, or the easterly wind, the Ruach HaKadim, Hovish, withered her fruit. Hovish, yeah, withered her fruit. The Tifkar, what's this? And tore up. She was torn apart and broken up. Her staff of strength was consumed by fire.
That sounds like a reference to like the fall of Jerusalem. I mean, this was before that, I'm pretty sure, but it sounds almost like an apocalyptic prophecy in that case. Like you have the first destruction, you have Babylon, then the Israel comes back together, and then is finally destroyed and burned by the Romans.
I mean, that's definitely like, and that's the idea that there's multiple ways to interpret this. But the reason I pulled this up, though, is I want you to focus on this.
The east wind, that's the Assyrians, right? The new Assyrians. Well, that would make sense if that was the Romans, because the Romans came from the north.
Not necessarily, because the east wind, it just refers to a hot wind, to imagine that. So that's what God sends to cause Jonah to not feel good, and in conjunction with the worm eating the kikayon. But most likely this is referring to like a hot wind that causes like withering. So notice, plucked up in a fury, but in a fiery fury. She was hurled to the ground. The east wind withered her branches. They broke apart and dried up. And her mighty rod, the trunk, was consumed by fire.
And that could also refer that could also refer to the Ark of the Covenant.
How are you getting the Ark of the Covenant?
Because at least the way I view, like the if you have the scepters of the rulers, right? I don't know, like, because like the scepters, like the lid of the Ark of the Covenant was called the mercy seat. It was sort of like a throne almost, right? You could refer to that as the Ark of the Covenant was God's promise to the Israelites. It symbolized their chosen status. And then, so you have eventually the Ark of the Covenant survives everything, and then finally in the Roman destruction, when everything is being destroyed, the east wind is withering all the branches, the Ark of the Covenant is destroyed, or it's missing, or it's lost, and it's never seen again. So even in that case, like the final sort of almost apocalypse in that case. Everything's been destroyed. The temple's been falling down into ruin, and the Ark of the Covenant, the rod of the rulers, the scepter, the sort of like the promise of Israel, is lost.
I mean, that's totally valid. It's just the reason why I'm trying to bring this up is because of what you said before with Ehiyah, Asher, Ehiyah. When does God say that to Moses?
That's the Genesis 20, I think.
No,
not Genesis. No?
Exodus
20, something like that.
So think about this. This is one of the most famous motifs of Moses.
Yeah, let's see. I'm pulling it up right now. I got the Bible in front of me, but it's like a pretty large book. It's hard to search. I think
Sure.
that Exodus 5, right? Exodus
Here, check this out.
Easy, playmaking, fast reacting.
Exodus 3, that's the one. Moses and the burning bush.
Yep. Okay. Are you able to see this?
Yeah, Exodus 3:2, King James Version. The angel of the Lord
Okay.
appeared.
Here, it has the subtitles right there.
All right, so I can close this.
Yeah. Here, where is it? So this is from the King James version that's quoting. And the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush, and he looked, and behold, the bush burned with fire, and the bush was not consumed.
And
So
the angel, sorry, the angel of the Lord, that's Malach Elohim, right? Something like that.
yeah, and so what's interesting about this is that technically, without the Masoretic tradition, you could argue that Malach might actually be Melech. Like so instead of Malach Adonai, it could be Melech Adonai, the King Yahweh. Like for all you know, I mean, I don't think that's what it's saying, but like that is one way you could view it. But what it is, it's this idea that like that there's this parallel between the king and his messenger, that the king Melech and then the messenger Malach, that they
Also,
yeah.
and also, like I guess, like the symbolism there is that the angel of the Lord appears in fire, and I guess like because I don't, it's not really a biblical tradition. I'm pretty sure it's like I think it's from somewhere in the Talmud, but isn't the angel of fire Michael, the archangel, the sort of represent like the chief representative of God, right? The taxiarch, and he's represented with fire and the element of fire.
I'm not actually sure about that.
I think it's Gabriel's also with water. I think it's a later one. It might be alchemic originally, but I think I remember that Michael's associated with fire. I believe Gabriel's associated with air. No, Gabriel's associated with water. Raphael's associated with earth, and Uriel's associated with water. And that sort of references the nature, and represents their natures, right? You have Michael as a soldier or warrior. He represents with fire, and his opposite of a sort is would be Uriel, the angel of healing, who again doesn't appear in the Tanakh, but shows up in like extra stuff.
You said who?
Uriel,
He's angel of what?
archangel of healing.
No, that's Raphael.
That's Raphael. I think?
So the name Raphael actually means healer of God. Rophe is the word for healer, and actually have a theory that it probably is etymologically connected to the root of therapy, like was it like therapeu, like biz tarapa. So rapa is the root, like rafa, Rophe, but the word for medicine in Hebrew is terufa. Terufa, if that's not a cognate with therapy, I don't know what is.
That's interesting. I think let's see. Uriel's mentioned in the book of Enoch. He wrote in other parts of Judaism. Yeah, I think I think that Uriel's the angel of not angel of healing. Uriel's the angel of knowledge, the archangel of wisdom. Like he brings wisdom, and in that case, yes, I think it's. You said it's Gabriel who represents healing, or is it Raphael?
So Gabriel, I think. So Gavriel means gever, or like man, but it could also be like warrior. But so gever is also the root of gevurah, which is strength. So it basically means the strength of God. So Gavriel is strength of God.
Michael is like who is like I think Michael means who is like unto God, right? I think I looked it up. Uriel's flame of God.
Yeah. So wait, sorry, you said Uriel is what?
Flame. Oh, I think God is my flame.
So, I mean, technically, you could say that, or could be flame, but Esh would be more accurate to be flame. Or is generally like light. But
that's a different angel, isn't it? That's Ariel. I think it shows it. Ariel is like a extra biblical angel. It shows up in I think it shows up in the Book of the Watchers. But Ariel is the angel of flame, like the angel of light. No, sorry. Ariel means sorry. Let me rephrase that. I only know this from Evangelion, weird enough, because they shows up in Evangelion. But Ariel apparently means God is my. I think it means the light of God, or God is my light.
Are you talking about Ariel?
Yeah, like
Let's
there's already an angel that's light of God, right? Ariel, angel of birds.
honestly, I think that might be specific to the series. I'm not finding anything outside of that.
But no, I think Which one is it?
I'm sorry
Ariel.
to crush your dreams.
Let's see. I could have sworn somewhere in here because I remember like all the angels in Evangelion come from. Or is it pretty sure they all come from the. No, I think Ariel means lion of God.
No, so that's Ariel. So Arie, Aleph Resh Yud Hey means lion. Arya is like a female lion, but you also have other words like Lavi and Lavia, which can mean like a lion. I think it means like a grown lion, or I don't know where the context changes, but you have Lavi, Lavia, you have Arya. You also have Kafir, which a Kafir is a cub. And
Here's the word I found. It's apparently an actual thing because it's written in Hebrew, and I think they pulled it from some esoteric work. I think it's the Book of Watchers, but that's the Hebrew name of Ariel.
so
The private chat. Sorry.
But yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the page for like Evangelion. Like here, I'm going to share the tab. So here it spells this Hebrew RL, or like
Yeah, and it says light of God or vision of God. That's what, at least that's what the EvaWiki says is the like. EvaWiki says that's like what's it's supposed to mean, like the vision of God. And it's in universe. It actually appears as like a blazing figure of light, and it literally basically it's psychologically it tries to contact. That's actually like a plot element. Is it tries to contact one of the characters by literally shining a beam of light onto it, and then attempting to invade her mind.
Yeah, I mean,
it's implied. Sorry, because I'm getting kind of like anime nerd here, but in universe actually implied that Ariel's the angel that intended zero. That's the thing. Unlike other angels, Ariel intended no harm. The entire thing with Ariel is that it didn't have any hostility whatsoever to humanity. It was trying to understand them. And then it accidentally broke one character's mind, threw another one into a suicidal depression, and then got promptly obliterated by the Spear of Destiny.
So, is there an Oriel in it?
No, I think I think only Ariel is the. Again, that's the thing that's been translated from Japanese. Ariel, I think, is supposed. I think it shows up somewhere in the Bible. I could have sworn it does.
I'm going to almost guarantee you that probably it got mixed up in translation, and so they translated it as like RL to make it.
Did they just make a mistake? Seriously?
Well, so yeah, because the thing is that so like here I'll show you this. So if you go to the Bronze Drivers Briggs dictionary, or here. So if I go to Aleph, so let's find Aleph Resh. So R, it would either be Ara or Arar. So Ara means hearth or altar hearth. So
they made one mistake. I googled it. They made one mistake, I think, in the spelling, because there's another angel named Ariel. Apparently, there's a real angel shows up in the Greater Key of Solomon, shows up in the Book of Ezra. No, sorry, the Apocryphal Ezra, something else. An archangel, lion of God, hearth of God. Name of an angel, sometimes a demon, sometimes a city. Where it's called Areopolis, but the idol is worshipped, according to Cornelius Agrippa. I honestly think that when they were translating this, I think that the authors just forgot that one dash mark. And what letter is that? Like the dash on the right side of the Aleph.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Put it in the private chat, but there's like one extra letter in the bottom one, right?
Oh, that's a yod. So
yod.
So I looked this up. So that's my name in Hebrew. But if you were to put the yod in between the aleph and the lamed, so like as the fourth letter, then that becomes Arail, not Ariel. And so actually I have it pulled up here. So so you have so here it's saying, so from
it says it's a city. Like I googled it. It says it's a city in Israel.
So yeah, so Ariel is one of the names of Jerusalem. It's a name applied to Jerusalem. You can see it here in Isaiah 29:1. Here, let me pull that up. Let's see. Isaiah 29:1. Yeah. Hoi, Ariel. Yeah.
That's another thing. That's the other funny thing. It's that one letter moving changes the word from lion to light. Like Ariel, the attributed definition in the Neon Genesis Evangelion is light of God. All you have to do is remove one yod and it turns into lion.
Interesting.
It's also funny to me is that how information dense Hebrew is. Like a single letter has so much meaning that you can pull one letter and the word changes completely.
Yeah. Well, also, Rat King, do you have any thoughts?
Drink some water.
Yeah, I've just been honestly still thinking about what you guys were talking about earlier with the. You moved through so many topics so fast within the past few minutes.
Yeah, it's like Spitfire.
You got me geeking out on Evangelion too now. It's like
Yeah.
you changed the subject so fast. I'm like,
I'm actually writing a fan fiction for Evangelion right now, so that's why I've been Googling a lot of Evangelion stuff.
okay.
So yeah, so Hoi, Ariel, Kiryat Chana, David. So Ariel, the city where David camped. I'll just read the rest. Ad year to year, let festivals come in their cycles, and I will the Hatsikoti Hatsak no Tsuk. I will constrain, press into straits, straighten, oppress. I will oppress Ariel, and she will be, and there will be no Ta'aniya. There will be mourning. Ve'aniya. Wait. That's interesting. Ta'aniya ve'aniya. What's the difference? Ta'aniya is mourning, grief, or sorrow. Both times. Oh, mourning and moaning. It's weird. Okay, so yeah, so I mean it's basically just referring. Wait, what's a sod? It mentioned sod. Wait, from the sod. Oh, sod. Like I thought it wasn't translating in. That was like sod in Hebrew, but so back to this tab. So here you see aryeh. So it's derived from the root. Let's see. Is it further? Okay, so here. So ara means to pluck or gather. Then you have ari, which it seems that apparently this is borrowed from Assyrian aria. Then you have different forms of it. You have Uriah. So Uriah means a manger or a crib. I don't really see the connection there.
Oh, by the way, I Googled something real quick.
Yeah.
Apparently, Ariel is an angel. It just shows up in an obscure work. Apparently, according to this, it's in the page 23. David said if you look at the I'm not sure how to I don't know how to stream this thing, but it's in there's this dictionary of angels I was looking at, right? But let's look at page 23 of that dictionary. Let me click to it real quick. Okay, and 1 second. Let's see, 23. That's the one.
Are you able to share your screen?
I'm not sure. How do I do that again? I think you have the control, right? Settings.
You should be able to, but and then I think I just have to put it up there.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to. Let's see, share screen. Where is it?
It's in between settings and present.
Yeah, I don't have that button on mine. It says settings, present, leave studio. So, but it's in the dictionary of angels. I think it says page 20. Oh, I'm not. This is still the introduction. Let me click to the actual page. Page 23. Abdiel Achiel. I don't know.
Is that the one by Gustav Davidson?
Yeah, the Davidson. It's a really long one apparently. So there's a lot of angels. I don't know where I'm surprised they managed to find whoever created this series managed to find it. Yeah, it says angel over birds, Ariel or Anpiel, and then it says I think it's also a reference in page 50. Let's see. It's page 50. Let me go over there real quick. It's not really well described in the even like the dictionary doesn't really describe very detailed. It just says angel of birds. And let's see, angel book chapter. Sorry, no, page 50. Okay, page 50. RL. One of the spirits in which the rabbis of the Talmud made prince over the people of birds, according to Malchus, the Ancients Book of Magic, page 115.
Wait. Say that one more time.
All right. Ariel or Ariel. One of the spirits which the rabbis of the Talmud made prince over the people of the birds. This is a quote from Malchus in the Ancients Book of Magic. In this case, Ariel and Ariel are written as here as synonyms. Apparently, they both refer to the same angel. What's the Ancients Book of Magic?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not familiar with that. But so here you see. Okay, look at this. Here it's saying Ariel is lioness of El. So in that context, I think Ariel is actually another name for Asherah.
That's interesting.
Holy crap! Maybe I was like destined to study this stuff.
I think this is one. I guess that's only odd enough. It's only one difference there. Right? It's only one letter, yod. If you take the yod out, it's like this word is exactly one. Ariel is exactly one yod away from it. And yeah, again, it's referencing the dictionary is referencing a book which I don't think exists.
Yeah, probably. So something that I want to point out here. So,
the secret. Marius Malchus. I found it. I didn't find the exact book, but I found the guy. He's 1500s esotericist. Marius Malchus. Yeah, all I can find are a bunch of like really sketchy Amazon books, but reportedly wrote, The Secret Grimoire of Turiel, which is Theophania Publishing. What is Theophania?
I mean, so that's actually where the name Tiffany comes from. So back when I was doing research into this one cult, they were obsessed with a certain shade of blue that Tiffany blue that like is associated with like Tiffany & Co. or whatever.
Yeah.
So basically, I was overanalyzing. I was like, wait, are they thinking that's like Theophania blue? Because Theophania means Theo, God, Phania or Phanes, appearing. So God appearing. It's this idea of like God appearing in the clouds, and that, well, at least that was the association I was making. Maybe it's like, the color of the heavens or something. I don't know, but
yeah. Theophania Publishing doesn't appear to be associated with any organization. I don't know. It just shows up in one place, but it says here that apparently it was written by a great master named. No, apparently this book is attributed to Turiel, one of the Watchers. The author claims that this came from. Basically, the author claims to have found a book written by Turiel, which is one of the Watchers in the Bible. It survived the deluge. And the 15th century, I think, Frenchman found the book and apparently transcribed it. That's his claim, at least.
Wait, you said a Frenchman?
I think a Frenchman. I'm not sure. Again, I don't have no idea what that name means. It was I don't know who this guy is. It was written apparently it was Latin. I don't know where it's written from. It's Latin. It says that it gives instructions on how to contact angels.
Wait, are you sure his name wasn't Joseph Forgeron?
No, his name is
Wait, do you get my joke?
No.
Okay, so what does Forgeron mean?
No idea. I have no understanding of it.
It's derived from the word for forge.
Again, I don't know who wrote it. He says that it was given to him by a disgraced priest. Malchus himself says, I didn't write this. I found this where a priest in Spain secretly sold it to me. He had been defrocked, but he had this book. And he gave it to me, and I translated it to English, and I published it for you. He doesn't say where it came from. I don't even know who Malchus is, because it doesn't exist on the internet.
That's what I'm saying, though. So Forgeron is the French equivalent of Smith, and Joseph, or actually, Joseph, I don't know what the French equivalent would be, but basically, I'm making a joke about Joseph Smith.
Here's Turiel. In the ancient book of Enoch, there's a grimoire written by, again, who the hell is Marius Malchus? There's no reference to him. There's not a single work on his life. All that it's known is that it was written in 1580. Okay, it was found in 1927. Never mind. It isn't even that old. It was, at least, he claims Malchus Marius. Again, it doesn't say who he is, but it claims that he says he found it in 1927, but he claims that the particular priest has had it since 1500. Like he got like that particular Latin version is written in 1500. It's also claimed to be like literally instructions on contacting fallen angels. It claims that it contains spells that allow you to contact Turiel, the fallen angel, to get the secrets of the universe.
So, I mean, I really can't speak to this. I don't know anything about it, but what was I going to say? Oh yeah, so this is what I was wanting to show you. So here, this is probably where it was derived from, and they just happened to misspell it. So here you have Ara, which means hearth or altar hearth. So the fire of a home.
Yeah.
So here, look, Ariel, not El. So it's not spelled with a yud in between the resh and the aleph. But so like basically the yud is used here to make the aleph not an e but an a.
And they presumably actually wouldn't have known that because the people who wrote this down just copied it out of a book somewhere. They didn't actually speak Hebrew. So presumably the guy that saw it in a book somewhere copied in the Hebrew spelling. Either he forgot the yod somewhere, or he looked at really old, obscure work and got it conflated with a different angel. Again, it was written by a guy who doesn't speak Hebrew, doesn't even read Hebrew. He just copied it out of a book somewhere.
Let's see. So this is from Ezekiel 43.
Ezekiel 43, you said?
Yeah.
Where's Ezekiel?
Here I'm sharing it.
Ezekiel 43. Let me check the gate that faced east. And then coming from the east with the roar like the roar of mighty waters, with the presence of the God of Israel, the earth was lit up by his presence. The vision was like I had seen when I came to the city. Same vision I saw by the Kibar Canal. Forth it fell on my face. The presence of the Lord entered the temple by the gate that faced eastward.
Wait, this might not be. Wait, Ezekiel 43:1. Wait, hold on.
This is the second thing. It's like, who the hell is Malchus? Again, I don't know, man. It just frustrates me that there's people who are just ghosts because there's no author. Again, this guy wrote exactly one thing. He wrote exactly one thing.
Okay, this is interesting. So there's this one. What on earth? Okay, so here, where it says Arel Doda, trying to see where it says that's from. Oh wait, Van de Velde. I think it's referencing this because I think this might have something to do with David because Doda is the. Okay, let's see. Shoot, that must not be it. Oh, I was reading the wrong thing. That's why I don't know what's wrong. Okay, so 12. So, where does 12 correspond to?
And again, I'm still hung up on Turiel. This is the problem with a lot of these old grimoires that they don't tell you who wrote them. They claim like really questionable authorship. Like they don't tell you this one claims to the Secret Grimoire Turiel. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't contain anything that allows you to summon Turiel, but it claims to allow you to summon a fallen angel. That's literally what the claim. That's what the claim says, right? It says it's like a system of magic. But the specific claim of the book of the Book of Turiel, it claims that it can summon Turiel from heaven to tell you stuff. It claims to contain spells to summon an angel to you. Again, it was literally just written by it's written by a guy who had never published a single other thing, but there's no biographical information about in 1927, who claimed to have gotten it from a disgraced priest, who claimed that the work was from 1500, and that it had been copied to something else. He claimed to be the only person to have a copy of that book. He claims he's the only person other than no one else had ever touched that book other than him. He says that I had this book. I don't know where it went now. It was in Latin, but I don't know where. I don't have the book now. I just translated it to English and published it for you. Here you go. Totally trust me that it's a secret book on summoning angels.
Yeah.
He didn't even provide the initial Latin book or the original Latin source. I'm honestly convinced that he just made the whole shit up.
So, but yeah, so here it's straight up saying that Arel, or in this case Ariel, in this context means hearth of El or fire of El, who thinks of pillar altars. So I think that that this is the context that they're probably drawing that from. But here let's see where. Oh, right. I wanted to finish watching this about the burning bush. So here.
Here I am. Take the sandals from your feet. For the place on which you stand is holy ground. Who are you? I am that I am.
It's 3:14. Let me pull it up.
Whoa. So something to point
I
out.
don't understand.
Maybe I'm just reading this into it.
I
But listen when God's speaking, how it starts with a masculine voice and the echo is feminine.
am the God of your... I don't understand. I am the God of your ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
You were born of my mother, Yocheved. You are our brother.
Go and gather the elders together and say to them.
I have seen the oppression.
What?
I was just like opening the book and looking at the next verse. 3:15.
Of my
We're not there yet.
people in Egypt, and have heard their cry.
Stop it! Leave that man alone!
So I have come down to deliver them out of slavery and bring them to a good land.
So this is what I'm trying to point out. That Ezekiel 19, I think it was, it's talking about a tree or, a branch, the mother of Israel that's on fire, essentially, that she's being consumed. But this is a tree that's not being consumed. This is before you have this split and Asherahs are seen as, evil, because Aaron's staff was likely an Asherah. But so here, I actually would argue that, so the fire is a symbol of, like an Aaronic symbol of God. And then the tree is a chthonic symbol of the mother goddess.
A land flowing with milk and honey. And so unto Pharaoh I shall send you. Me? Who am I to lead these people? They'll never believe me. They won't even listen. I shall teach you what to say.
Let my people go!
But I was their enemy. I was the prince of Egypt, the son of the man who slaughtered their children. You've chosen the wrong messenger. How can I even speak to these people?
Who made man's mouth? Who made the deaf, the mute, the seeing, or the blind? Did not I? Now go!
They abbreviated it, this particular section. Is that? I think they. I'm pretty sure I've access open right now, but it happens. I think it's 3 times, right? Is that Moses questions him 3 times, or rather, Moses first asks, "Suppose they won't listen or believe to me." Then God gives him a miracle. It says that he casts the staff down and turns into a serpent. The hand becomes white as if a leper's hand, and then turns like clean again. And then he said, and then Moses said the second time, "Oh Lord, I am not eloquent. I can't speak well." And then God says, "Go and I'll tell you what to say." And then finally, Moses just straight up just says, "Send someone else. I don't want to do this." And then he gets pissed off, and then says, that, "Fine, Aaron will speak for me as well. Just do what I tell you to do." But in this case, I think these questions in once. It's not funny that they condensed it a bit.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, but tell me this is not feminine imagery. He's being embellished.
Moses, I shall be with you when you go to the king of Egypt. But Pharaoh will not listen.
And, like, do you hear like the feminine echo, like the echo of the initial voice?
I mean, that's interesting.
Yeah.
It could be that, or it could just be that it's a stylistic choice. It's pretty standard to have an echo either upshifted or downshifted.
No, because it's not just like it's not like
Definitely hear a female voice in there.
yeah, it's like it's not like an echo. It's like it's like a diminished form of the original one, but it's clearly different.
That's interesting.
So I will stretch out my hand and smite Egypt with all my wonders. Take the staff in your hand, Moses. With it, you shall do my wonders. I shall be with you, Moses.
What verse is that from? Let's see.
Ooh, that's interesting. I wonder if maybe this staff's never turned into serpents, but it was all like a result of, stuff that they were on. And because like you see, he looks back to it, and when he looks at it, he looks startled that it's not a snake. But it's like also after he's finally, the experience has ended, regardless of what that experience was.
What was I going to mention? Oh yeah. So also we mentioned there that he says that God says that he is with Moses, right? That sounds like interesting. It's not like the name of God, Emmanuel. God is with us.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. So here, this should be a good video kind of explaining a bit more about Shekhinah, and then we can get into some sources or some scholarship. Warning, I haven't watched this yet. I mean, I can't imagine it'll be bad, but
Kabbalah emphasizes very much the sacred feminine. In traditional Judaism, God is a man.
oh, what a name.
He's
Rabbi Tzadok Cable.
always the he, which is Kabbalah emphasizes very much the sacred feminine. In traditional Judaism, God is a man. He's always the he, which obviously puts a certain slant at the religion, which doesn't necessarily, it's not necessarily something that women find understandable, how God is always portrayed as a man. And in Kabbalah, God is not portrayed as a man. It's seen, the divine, doesn't necessarily, it's not necessarily something that women find understandable, how God is always portrayed as a man. And in Kabbalah, God is not portrayed as a man. It's seen, the divine being is seen as having a synergy of male and female components. So there is the element of he, but there's also the element of she. And very often it's the female component which is seen as the most important. The dwelling of God on earth is called the Shekhinah in Rabbinic Hebrew. And in Kabbalistic wisdom, this is seen as the purpose of all our command, all our ritual observance, and all our activities to imbue the Shekhinah with energy. Our focus is on the feminine manifestation of the divine. Of the 10 Sephirot, the 10 fundamental building energies of the universe, the last of all of them is Malchut, which is a feminine energy, which might sound deprecating to women at first glance because it's the last that's the lowest. But that's not the case, because implementation in Judaism is not a religion where we just hang on a mountain and meditate. Implementation is considered to be the greatest virtue, especially when it comes to spirituality, because spirituality is so hard to implement, and women are seen as particularly talented in that area. And there's also a messianic idea. It says that when we reach the New Age, the final era, this lowest Sephirah Malchut will invert and become the highest, and therefore the feminine energy will reign supreme. And Kabbalists, the Rebbe spoke about this, how the contempt.
Wow. So this is interesting. I do want to preface this with saying Jacob Frank, complete nut job, and his ideas, though they were based in Kabbalah, to say that Kabbalah has anything to do with what he did is it's kind of like if you had someone who started a Christian sex cult and they started using Christianity as a justification and they pulled out specific verses. Like, at the end of the day, Kabbalah is so much more than these two scandalous people, Shabbatai Tzvi and Jacob Frank. But Jacob Frank, so the first one was Shabbatai Tzvi.
I know him. I've heard of him. He was the guy who he claimed to be the Messiah. He turns out to not be the Messiah. He turns out to be a coward, and he ends up disgracing himself, disgracing all of his followers. A bunch of them committed suicide afterward, actually, apparently.
I don't know if that happened a lot, but certainly a lot of his followers converted to Islam. Let's see.
Because I've heard that there's apparently various. I don't know how many died, but I heard that at least there were quite a few. I don't know how many there were. I just heard that there were suicides around his death. When he died, some of his followers committed suicide as well to not fall because they couldn't bear the betrayal.
So there's this interesting element that they did pick up on, basically the role of the divine feminine within Kabbalah, and probably so here. This is a. I'm trying to find a quick video.
What was his name? The other guy.
Jacob Frank.
So
the main thing that I want to bring up with Shabbatai Tzvi, I think they should probably talk about it here. So here, let's see.
Massacre since the destruction of the Second Temple, a charismatic mystic, Shabbatai Tzvi, claimed he was the new savior of the Jewish people. While his followers eagerly awaited redemption, his opponents feared the dangers of having blind faith in a false Messiah. In the mid-17th century, Jews were reeling from the Khmelnytsky massacres, a bloody series of pogroms that devastated the Jewish communities of Eastern Europe. The barbarity of this tragedy, combined with the rise of a new form of mysticism called Lurianic Kabbalah, stirred hopes of a long-prophesied Messianic era. Lurianic Kabbalah, developed by Rabbi Isaac Luria in the mid-16th century, taught that a portion of God's essence had fractured into many tiny sparks hidden in the material world. He saw the scattering of the Jewish people as a divine plan to elevate the world's hidden sparks through the performance of God's commandments. Rabbi Luria taught that most of these sparks had already been redeemed, and that Israel would soon be restored. The stage was set for the coming of the Messiah. In 1648, a small band of Jews living in the Aegean coast of the Ottoman Empire began to follow a young, charismatic scholar and mystic named Shabbatai Tzvi. Known for his multi-day fasts, cold water immersions, and elaborate expositions of mystical texts, Shabbatai Tzvi longed to receive revelations of mythic proportions. The local rabbis warily watched the 22-year-old leader engaged in strange practices, like attempting to make the sun stand still at midday. He even publicly pronounced a name of God, which was only allowed to be said by the high priest in the Temple of Jerusalem on the most sacred holiday, Yom Kippur.
Just wait.
By
That's crazy.
1651, Shabbatai's antics grew more brazen, and the rabbis banished him from his hometown. For 14 years, Shabbatai Tzvi wandered through the Ottoman Empire. Jewish communities generally welcomed the handsome scholar, but inevitably, Shabbatai's odd behavior, likely due to a combination of depression and mania, alarmed his new neighbor. Jewish communities generally welcomed the handsome scholar, but inevitably, Shabbatai's odd behavior, likely due to a combination of depression and mania, alarmed his new neighbors. When he landed in Thessaloniki in the mid-1650s, he invited the local rabbis to his wedding.
So guess who he married?
Who?
Just take a guess.
The local governor's daughter.
So he was actually married to I think he was married 3 times, and I think this one, I forget which one they're going to talk about this time, but needless to say, it's about to get
Is he
wild.
allowed to get married 3 times in Judaism?
I mean, so actually, technically there's nothing according to Jewish law that says you can't have multiple wives. You just have to be able to provide for them. But that stopped happening in Europe because these Jews started to kind of adopt to Christian norms because Christians didn't tend to have multiple wives. But in Islamic societies, you still had Jews having multiple wives if they could afford it. But it was generally not something that, I mean, you know, more women, more problems.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's actually interesting. Apparently, and I mean, don't want to make a generalization, but apparently, in certain, well, I don't want to generalize, but apparently there are like, there is a case where like, and I don't want to use this as a way to like stigmatize Islam because I don't think it's necessarily like a stigmatizing thing. We just view, you know, plural marriage as very othered, but like it was completely normal in previous contexts. But basically, this idea that
allowed.
So say you have multiple wives, it takes the load off of each individual wife. So, you know, rather than all the attention being on one person, they get a little bit more freedom. And this is especially within the context of where, you know, men, like viewing men as like very, you know, obsessed with sex. And as a result, it makes the burden less on the wife. But then on the flip side, you also have women who aren't getting enough attention from their husband because, you know, there's other wives that the husband has. So like you have a flip side to that.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I have a certain perspective on that, right? Like I guess because I'm not religious, I'm an atheist, so I don't have a moral perspective on that. I oppose polygamy and polyamory because I believe it's destructive to society. Not because I think it's immoral. I don't care if it's immoral. I don't give a damn if someone's doing something that's like against religion. The problem with polyamory is it destabilizes polyamory across a wide scale. There's two ways to do polyamory. There's polyamorous marriage, like basically generating polygamy. The other form never really exists. Polygamy has and generate others women. It keeps women down. Civilizations that have polygamy tend to be civilizations that are highly patriarchal and ossified, and women tend to have very few rights under that system. The second system is polyamory, and I think that's even worse because the problem with polyamory is because there isn't a stable connection between all of the people in that individual marriage. At least with polygamy, at least everyone is bound. The women are all bound to one man. The problem with polyamory is a free love thing is it effectively destroys the unit of civilization, the nuclear family. And I'm going to sound very like Christian in this aspect, but I think it's because the foundation of the civilization is the family. Like it's not necessarily always a nuclear family. Extended family work as well, but there has to be a concept of stable existing family to raise children correctly, which is why I have a serious objection to polyamory. I believe it creates an inherently unstable dynamic.
Interesting. I definitely can see that. I would take a similar approach to that. You know, my issue with it isn't moral; it's more so just enculturated, I think. But so here, listen to this.
Where he married a Torah scroll. Eventually,
you hear that?
He invited the local rabbis to his wedding, where he married a Torah
scroll.
Eventually, he
like the scroll. Is it legal?
Well, so think about what. So there's this idea that God is like married to the Torah, and so what does it mean for a man to marry the Torah?
It doesn't. It means he's claiming to be God. Isn't that blasphemy?
Well, so not inherently, not that he's claiming to be God, but there's this idea that it's like that the Torah is an intermediary. So it's like either that the Torah was like created like almost as a daughter by God, or that it's like a partner to God, and that's how basically there's this idea that like that the Torah is how people connect through God. And similarly, you know, Jesus said, you know, no one can come to the Father but through me. And I tend to think he was actually quoting Torah because you can see wisdom traditions where it says, you know, those who seek me find life, and those who hate me love death.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. But like marrying a Torah scroll just sounds like that's too far.
Well, but see, again, what he's doing by this is he's trying to. Oh, cool! Zephyr's here. Hey, welcome.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Yeah. So, when it comes to, you know, the idea of marrying the Torah scroll, part of what he's doing is he's embodying, or not embodying, but he's emphasizing this divine feminine, that the Torah is feminine, that, the Torah is referred to as she. And so with this, it gets really interesting because, so in this context, he's claiming to be the Messiah. And it's actually because he was essentially groomed to be a Messiah by this other young rabbi, or I forget if he was a rabbi, but another Kabbalist named Nathan of Gaza. It's kind of, it's strange how things switch. It used to be that Gaza was a Jewish city, but yeah, so this Nathan of Gaza, he Shabbatai Tzvi went to him for advice because he was having, like manic episodes, and like, he'd be very happy and then he'd be very depressed, and he probably had some mental illness, and he shouldn't be stigmatized for that. But he was told, no, nothing is wrong with you. In fact, these signs are signs that you're the Messiah. And so this goes to his head, and things really get out of control from there.
I think it's probably one of the great tragedies, I suppose, of Judaism at that time. I don't know that much about Jewish history, but I know about this guy because really he caused a tremendous amount of damage to the Jewish community.
Yeah, so he
broke stuff that he acted like a dumbass, and he caused more. He didn't realize what he was doing. You reckon he knew what he was going to do? Like, did you reckon he knew this is going to happen?
Honestly, I think he was caught up in the moment, and I think he probably would have been a genius scholar if he wouldn't have thought he was the Messiah.
He would have remembered better, I suppose, if he wasn't. Like, if he didn't claim that, he probably would have remembered as better than he is now.
Yeah, because, I mean, like, this idea of embracing the divine feminine, it's something that you definitely see it, but it's much more within, like, a mundane aspect of, like, it's more so this idea that women are created in the image of God, rather than viewing that there is a God that's in the image of the woman.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. But let's continue, and it'll go into some of the more worlds.
He made his way to Constantinople, but was kicked out in 1658 when he celebrated 3 holidays in one whirlwind week. By 1665, Shabtai's depression had become so debilitating that he sought a well-respected mystical faith healer known as Nathan of Gaza. What was Nathan's diagnosis? Instead of healing him, he proclaimed him to be the true Messiah. Shabtai rejected the notion, but Nathan claimed to have prophetic powers and persuaded Shabtai to accept his role as Messiah and end the terrible exile. Together, they gathered a group of believers and made a grand...
It wasn't Shabtai's fault, it was Nathan's fault.
Basically, yeah. Like, I think that people kind of poo-poo on Shabbatai way too hard. Like, also, especially, like, the thing people should be, the person people should be focusing on is Jacob Frank. He was, like, that guy was certifiable. And not in, like, and I don't mean that as in he was, like, mentally ill, because I think, for one, it's ableist to refer to someone like in a negative sense because of their mental illness. He was just a pervert. He actually, I think, so he ended up declaring that his daughter, Eve, was the Messiah, not him. So he ends up taking this idea of the divine feminine and transfers it onto an actual woman and says that the Messiah is going to be a woman.
That's impossible. That's not in the Torah, right? The Messiah is probably to be a man, the descendant of David, the root of David.
So, I mean, this is where it gets tricky, because technically Ben David isn't an exclusion to the term Bat David. I mean, given it's not to say that it is specifically a woman, but I mean,
it's the generic male. It's like the classic. A lot of languages have that, right? The masculine. So in that case, the masculine form can either refer to the masculine, or it can refer in that case to both at the same time.
Well, and another thing is, so with parthenogenesis, where, I mean, it doesn't happen in humans, but it's theoretically what happened to Mary, like from a scientific perspective, if you were to accept that. For that to happen, Jesus would have had to be born a woman, or at least, born like with the with two X chromosomes, because of the way that asexual reproduction works. He would essentially be like a clone son of Mary. And I mean, I'm not going to make that argument because I think that's like going way too far off into, theoretical stuff. But more so, there's this idea that that Jesus, like, how can, okay, so think of it this way. So when Eve ate of the apple and then gave it to Adam, Adam doesn't get cursed when she eats the apple. They're each counted as responsible. I mean, ultimately, Adam's held as more responsible because he was directly told not to eat of the fruit. But there's this idea that
their sins are inseparable from each other. They happen at the same time. They happen like immediately after each other. So you could say that ultimately it could be that God cursed them collectively. That is say that because the sins were so close together, it wouldn't make sense to divide them into two separate events. It was one event.
Well, but here's the thing: how come when how come women are like okay? So obviously the idea is that women are cursed because of Eve's sin, and that men are cursed because of Adam's sin. But if you really break it down, what is it with Eve? So how come it is that women are like? Well, so actually, that's another thing. If the responsibility is ultimately on Adam because he's the one who knew better, and she didn't because the command was told to Adam and not to her, then you could argue that Adam should be responsible, and therefore, why do women have, why do women or people who identify as women, why is there this idea that they're cursed just the same for Adam's sin? Like, essentially, there's this idea that
I don't think that's the case. It's pretty much explicitly stated in Genesis that she knows that it's wrong. She doesn't receive the commandment from God, but presumably Adam tells her because she knows it's wrong. She doesn't just eat off the apple immediately. The serpent, I think when the serpent's tempting her, she mentions that if I eat the apple, I will die. And then the serpent lies and says, "No, you will become like a god."
So no, he says, "Did God actually tell you that?" And the thing is, no, he didn't. Adam told her that. Adam told her what God told her. And so, so the snakes, and you have to keep in mind, they also don't have knowledge yet. So they don't know good from bad. They don't know right from wrong. They don't know true from false. And so they're literally they're little kids essentially, except they have, I mean, we don't know how mature their bodies were. I mean, probably would have been like fully mature. But the point is they had the minds of children until they ate from the tree. And so with this, I would argue that, this isn't my argument. I've heard this from someone else. I forget who it was. I'm terrible with attribution because my memory's terrible. But basically, there's this idea that in order for the Messiah to atone for, and given this isn't a Jewish understanding of, well, the Jewish understanding isn't that the Messiah will atone. It's that the Messiah is the result of the atonement. So it's like it's separated in a way that it isn't in Christianity. But basically, if you were to go off of the Christian paradigm, how can you have a man coming back and fulfilling or essentially, getting rid of this curse that is on both man and woman? The only way that you can have that really make sense is to have someone who is both man and woman, or who has elements of both, or is represented as both, which is actually
because in this case, because Jesus would be the son of a woman, because he's the seed of the woman, not seed of the man. There's no man involved in his conception, so at least he's he was, and you probably interpret it as he redeemed, is that he was the seed of the woman. So when he redeemed women through his sin. No, not sin. He redeemed the sin of woman was redeemed through his blood. And the sin of man was also purged, because that interpretation only works if you're separating their sins out. By the way, I would say there's one sin. They both sinned.
No, it's two different ones though, because so here's the difference. So Adam sins against God. Eve sins against Adam, or not against Adam, but basically. So think of it this way. So God tells Adam, "Don't eat of the fruit of the tree." And then, so Adam tells that to Eve. So Eve eats of it, and her curse is that, here, actually, let me pull it up, because it directly corresponds to the fact that she didn't listen to her husband. And it also kind of shows how this is a sexist narrative, despite, I think, it originating from one that wasn't. Oh, wait, so let's see. So it's, toil. Should be, let's see, Genesis. Okay, here. So here. I will put enmity between you and the woman. This is the snake and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. They shall strike at your head, and you shall strike at their heel. And to the woman he said, I will make most severe your pangs in childbearing. In pain shall you bear children. Okay, so that's one thing. But the second part is, yet your urge or your desire shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you. That's corresponding to the fact that she didn't listen to him. And then with Adam, to Adam he said, because you did as your wife said and ate of the tree. So it's interesting how it's saying because you did as your wife said. Oh no, so here's the thing. So he did what his wife said despite Adam being told by God not to. So there's this idea that he had more responsibility. So because Adam ate of the tree of the fruit, he's cursed to have to grow fruit or food from the ground. And so they each correspond to it in a way that hers is connected to Adam and his is connected to God in a way that it's like, but yeah, I mean, I definitely see what you're talking about.
Followers were too passionate to be squashed. Nathan wrote letters to Jews across the world describing how Shabtai would depose the Ottoman Sultan who ruled Jerusalem and lead his people triumphantly back to the kingdom of Israel. The letters generated a messianic fever, and Jews across the world packed their belongings, ready to travel to Jerusalem at a moment's notice. Back to the kingdom of Israel. The letters generated a messianic fever and lead his people triumphantly back to the kingdom of Israel.
Wait, so something that I do want to point out here, because we were talking about this before, the Levant. So, all the way from Anatolia to Libya, it's in the shape of a crescent. So you have the Fertile Crescent, and then you have essentially the Mediterranean Crescent.
Yeah, the coastline.
Yeah. And so basically this whole area is considered Canaan or Phoenicia. And then you have Egypt and you have the Hattusa, the Hittites.
Israel. The letters generated a messianic fever, and Jews across the world packed their belongings, ready to travel to Jerusalem at a moment's notice. But the local Jewish leaders were torn. Some authorities, like Rabbi Jacob Sasportas, were sure Shabtai was a fraud. Sasportas sent warning letters against the false Messiah to Jews around the globe. But Shabtai's following was so impassioned that most opposition was suppressed by threats of violence. In the winter of 1666, Shabtai sailed to Constantinople to play out Nathan's vision and take the Ottoman throne. Turkish authorities caught wind of this plan and arrested him upon arrival. Instead of being killed or even tortured, bribes transformed his prison sentence into a regal stay at what became known as the Tower of Strength. Thousands flocked to his tower both to pay homage and to investigate his legitimacy. Rabbinic authority David Halevi Siegel sent 2 emissaries to sniff Shabtai out, but they couldn't determine whether Shabtai was a true or false Messiah.
Was he descended from David?
Rabbi Nehemiah ben Cohen challenged Shabtai to a 3-day debate, determined he was a...
Sorry, what?
I was wondering, like, is Shabtai, was he a descendant of David? Is it possible to know that at that point? Because like, all the records were lost, right?
So there are certain families who know, just because they know that they're descended from certain rabbis, and the rabbis knew that they were descended from, certain Davidic families. But I mean, theoretically, at the end of the day, I don't think it's necessary that someone is known that they're from the house of David, but it's kind of like there's this idea that the Messiah will be, so it's like anyone who ends up being potentially one would be, though it's like basically that's not going to be the determining factor, and if it is, it's likely that the person just doesn't know they're from the tribe of David.
Yeah, and presumably if they complete all the stuff attributed to the Messiah, then they will be definitely the root of David.
And then you also have this idea of there's a Messiah ben Joseph, which is one of the reasons why the narrative of Jesus has, his father, his earthly father, as Joseph. So he's both Messiah ben Joseph because his father is named Joseph, but he's also the Messiah ben David through Mary, which that's not how the lines would have worked. But I mean, you know.
Fraud and convinced the Ottomans that Shabtai's ambitions for the throne would put their empire at risk. The Sultan gave Shabtai an ultimatum: convert to Islam or die. His followers awaited a miracle with bated breath. The next day, Shabtai appeared in a turban, took a Muslim wife, and changed his name to Aziz Mehmet Effendi. He wrote that it was God's will he become a Muslim. Nathan of Gaza justified the conversion as a final plunge into the forbidden in order to elevate the last hidden sparks of God. Nearly 300 families also converted and became known as the Donma, a sect of hidden Jews that continued into the 20th century. Shabtai Tzvi's story became an embarrassing stain on the Jews. Most of his followers admitted their mistake, but for a long time, an underground following persisted. Rabbinic authorities toiled to weed out Shabtian views from mainstream Judaism.
Sorry, what?
Many Jews became
I've heard
jaded.
of the Sabbatans, right?
Yeah.
The followers of Sabbatai who sort of didn't give up. I mean, they should have given him immediately, right? Because once the Messiah is dead, once he's dead, he's dead. He hasn't fulfilled his responsibility. He won't be resurrected, presumably, until the end of it.
There's people who still think that the Chabad Rebbe was the Messiah. Not many people, but there are people who think that.
The Lubavitchers.
What?
The Lubavitchers, I think.
Yeah, Lubavitch. And then you have this one group of Jews. I mean, they're not really that recognizable as Jews anymore, but Christianity started off as a group of Jews who were following a claimant to the title of Messiah. And it just so happened that after he died, even though he didn't fulfill everything that the Messiah needs to, there's still people who think he's going to come back and he's going to fulfill that stuff then. So at the end of the day, like, who's really to say? And I mean, theoretically, if for whatever reason Jesus did come back and he fulfilled everything, then there's nothing saying that he wouldn't be the Messiah according to Judaism. The thing is just according to what he did and didn't do, he doesn't fit it yet. But there's this general idea that, if you
didn't say it's going to come, but that's the thing, really. In Judaism, isn't resurrection happens after the Messiah, right? So no one's being resurrected until like the end of days and the judgment of the dead.
Well, so there is this idea of Gilgul, or of like reincarnation, but it's like a reincarnation of the soul. Though that being said, I think that like there is still this idea that I guess the point is that that if God's capable of creating miracles, and for whatever reason, if Jesus came back from the dead, or came back a second time, that would just be viewed as a miracle if he fulfilled everything. But the thing is, I don't tend to think that would be the case. But the point is, Jews don't have something against Jesus. The problem is he just didn't fill the requirements. And so if he did fill those requirements, there wouldn't be any issue. And I mean, like, keep in mind the issue that Jews tend to have with the concept of Jesus as Messiah is actually not with Jesus, but with the way he's depicted by the church.
Also, the whole murdering Jews in the name of Jesus thing. That sort of, I'm guessing that was a big part of it too, right?
Yeah, but think about it. It's ingenious. If you want to make it so that you can justify why Jesus hasn't come back yet, you say the reason he hasn't come back yet is because all the Jews haven't been converted yet, and then you make it so no Jews want to convert.
And then you just have a perpetual money-making machine.
Yep.
That basically describes the Catholic Church, frankly, at this point.
I mean, to be fair, it describes a lot of types of organized religion, but
organized money-making scams. That's why I have a rather cynical view of most. I think the Catholic Church does important work, I think, and honestly, I understand the reason why they have an incorporated body to keep Christianity consistent. But God Almighty, do they have a ridiculous number of scandals? No organization should have that many scandals. That's too many scandals. You shouldn't have that many scandals and still call yourself like the house of God. I don't know. What I'm concerned, there's only a certain number of scandals I'm willing to allow an organization before I'm not giving them the benefit of the doubt anymore. And the Catholic Church jumped over that line back in the 1600s. All right. Anyway, what was the? Yeah.
process, losing faith in themselves as well as the rabbis who had been blind to Shabtai's delusions. As Chaim Potok summed up the events, there had been numerous false messiahs in Jewish history. None had so affected the total people as had the movement led by Nathan of Gaza and Shabtai Tzvi.
Oh, the TZ is
Coming
pronounced
up,
TS.
Sorry, what?
The TZ is pronounced TS, like in Hebrew.
Wait, yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, it's
Yeah, tsa. So it's like yeah, that's interesting. The TZ particle in that case is. I suppose it doesn't matter. It's why Romanization is weird. Romanization is really weird. We're trying to convert languages that don't work in the Roman system to Roman alphabet. You get strange artifacts like that.
All right, so here, so yeah, so talked about how like certain more radical elements of Kabbalistic movements were embracing the divine feminine.
And also, what happened to Jacob Frank?
Oh yeah, Jacob Frank. Oh boy. So he oh wait, what?
I have to go pretty soon, but I was just like wondering about that because like the Wikipedia article just says that he was like a that he was a Jew. He was like a Jewish leader or something.
Yeah, so I mean, he ended. I think I forget exactly what ended up happening, but I think he married into like one of the Sabbatean families, and he basically ended up promoting his daughter to be like the head of their cult, but and then they engaged in like certain like sexual magic or something. But then also something with Shabbatai Tzvi, apparently there was like an instance where they where like one of the rabbis affiliated with him, like the wife of the rabbi was like dancing naked in the synagogue, or like I forget exactly what it was. Like some wild stuff. But
let's see. So Frank. Wait, hold on. You said who did you say that he did like sex magic?
Yeah.
With who?
I think it was a communal thing, like orgiastic rites.
Isn't that like against? Isn't that considered sexual immorality?
Yeah.
Fornication isn't that like bad, like forbidden? Like initially for like it's like one of the old. It's like it's like one of the oldest commandments, isn't it?
Not just that, but there's some speculation. I don't know if it's true or not, but that Jacob Frank actually slept with his daughter. So yeah, really great. Yeah, like I said, the guy was a pervert. I think Shabbatai Tzvi was just mentally ill and he didn't get the help he needed and asked for, whereas Jacob Frank was just using the influence that people were able to build up in order to, be debauched. But that's not what Kabbalah is today.
Yeah, so Jacob Frank, like the prohibition against sexual morality, that's even older than the Ten Commandments, right? That comes from I think the Noahide laws.
I'm not sure about that, but it sounds right. But
wasn't he like excommunicated?
Who?
Jacob Frank. I think like the rabbis kicked him out, didn't they? They said that you're not a Jew anymore, or that you're a Jew but you're not one of us. Stay away from us.
I think he was ostracized from the community, but I don't think he was actually like. I don't think they did a cherem on him. Like they said, like you are not part of the community. I think it was more so like a functionalist ignoring. But
yeah, no one wants to associate with him because it's making everyone look bad. Mm-hmm. Also because he's. Yeah. Now that I think of it. Hold on. Is like I don't know. I'm sorry. The more I look at this, the less sense it makes. The more I look at the stuff he's talking about, the less sense Jacob Frank's doctrines make. Because it doesn't seem to be in compliance with Judaism.
Oh, yeah, that's another thing. He converted to Catholicism and then he actually ended up saying that the Talmud was like an evil Jewish book, and that it was.
That's where that biblical libel comes from.
What?
I've seen a lot of that in Quora, like on a lot of. All right, so Quora, you know what Quora is?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of like anti-Semites in Quora, right? They ask all kinds of anti-Semitic questions. One particular drum they love banging is the Talmud. There's so many questions in there about like the Talmud, like the tries to smear the Talmud as an evil thing. Is that where that comes from?
So no. So what Jacob Frank did was he jumped on a bandwagon that was already, hitched to the Catholic Church. He just happened to give legitimacy to it by saying, "Oh, well, we Frankish Jews, we're the real Jews, and we're redeeming the truth. And so he ended up trying to use Catholicism as a way of getting like legitimacy for his movement.
Okay, so either one, he was a hypocrite, or two, he was just insane. He was utterly and totally insane. He has no clue.
No, I don't think he was insane. I think he was a pervert, and I think he was an opportunist. I think he was a snake. I think Shabbatai Tzvi was a useful idiot. And I don't mean that in someone used him as a useful idiot. I just think that he was a useful idiot that, everyone invested their hopes and dreams into him, because this was during a time, like right after the Spanish Inquisition. A lot of Jews, especially living in the Ottoman Empire, dreamed of returning to their, true homeland. They wanted to go back to Spain, but they knew that wasn't going to happen. And so the Ottoman Empire controlled the land of Israel, and they're like, hey, maybe we could get some land there. And it's kind of similar to what happened later in the 20th century with the British Mandate of Palestine. But
and then like Jacob Frank is. I guess I guess I understand that more. I guess the other question is how did anyone believe him? Like, I mean, like, isn't that the whole, like, Judaism is all built around, like, the 10 Commandments, right? 613 mitzvah, I think it is. But there's 10 commandments. You're not supposed to break any of those 10 commandments. I think the punishment for, like, I think it's called being cut off, right? I don't know what the word is in Hebrew. Correct. Yeah, that's the one. You get cut off if you break the commandments and keep breaking them. Like, sustained, perpetual, if you break without, I don't know the doctrine, I'm pretty sure you get cut off if you just, like, conspicuously keep breaking the commandments. And this guy's just breaking all of them.
How is it that they would determine if he's the Messiah or not?
So I mean, there's a bunch of different things, but one of the big ones is that that all the Jews will return to the land, or maybe not that they'll all return, but that they'll all be able to return, like that there won't be the state of exile. But then it's also like this. I forget exactly all that it is, but. A big element is that there will. The big thing is that there won't be any more war. Lo yisa goy el goy cherev, lo yilmedu od milchama. That nation will not raise up sword against another nation. Never shall they learn war anymore. And so it's this idea that it's not just like a shift in politics, but it's a shift in like global mentality.
Didn't the video say that they were going to have some sort of debate to decide whether he was or not?
And they didn't decide. I think there was as is mentioned there, right? There was a 3-day interview, at which point I think the rabbi who conducted the interview was unable to conclude.
Yeah, so essentially this was before he completely went off the deep end. But the thing is that if you're still alive and you're like you're doing things that the Messiah would do, and you're still alive, there's still a possibility that you could be it, but there's no way to know for certain until someone actually completes it, because there isn't this idea of a predestined Messiah. There's this idea that there's like 40 people within every generation that if the generation is righteous enough and and it's like they're righteous enough to bring on the coming of the Messiah, that then one of those 40 people, if they're whoever God chooses, could be the Messiah. So it's this idea that it's almost like it's set, but it's also movable. So there's like 40 people, but it could be any one of those 40 people, and it doesn't have to be one of those 40 people, because it could happen in the next generation or the next generation after that, or ad infinitum. But I actually did find a quick video talking about about Jacob Frank. So this might be good.
A huge.
Yeah.
Oh, I looked it up. Apparently, he was excommunicated. There was a harem against him, but it wasn't against him. The harem was against every one of his followers. Like, they just straight up excommunicated everyone. Which I don't know if has it ever happened before. Like an entire group of Jews was being kicked out at the same time.
It said something like 300 families, right?
No, so that was the Sabbateans.
Yeah, the Jacob Frank and the Sabbateans, they were all excommunicated at the same time by the Polish rabbis.
So this is a tricky thing, though. The Polish rabbis.
Why were they excommunicated?
Heresy, like major league heresy.
That was because they converted to Islam?
So no. So Jacob Frank, his followers, they converted to Catholicism in order to basically try and weaponize the Catholic Church against the Jews who didn't agree with them. And so he actually, Jacob Frank was responsible for the burning of the Talmud.
He's basically a traitor, though, isn't he? Like so then he sold his own people out.
Yeah, and so one thing that's important though is that this cherem, you said it was from the Polish rabbinate or whatever. That means that that was only viable within Poland. So if you get an excommunication, you can just go to a different community. It only there is no global Jewish leadership that says, oh, this person's excommunicated from all the communities. That's
because the Sanhedrin doesn't exist anymore, so there's no one. What do you think? Isn't there movement to restore the Sanhedrin?
It can't happen until the temple's back and the Messiah comes.
As I know, some people have tried. I think in the past, 4 times, they've tried to put together a bunch of Jews and declare a Sanhedrin, and every time it's just fallen apart.
It might be in the image of one, but I don't think it's actually supposed to be the one. But
it wouldn't be valid until the temple comes back.
Yeah. So here, check this out. They wouldn't be able to rule. They might be able to assemble, but not actually make any rulings.
Hello and welcome to another edition of This Week in Jewish History. This week in November happens to coincide with the anniversary of a terrible event in Polish Jewish history, the burning of the Talmud in the wake of the Frankist disputation. So we'll talk a little bit about Jacob Frank and his movement and how it came to attack the Talmud specifically, and give you a sense of this very sad and unusual chapter in Jewish history. Jacob Frank was born to a middle-class Jewish family in Poland in 1726. His family, like many middle-class families of that era, were secretly worshippers of Shabbatai Tzvi, who in the 17th century had created a tremendous uprising in the Jewish world by proclaiming himself as the Messiah. His particular story ended very badly, as he ultimately converted to Islam, but many of his followers were really quite active still well into the 18th century, both in Eastern Europe and also throughout the Mediterranean basin. Many of them even followed him into apostasy to Islam and became a movement known as the Dunme. Jacob Frank, our subject, actually traveled to Smyrna and a few other places where there were large numbers of Sabbateans, and he was highly influenced by their teachings. Frank came back to Poland after actually a conversion to Islam as well, and gathered around him a large group of into apostasy to Islam and became a movement known as the Dunme. Jacob Frank, our subject, actually traveled to Smyrna and a few other places where there were large numbers of Sabbateans, and he was highly influenced by their teachings. Frank came back to Poland after actually a conversion to Islam as well, and gathered around him a large group of followers who were very interested in his charismatic leadership. In particular, he promoted an idea of purification through transgression, or avera lishma, a sin for the right reasons, as it were. And his movement was reputed to not only be involved in public desecration of the Sabbath and things like that.
There's a conflict in Hinduism.
What?
It's all right. It's what is it? Purification through transgression, right?
That's like a tantric idea, right?
Yeah, tantric. Again, this is why I'm not a Hindu anymore. When I was a Hindu, I guess I never got the whole. I get a lot of Westerners are obsessed with the whole tantra thing. Yeah, tantra, it's sex magic. No. As far as I'm concerned, tantra is heresy. As far as I'm concerned, it's arch heresy. It's the kind of heresy that discredits the entire religion. Which is why I've never been particularly fond of tantra. Even when I was a Hindu, I never went into tantra. I always thought the entire thing should have just been it's just a shameful blot. It's stupid. It makes no sense. There's no for it. Tantra is it's heresy. It's a heresy against the religion.
So
that doesn't.
Sorry, go ahead.
This is my perspective because I was a relatively orthodox Hindu now, so I never really went into this weird new age stuff. But very concerned the whole tantric idea of you can break them, do sinful things, do bad things, do licentious things, and you'll be liberated by it. It's just. It makes no sense whatsoever. It makes us all look bad. The British.
What do you mean? What do you mean by it makes no sense? Does it work?
Well, what does it claim to do? That's the thing. The whole liberation thing. Liberation through doing sinful things. There's no basis for, at least I suppose, their own scriptures. They have their own scriptures, I think, that they have, but at least traditionally speaking, Bhagavad Gita and stuff like that, Vedas, like Bhagavad Gita especially, your job is to do your duty. You don't get speedy treatment by doing sinful things. That's the thing. The people who do like Tantra, the way I'm concerned, they're binding themselves to the earth. The point is to release yourself from it, to release yourself from desire, to release yourself from, and then that's to do your duty, your dharma with all of your heart, to devote yourself to doing what is right and what is true, and then that will give you release from some from like the cycle of rebirth. All of that, like Tantra is doing, and maybe there's some value in there somewhere buried underneath. Like maybe there's a diamond in the dirt somewhere. But all the Tantra it's all the Tantra basically is with worldly concerns. It's effectively Tantra
but it kind of works though, doesn't it?
No, there's no attribute to it working. This is no like attributed source. Hey, this actually works. It's just that the entire thing of Tantra, even if it worked, even in theory, some people might have got enlightenment through it. I don't know. Not even enlightenment. Some of them might have been released from the cycle. But the way I see it, it's an intrinsically dangerous thing. That is to say, it's what's called skillful mean, right? Same thing with like Tibetan Buddhism, and theoretically they say that there's some sex magic involved in the higher levels, right?
Right.
The more advanced stuff. Again, I have a sort of vague contempt for the idea of sex magic.
Why?
Mainly because in general it's a worldly thing. That's the point of Buddhism, is to detach yourself.
Yeah, but I mean, like from the perspective of a tantric, you're kind of seeking power, worldly power in a way.
But that's the thing. You're not supposed to seek worldly power. That's the entire point of the thing. You're not.
It's not. Well, yeah, it's not. Maybe that's a bad way of phrasing it. You're not seeking it, but it's a byproduct of the path.
It's a byproduct of the path, but like on the other hand, breaking a rule is breaking a rule. And sexual morality.
But the idea, I thought the idea was that there is no rules anymore, right? Like that's the point of the severing the lip.
No.
Like by severing the taboo, that's what.
That's exactly the problem. If you look at the Bhagavad Gita, which is like a more, I take that as authoritative because no one can really read. The Vedas are like half lost. No one can really read them unless you're like an actual scholar or if you spent a long time studying them. So everybody uses the Bhagavad Gita as like the central text of Hinduism now because it's the one text anyone can actually understand. And it says the traits of an enlightened man, right? Equanimity, mercy, empathy. A person who's enlightened doesn't go around doing whatever the hell they want. A person who's enlightened has no desire to do any of those things. A person who's enlightened has shed off that fetter. So if you're going around just having random sex, sleeping around in graveyards, for instance, that's one of the things they do. You're not acting like an enlightened person. What you're doing is acting worldly. You're breaking rules for the hell of breaking rules, claiming it's going to get you enlightenment. But enlightened people don't behave like that. It says in the Bhagavad Gita, they don't behave like that. Enlightened people are liberated. They're free. They have the freedom to do what they want to, I guess, but they don't want to do it. When you become liberated, you don't want to do all these things because that desire is of the world. It's not a desire of your soul, and that desire is taken away from you. That desire, no, you're not taken away from you. You cut that desire off from yourself, and you're not depriving yourself of anything. You're freeing yourself. All I see in Tantra is a bunch of people taking steel chains, wrapping them around themselves, and then jumping into the Mariana Trench. They're not enlightening themselves. They're binding themselves irrevocably to the earth. I have sort of disdain for that sort of thing.
I don't understand. I'm sorry. I may interrupt you, but what do you mean by they're binding themselves to the earth? You mean like by karmically binding themselves, like by doing bad things?
Partially because they're not doing their duty. That's the other thing. Humans have a duty to do certain things. I think the whole Tantra, so basically we say Tantra is basically a giant cheat. It's a whole, hey, do these things.
Yeah, that's the point though. You're supposed to, it's like hacking the system, right?
So
you're not supposed to be hacking the system. That's the thing. You're not supposed to be hacking the system. That's what
Why not?
The whole thing of Bhagavad Gita is exactly that. Because enlightenment is a state where you've removed yourself from worldly desire.
I mean,
I can just bypass the worldly desire thing. To become enlightened, the desire have to fall off. So basically what people are saying is that like the ultimate state is the same in both ends. It's release. And in both cases of release, you've been released from the worldly desire. Basically what the saying is that there's two paths. The orthodox path, which is act righteously, behave in a righteous manner, right thought, right action. Again, I wasn't advised by a Hindu. I was pretty close to Buddhism already. I was in the sort of pseudo-Buddhist camp that emerged from Adi Shankaracharya. I was a reformer in the 4th century.
Okay.
He was a great man. But the orthodox Hindu path is you can free yourself from desire by behaving in a manner which is right, by behaving in a karmic manner, by taking what life offers you and accepting it and knowing that it's not permanent. It doesn't say that you can't love someone. It says you can't become attached to them because that'll bind you. It's a sort of constant is living in the moment. Ultimately, it's severing your connection to the past and future. It's living now and knowing what the future will hold, not knowing what the future will hold for you, and being indifferent. If the future is bad, let it be bad. If the future is good, let it be good. Take it with open hands. That's Orthodox Hinduism's view of it, which is shun sin. Do not do sinful things. Flee from sinful things because they will bind you and they will destroy your progress. And then the position of Tantra is just do whatever sinful thing you want and you will stop wanting to do the sinful thing. That's like saying drink alcohol. You won't want once you're an alcoholic, you won't want alcohol anymore. No. If you do sinful things, you will become addicted to sin. You will turn your face away from all that is holy. You'll be reduced to the ground. You'll be reduced to the mud. You'll be crawling on your face. You'll be cut off from the divine because you have made yourself a slave to sin. I
thought it was the exact opposite. That it's sort of like severing the ties by becoming accustomed to it, so that it's not sin to you anymore.
No, but that's exactly the point. Dharma doesn't depend on you. There's nothing you can do to get rid of Dharma. That's exactly the point. Dharma applies to the gods. Well, the gods are bound by Dharma. The gods are punished by Dharma. Indra is punished multiple times by Krishna. Krishna repeatedly intervenes against Indra. He intervenes twice. Vishnu intervenes twice. Once is Ram, once is Krishna. I think he might have intervened more times in the Upanishads. But he canonically intervenes twice and punishes Indra, saying that you're behaving in a bad manner. Stop that shit. If the Lord of the Heavens can be punished for not behaving in a karmic manner, what do you think? That's the arrogance of it's the arrogance center that gets me. Who do these people think they are?
Doesn't it sort of make sense to you though that like if there's like a priestly class that says we're the ones that are the only ones that have the right way, and the only right way is to do good things and be a good person, and then this guy comes along and says, screw that, I think the only way is to just do my way, which is, not necessarily just live in sin and do everything that's wrong, but
break the rules. And that's exactly the way I see it. You can break the rules if you'd like. It's not like I'm not gonna hate with no one's gonna compete with a sword.
Because when you say breaking the rules, some of the stuff that they're advising to do, isn't it just like a shortcut? It's not necessarily like doing some evil thing.
That's exactly the thing. They claim that it's a skillful mean. It's a shortcut to the end goal. I say that's bunk because I don't think that there are shortcuts. You can't shortcut enlightenment because Dharma does not care about you. Dharma is a universal law. Everyone has a Dharma. That's what their duty that's given to them.
But that doesn't. I mean, that sort of by its own law, wouldn't you think that there would be shortcuts?
No, because you can't make Dharma do what you want it to do. You can't bend the rules.
So
you can't change the rules. The rules don't care how powerful you are. Sorry, go ahead.
What if it's not about making a shortcut or bending the rules, but like for instance, the way I would look at it is that eventually over time, certain things that previously were acceptable become either forgotten or forbidden. And I think in some cases, things that appear as loopholes are actually just rediscoveries of old traditions. And so, for instance, when you talk about, sex magic not being good, I think that a lot of people have a very based in Hollywood idea of what,
But I don't think that sex magic is necessarily evil. I don't think it's a sin. We think sin here in a very loose manner, because the word sin doesn't correspond well to Hinduism.
It does.
I'm saying
that's kind of why I was asking.
So
I think it's bunk mainly not because I think that it's necessarily like it's a sin against God. God will punish you for it. No,
right.
I think that it's inefficient because no matter how much random casual, it's just have sex and recite certain mantras and you won't be. I don't think that it's going to free you from anything, because the fact of the matter is, I have an odd position. I'm from Adi Shankaracharya school. Adi Shankaracharya was a monk. He was an ascetic. I can't pronounce that word. Ascetic.
That's how you say it.
Yeah, he's a renunciate. The way I see it, the path, if you want to, here's a shortcut to enlightenment. It doesn't involve making Dharma go faster. It involves removing yourself from influence. Become a monk. Renounce yourself from sin. Flee from sin. Remove yourself from sinful society and live in a monastery. That's a quicker way to go. Because you're in a company of others seeking enlightenment. You're not connected to the world. That's the shortcut. The shortcut isn't debauchery and like licentiousness, like all of this. It's not tantra, the whole like licentiousness and debauchery of it. It's asceticism. The shortcut to enlightenment is not to be debauched, but it is to flee debauchery. It is to separate yourself. It is to cut yourself off from the world. It is to actively reject the maturity.
Go back and say that again. You said it is asceticism or not? It's not.
It is asceticism. I think that the way to enlightenment, the quickest way to enlightenment, in that case, the shortcut to enlightenment, if you want to call it that, is to cut yourself off from the world, to push that material away. In some cases, to humble and mortify the body. And
right, but let's say you're doing that and doing the tantric path.
Because those two are incompatible. Because asceticism involves separation. It means a life of contemplation. It doesn't mean like wild passion and stuff, all the stuff that Tantra does. It doesn't do with emotions. Emotions, in this case, emotions to an extent are guides. In some cases, you know what's right, you know what's wrong. It's your conscience. But the point, the point of Hinduism in that aspect, not the point. I won't be arrogant enough to say the point. Right. I don't know the point. I'm not. But the thing with Hinduism is exactly that. Is that it's about the recognition of ephemerality, and that's exactly the point. The idea is that is surrender. In Hinduism, what you recognize is that you cannot change the world. You're not supposed to change the world. You're not supposed to make the world obey you. What you recognize is that it's out of your control. Hinduism is about submitting, not submitting your soul. Hinduism, in that aspect, ultimately speaking, is submitting yourself to the randomness of the world. Submitting, recognizing that there is good and there is bad. Bad things happen, good things happen. They're random. You don't control when bad things happen. You cannot destroy that. You cannot win enlightenment with a sword.
But then doesn't it just come down to a personal perception on what you would, how you perceive it?
Here's the thing with sex magic, and here's the thing with Tantra, like all of that stuff, that Tantra group of things. I suppose if they believe it helps them, I suppose they could. I'm not gonna. I have no evidence. I have seen no evidence in any aspect that Tantra does anything except bind you to the earth. I see no evidence of this. I don't see the entire point of Tantra in general seems to be antithetical to Hinduism. And again, I come from an aesthetic school of Hinduism. I come from a school that actively prizes push away material desire. And the whole idea of here's how to get enlightenment, cheat the rules by doing a bunch of like esoteric stuff. It makes no sense because that's not how Hinduism works. Hinduism isn't an esoteric thing. I mean, there's esoteric Buddhism, it's a whole separate thing. But it's not an esoteric thing. That's the entire point of Hinduism. Is that to become enlightened, you don't need secret knowledge. There's no secret knowledge needed to become enlightened. All you have to do is exactly that. Let go of your grasp on desire. Let go of it. Stop trying to change the way things are. Make your fate and live with your consequence of your actions. Do not become attached to things. If something angers you, you can be angry. It's not a sin to be angry. It's not a binding to be angry. But let go of your anger in due time. Don't cling to it. It's a path that is perfectly straightforward. It's a path that requires no secret knowledge. And all Tantra does is says, hey, here's a shortcut. We have no scriptural basis for the shortcut. We just claim that it works because it lets you do things that feel good. And then what you do is.
I don't know, man. I mean, like some of the stuff is like, attainment of supernatural powers, like the cities.
Yeah, that's exactly the thing. If you're going for supernatural power, then you don't deserve enlightenment. That's exactly the point.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. It sounds to me like you just disagree with it, but you're not saying it's not like it doesn't work, or you're saying it doesn't work because
I'm saying that there's some folklore about supernatural powers. It shows up in Hindu texts. I'm not a literalist. Most of us aren't literalists.
Okay.
I don't think that there's. Maybe it's a thing. Again, I'm an atheist now, so like I'm sort of vaguely Buddhist. I don't think that any of those things actually happen. They're all allegories.
Really?
Even if they're allegories, there might be magical powers involved, but those magical powers weren't given to tantrists. In the original text, it's given to ascetics. All the people who wield supernatural power in the originals are ascetics. They're renunciating. They get the supernatural powers not by indulging in sin. They get the supernatural powers by cutting away the binds of the material. They become elevated. They become holy. They become sanctified. They sanctify themselves. They sanctify their souls by becoming free.
I don't know, man. Isn't there a lot of like scriptures where they just like pop a ball of mercury in their mouth and then bada boom, they're flying through the sky?
Maybe that's in the Vedas somewhere. I don't think it's in the Vedas anywhere. I've never heard of that happening in the Vedas anywhere. and it might be in the Upanishad somewhere. Again, everywhere in Hinduism that shows up, even the enlightened, again, they're not saints. That's exactly the point, right? Like the Hindu, they call them saints now because translation problems.
Right.
But they're not really saints. And like a lot of the time,
More like a sage.
Yeah, the ascetics act in irrational and destructive and sinful ways because they aren't enlightened. That's the entire thing. They're not enlightened.
Right.
They're getting there, but they haven't reached it, and they will behave in weird, deviant ways. And they have been known to do weird, deviant things, like curse gods and give a guy. They literally at one point gave someone 1,000 vaginas all over his body for sleeping with his wife, and then the king of the gods had to intervene and give him 1,000, get the sage to alter the curse to 1,000 eyes. Because imagine, no, that was the king of the gods. The king of the gods, Indra, went and slept with the sage's wife and got 1,000 vaginas like all over his body as a reminder that he's a constant fuckboy. And then eventually, like a different god intervened and asked the sage to take back the curse. And he's like, "Nope, not gonna do it. But I'll give him 1,000 eyes. It looks vaguely like vagina, but it's close enough."
Sounds like Argos Panoptis.
Yeah,
shepherd with 1,000 eyes on all over his body.
I mean, I think that's probably like there's probably a relation there of some kind. I'm not sure what the relation is. But there's probably some contact that caused the similar myth, or it could just be like it could just be symbolism, I guess, in that case. Like eyes all over the body, eyes symbolizing wisdom. So lots of eyes symbolizes all seeing.
Also, keep in mind that the Argos is associated with the peacock of Hera, and the peacock is native to India, right?
Wait, what?
Yeah, the peacock is native to India. Yeah, I think there are peacocks in Iran too. There are some peacocks outside of India. There's some in Iran, and like that's pretty close to Greece. So it's not unheard of that they would have made contact with Iran and heard of peacocks.
But the point is that you have this Indian animal that is referenced in Greek tradition, and then like you also have stories of like Dionysus in India. But so one thing that I wanted to point out is I think maybe it's improper to use the term sin because it doesn't truly represent what it means in either.
It is the word is improper, of course. I recognize that. It's also I don't have a better word for this.
Isn't sin like a term from archery? So it's missing the mark.
Yeah, that's what it says. So to miss or go wrong, like to err, it means to fail, basically.
Yeah, I'm just using the word sin because it's just simpler to use. But yeah,
there's no real word for it in Hinduism, is there?
There isn't. There really isn't. But the way I see it, at least a lot of tantra basically is
it's like doing something that's bad, something that will like accrue bad karma.
Yes, well, not just bad karma. Like you won't accrue bad karma for like sleeping around. You're not hurting anyone. I don't think that you'll accrue bad karma for that. It's just going to bind you and make it harder for you to go to the next realm. You won't be punished for sleeping around. You're not going to get like a punishment for it. You're just not going to get. You're not going to make it. You're not going to be released because if you keep sleeping around, because you're bound. You're bound to the pleasure organs. It's one of the first fetters supposed to release in Buddhism. Buddhism has a similar view of it.
Exactly.
Release the fetters of pleasure.
But Buddhism uses a lot of those. Like Vajrayana Buddhism, especially, it uses a lot of the more supernatural, esoteric stuff to explain exactly how you're supposed to go about binding your five senses.
Yeah, and that's Vajrayana Buddhism. They're different. They're a different thing. They're esoteric. I again don't put much stock in that. I mean,
is that right?
Maybe it doesn't work for them. I don't know. I'm not a fan of it. Again, and no, Vajrayana Buddhism is way less crazy. The Indian Tantra is a whole different thing. I don't like Indian Tantra inherently because it makes all of us look like deviants, and they've used it to make us look like deviants. And like colonialists used tantra to make us look like deviants, and they've claimed we're deviants because of these practices that are tantric. And I don't like that because now we all look bad because these people won't stop fucking in cemeteries.
This is actually the same reason why the Islamic world is generally like in the modern day is generally persecutory towards to gay and to like basically LGBTQ plus people because of the fact that during the Victorian era the Muslim world was so much given it's not like they were accepting of gay people, but like the worst, like in the Ottoman Empire, the worst that would happen, and this is given that two people could vouch that they saw you having sodomy or some sort of like forbidden relations, then you would be fined. But this is while people were still getting hung in Europe for getting caught being gay. So because of this, you have you have some Muslim explorers who, when they're in Europe, they comment how it's strange how they see all the affection reserved for women as opposed to men, and on top of that, you have basically this attempt to to feminize at least the perception of the East in the minds of the West. We tend to think of that more being done with the Far East, but it was also done with the Near East. And so a similar attempt was actually, well, not just attempt, but a similar paradigm happened with Jews, because they were viewed as, well, I don't know, it feels weird for me to say they because I am a Jew, but these Jews were viewed as Eastern until eventually now things are reoriented and Jews are seen as Western and as white, despite
I saw a meme about this that says that Jews are Schrodinger's whites. They're white only when it's
necessary.
Whenever the anti-Semites want to paint Jews as, if it benefits the anti-Semites for Jews to be white, the Jews are white. If it benefits the anti-Semites for Jews to be brown, Jews are brown.
Middle Eastern, yeah.
You just can't win. They just can't win. No matter which position you're in, someone's going to find a reason to hate.
But yeah, and so the other thing that I thought was interesting, though, is that this idea of tying yourself, or essentially binding yourself to the earth. I mean, couldn't you argue that creating a family, building a family, is doing the same thing?
Yeah, I mean, the whole point of yoga was to never to become I forget the word, like a house owner or whatever, right? Like a family. You're not supposed to do that, because then.
No, that's the thing of family, right? Having a family and having people you love doesn't bind you to the earth as long as you don't become. That's the thing, right? The difference between attachment and love. Yeah. Loving your family is an elevating thing. Loving, having a wife, getting married to her, yes, sex as well. It doesn't bind you to the ground if you approach it in an unhealthy way. It does. Yeah. Generally speaking, that's the idea, is that you accept that you don't know when you will all die. You don't accept when your spouse dies, you can mourn, but you recognize that she has passed on, and you don't you don't make a scene out of yourself. You don't spend the rest of your life pining. You go about your life knowing that you've been enriched by the experience. Having a family in that case is an elevating experience. It's a beautiful thing if you approach it in a healthy way. Toxic, destructive relationships are the most extremely easy ways to bind yourself. Yeah. But having a healthy family relationship is one of the better ways to elevate yourself, because it gives you a sort of idea of kindness. Having children, that's the important part. Having children that you love unconditionally. Children who you treat like the children you love, that shows you what love is. That's the template for love.
But that unconditional love is an attachment.
It isn't attachment at all. That's exactly the point. The unconditional love you show for your children is supposed to be the unconditional love you're supposed to have for mankind. That's the template for love. That's a template that generally God is viewed as having unconditional love for humanity. And that's the way you're supposed to approach your human relationships. An unconditional love for all humanity.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like a reflection.
Yeah, it's a reflection. It's almost a teaching guide in that aspect. Mm-hmm. It's like having a family teaches you how to love. It teaches you how to love correctly. If you do it correctly, it teaches you how to interact with your fellow beings.
Interesting.
But I guess the other thing with Tantra is that it's also fun. The Tantra, a lot of, and even then, also mindset about it. So, I'll roll back a little bit of Tantra, right? I think that some parts of Tantra, I suppose it could have some use. In that if you're focusing specifically on particular steps or paths that are meant to destroy that attachment quicker. But the problem is, one, your mindset when you go in, which for most people is not. Put it this way. I'm sure some people somewhere have benefited from Tantra because they've done it with exactly the correct mindset, exactly the correct order. And I think the sex magic probably didn't do anything about it. If it did something, they must have done it in the correct way. I think for every one person Tantra saved, I think it's let 100 people down. Yeah. Because you cannot enter Tantra and expect results if you haven't already gone through the previous steps. It's an advanced practice. And even then, the advanced practice, I think, is still bunk. But I think it's sort of against the spirit of the whole thing to be going around looking for shortcuts.
I don't know. I agree, but I mean, I think it's kind of part of the process too. Sometimes just along the way, you figure out a shortcut. And then that just becomes the new, way. Now
the shortcut always turns into a long cut. It's like you have a road that curves, and then you have like a thicket full of thorns. You can try the shortcut through the thorns, but you're going to take longer in the thorns to cut back than you will to the road. It's better to stay on the road. You will always lose more time on the side route. Even Tantra, like the fast enlightenment thing. That's also pointless because it's not a race. It doesn't matter how long it takes for you to get enlightened. The point of enlightenment is the process. It's an enlightening thing. The steps of enlightenment, the journey that's important, not the destination. Because you might die before you reach it. Some people believe in reincarnation. Some people believe in it's a really complicated, annoying thing to deal with because no one in Buddhism can agree on it. No one in Hinduism can. Hinduism is not war, but Buddhism can't agree on the matter. Like literally, the Buddha bought and he said, "Stop asking me this shit." He had 14 things. He said, Buddha said, "Stop asking me this shit. You're distracting yourself. Quit worrying me about the afterlife. All you're doing is wasting my time. Go worry about something else. That's more important."
So something that
not the profanity, but he literally says something along the lines: "Stop worrying about the afterlife. You're just going to make your life miserable."
I definitely agree with that. But so something that I do want to touch on though is this idea that building a family. I mean, like keep in mind that when Jesus was saying like that you should talks about how like eunuchs are blessed in a way that other people aren't. That also that.
It's better for a man to never marry.
When does he say that? Where does he ever say that? I don't remember him saying that. Like against marriage? I think it's Paul who says it. I think. Wait, what? When did Jesus ever say don't get married? Or that's better to not marry?
Yeah, it might not be Jesus that says it.
It's definitely not Jesus that said that because he never would say that. And also because he only has 4 chapters. He only shows up in 4 chapters of the Bible, like the 4 Gospels. And then he shows up, like then the apostles are talking. I think one of the apostles might mention that. But that's in no mainstream Christian doctrine that's a bad thing.
Okay, so here, let's see.
It's not that it's bad. It's just that it's like better off. You'll have less suffering in a way. It says in the end times something. It'll be harder for you. I'm obviously butchering it.
I'm not sure where that's from, but
part of it's also this idea that if you're in heaven and say you're married to I think there's this one like story, I forget where it's from, but of like a woman who's married to a man, he dies, marries another man, he dies, marries another man, he dies, and they're all in heaven, and then she dies, and she goes to heaven. Who is she with in heaven?
And the answer is none of them. I would believe that the answer is like, again, that's the whole thing with attachment. That's an unhealthy attachment, like the whole we must be together forever to the end of the no. Marriage dissolves on death. Upon death, they are no longer married. You can still love them until you die, presumably. But it's not. I think it's unhealthy. This whole obsession on, like the whole. I think the Mormon thing in that case is weird. Their doctrine is strange in that. I don't like. I think the doctrine in that case is not. The whole idea of spiritual marriage, be married forever. No, that's not how that works. Marriage is a thing of the earth. Once you're in heaven, you finished your child rearing thing. That's once you're in heaven, you're supposed to love everyone universally. That's the whole point of heaven. Universal love. What was that?
Sorry, it was in 1 Corinthians.
1 Corinthians. Yeah, that was not Jesus. I think that's the letter to the Corinthians that was written by Paul.
Yeah.
Tarsus. Yeah, and Paul's in a. I'd probably reject a lot of stuff that Paul says, mainly because Paul. He's not Christ. He's not. He's an apostle. What line is that?
28 through 30.
Wait, so 2 Corinthians, you said?
Yeah. No, First Corinthians 7. That's where I found it, but it's in 1
Corinthians 7.
I think it's 1 Corinthians 20.
1 Corinthians 20. How long is this letter? There isn't a 20. There's only 16 lines. There's only 16 chapters. 16 verses, I mean, in Corinthians.
It's 1 Corinthians. Sorry, I have it pulled up on a weird website. I'll just read it to you.
Doesn't it say what line it is? Because I'm going to read it in a different. I'm going to just read the whole thing.
I'll pull it. Let me just get it down. And then
Oh, here it is. What's it? Let's see.
So it says, "Are you married? Do not seek divorce. Are you unmarried? Do not look for a wife. But if you marry, you have not sinned. And if a virgin marries, she has not sinned. But those who marry will face many troubles in this life, and I want to spare you this. What I mean, brothers, is that time is short. From now on, those who have wives should live as if they have none."
Yeah, that's Paul. That's Paul. Frankly, it's Paul. It's Paul. Honestly, I'm not putting too much stock in what Paul says. I mean, because Paul has a bunch of other Paul does a bunch of other weird stuff. So I'm not a huge fan of Paul's farces.
True. So here, let's continue with this a bit because I think you'll have some thoughts on Jacob Frank, but we only heard a tiny bit.
Orgiastic rituals that were looked on with high levels to a sin for the right reasons, as it were. And his movement was reputed to not only be involved in public desecration of the Sabbath and things like that, who were very interested in charismatic leadership. In particular, he promoted an idea of purification through transgression, or avera lishma, a sin for the right reasons, as it were. And his movement was reputed to not only be involved in public desecration of the Sabbath and things like that, but even wild orgiastic rituals that were looked on with high levels of disfavor by the rabbis. He was denounced to the non-Jewish leadership of Poland, but his movement found a rather interesting sort of strategy to counter the attacks of the traditionalist communities. They argued that, in fact, they were not Talmudic Jews, they were Zoharistic Jews, meaning they were Kabbalistic Jews. And in fact, the Kabbalah taught doctrines which were much closer to Christianity, in particular the idea of the Trinity. As a result, the church actually took Frank and his followers under their protection.
Was he correct about the Zohar?
Bishop Dembowski of Poland argued.
Sorry, what?
Was he actually correct about the Zohar? Does it actually teach a Trinity?
Not in like a Christian sense. So you have a supernal triad. So I'll pull this up. So let's see. Tree of Life. Also, one of my friends is watching the stream, Jesus. He sent me a reference to Jesus teaching celibacy in Matthew. I'll pull it up after this. So, let's see, Tree of Life images. No, Tree of Life. Oh wait, I think I just saw it here. So, here, this one's good. So let's see. Here, so here you have Keter. So above Keter you have Ein Sof, and then Ein Sof Or, and then that produces Keter. Keter manifests Chokhmah. So Keter is the crown, Chokhmah is wisdom, and then Bina is understanding. Now,
why does knowledge mark with death?
What?
Why is knowledge marked with? Oh, that's Doth. Never mind. I thought that said death, but that's Doth.
Oh yeah. So dot is knowledge, but so with this you have
Unless it's bits on either side.
So like basically, if you were to, I mean, there's a few ways you could understand this. Like within a Christian so within a Jewish context, or at least within like the like a Kabbalistic Jewish context. So you have Keter, which kind of it represents like Elyon, like the God above. This idea of like God beyond comprehension. And then you have this manifestation as Chokhmah, which is like one of the elements of Shekhinah, I think it's more of like a male wisdom, more of like an active wisdom versus Bina, which is a passive wisdom. But they're both understood as feminine, but Chokhmah is masculine in contrast to Bina, because Chokhmah is active, whereas Bina is receptive. But
I mean, I don't know if I'm not I don't think I'm qualified to speak on this, but I think I might think of it as slightly different. Like wisdom is, I think that wisdom is understanding. Like I guess I'm not understanding in that case. Like wisdom in that case, I might think of like wisdom in the aspect of mercy. Effectively, is understanding. Knowledge is having. Effectively, is not just knowledge, but is the ability to make right judgment. Right. Basically, so wisdom is the ability to look at a situation and understand it, and to make. Basically, it's being wise, right? Wisdom is wisdom. I think understanding would be different. Understanding is comprehension, it's knowledge. So you could view in that case that wisdom would be the sort of knowing. Wisdom would be to be wise, which should sort of fit into the whole mercy. Like you're wise, you are merciful. A wise man is merciful, is kind. While the look at understanding, that would fit into the whole. A person is understanding in that case takes on a more. Again, I don't know how to properly phrase any of these things, but. I think in that case, understanding as being the prerequisite to acting. Is that the wisdom is passive. You just look around. Wisdom is understanding the way things are, right? This is the way things are. And so wisdom is that sort of knowledge about the world. Understanding is a step to action. Understanding is comprehending a situation, having knowledge, so understanding be So I view every understanding in that case as being actionable knowledge, as being active knowledge that is sought out and understood.
So it's kind of interesting. So I think in that vein, wisdom is maybe more like inspiration. It's a type of divine wisdom, whereas understanding is understanding is so there's this idea. So Malchut is the earth, Yesod is the moon, and so that's also the naming scheme I'm doing for these streams. So yesterday was Malchut, focusing on more like earthly things. This is more on more like spiritual and more like focused on more of the soulish type of stuff. But anyway, so you have Yesod, which is the moon. You have Hod, which is Mercury. Netzach, which is Venus. Tiferet, which is the sun. Gevurah, which is Mars. Chesed, which is Jupiter. And then the last planet you have is Bina as Saturn. And then Chokhmah is actually the entire zodiac wheel. And then Keter is, I forget exactly what it is. I think it's it might be essentially ether, or it's like the space. Yeah, no. It's more like the spirit. It's like the stuff that just, it's almost like emptiness, but that the emptiness isn't it's not that there's nothing there, but there's a lack of I don't know. It's
primal substance, or the ability, potential. Unformed. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. It's also kind of maybe likened to light, whereas it's like a type of like primordial light as opposed to the light of the sun, which is like a solar light. So
yeah, I was thinking about in that case. Look at. Can you scroll over, please? I think right there, right? Wisdom and mercy. The way I view it in that case is you can always view it as paths, right? Go from a crown, right? Keter, divine wisdom. Yeah, so divine run light, the emanation of God. Then you have wisdom, right? So you have wisdom in this case would be knowing the right path. I would view that that's what I distinguish wisdom as. Wisdom is knowing good from bad. Wisdom is knowing right from wrong. Wisdom's ability to judge between right and wrong. And then that from wisdom precedes mercy. A person who understands what's right and wrong is merciful because they understand that you can fall. They understand that person on no fault of their own can fall. So the person who is wise is also merciful to all. Can you go down a bit, please?
Sorry, what?
Can you go down a bit, please? To down to beauty. Thank you. And the way I see it then is that mercy mercy is beautiful in that aspect. It's a recognition of the beauty of the human soul. It's a recognition of the beauty of God's creation, which is why it's in the middle, because it proceeds directly from Keter. Knowledge, in that case, revelation, and the knowledge of the earth, which is knowledge of God's creation, and beauty, which is, I would view that as almost like beauty would be recognizing the beauty of God's kingdom. It can be making things of beauty, but all things that are made of beauty represent at least are representations of the glory of God's kingdom. So a person who is merciful does so out of the recognition of the beauty of the human soul. They're merciful because it's beautiful, because God's creation is beautiful and it deserves to be preserved. And the person who is merciful attains victory. They're victorious because of their mercy. Because an enemy that you show mercy towards become your friend. And that's foundation. It's essential for the foundation to have that side. But can you scroll back up, please? So we can go on the left side.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, shoot. Wait one second. I have to go back to the right tab. Let's see. Where is it? Here. Okay. Also, just before we continue, I just want to point out. So, like I was saying, Keter would be closely, if you were to relate it with a biblical figure, it would be God above gods, the type of understanding, impersonal God. Whereas Chokhmah and Bina. So I think Chokhmah is probably where you're starting to get an understanding of maybe the Holy Spirit, which I mean that probably makes the most sense because Chokhmah gets translated as Sophia, and Sophia is one of the names that's given. Yeah.
Gnostic figure.
Well, and not even just Gnostic, but look at the Hagia Sophia. It's holy wisdom. It's in reference to the Holy Spirit, but that. Yeah. It wasn't established by Gnostics. It was that was a Byzantine church. But so then you have Bina, which is more of a so this is a heavenly understanding, whereas this is more of maybe an earthly understanding.
Kind Could I continue what I was saying, please? Sorry.
Oh yeah. Sorry, Chesed is associated with Abraham, Gevurah with Isaac, Tiferet with Jacob, and also with David.
Are there that many biblical Are there that many biblical patriarchs? I don't think David's not a patriarch, right? David's never mind.
Well, so I mean, he's the founder of the the Davidic line, and so in Christian Kabbalah, this actually also gets associated with Jesus, and so
yeah.
But yeah, so
yeah, could you go up to the left side, please? I was wanted to see the. I guess this is and I'm definitely not qualified to speak about this, but let's see. The way of understanding is different. Wisdom is knowing right path from wrong path, knowing right action from wrong action. Then in that case, I view understanding as while wisdom is that sort of, again, it's intuitive, right? It's knowing right from wrong, judging right from wrong. Understanding is temporal knowledge. Understanding is the ability to comprehend temporal knowledge. The person with understanding sees the way that the world is and comprehends the reason it is as it is. That is the first step to action, is to comprehend. The next step is severity, Gevurah, right? Gevurah in that case is
no. So it goes. So you can follow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, sorry, this is going down the columns, I guess.
Oh, okay.
As looking on the left side, severity. Severity in that case is the antithesis and also the complementation of mercy. Severity is not just knowing what is wrong, not just recognizing the fault. It is the action of understanding. Once it's understood, severity is to deal with the issue. In that case, severity is to destroy the enemy that seeks to destroy you. Severity is to root out destructive and false practices. Severity is what the Israelites did when they destroyed the Canaanites, when they destroyed the Amalekites, all the other groups, right?
That's probably not historical. All the evidence shows that it was a cultural revolution. So imagine an entire nation basically changing their religion rather than being.
They didn't destroy the Canaanites. There wasn't a war.
So there's no archaeological evidence for that, and even the destruction of Jericho, it doesn't match the period in which the Exodus was supposed to happen. And the argument that I forget who was the one who originally put this forward, but it's what I tend to agree with as well, is that this idea of the Exodus was actually an Egyptian exodus from the land of Israel. That the land of Israel used to be in Egypt in the same way that Texas used to be in Mexico, and now it's in America.
Oh, so the Egyptians all left. That makes sense.
Yeah, because we actually have records of Egyptian magistrates and people in charge of administering governments and stuff, that they had manors and palaces built in up in Jezreel, in the really nice parts of the land. And so there's definitely this connection between the Egyptians living in the land. And so in that, essentially, the Israelites were in Egypt, but they were also in Canaan. And so,
and then they keep the Egyptians out. Okay, that makes sense.
And so if you think about it, given you can have Israelites who were living in Egypt proper, but that probably the majority of the Israelites were stayed in the land. But you have this idea that Moses tells Pharaoh, let us go out into the wilderness so that we can sacrifice to our God. And so Pharaoh says, why can't you sacrifice to your God, here? And Moses says, because if we did, you would kill us. And it's because they're slitting the throats of the, of the sheep. And that's, the motif of one of the gods of Egypt. And so they were essentially sacrificially slaughtering one of the gods of Egypt. And anyway, the point being is, who's to say that this 40 years in the desert or in the wilderness wasn't who's to say they didn't go into the wilderness from Canaan and then they're just wandering around for 40 years? Also, I found references to this idea of gods wandering around in the wilderness, and that it's almost like this type of romance or a honeymoon. So I wonder if there's this idea that it's like a honeymoon with God after getting the 10 Commandments, that they're wandering for all that time.
All right. Can you scroll down a bit, please? Thank you. And I guess this is the way that I'd view beauty, right? Beauty is located in the central path. It descends direct. It's neither masculine or feminine. It's not left or right, but it's in the center. So I'd view in that case that beauty in that case is the culmination of the three emanations, the three circles, the three that Sephiroth that emanate directly from God, which is understanding, the human faculties, understanding and reasoning, wisdom, which is knowing right path from wrong path, the conscience or the Holy Spirit, and then you have knowledge, revelation, or the knowledge of God's creation. Those are the roots of beauty. And then you have the human attributes, severity and mercy. When you balance mercy and severity, both mercy and severity are in respect to God's creation. It's both in recognition of the beauty of the garden. You preserve it. You preserve it. That's mercy. You're merciful to it. But you prune the weeds out of it because you need to keep it. You know that you have to keep it beautiful. You prune the weeds out with severity. And then you have the three Sephiroth of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and those allow you to perceive and appreciate the beauty of the universe. And then from that beauty, from severity gives you splendor, right? Like success, conquering, victory. Not victory. Like splendor, that can be like temporal victory.
So interestingly enough, so this word splendor is actually so it's hod. It means it basically means being in splendor of something, recognizing that you don't know everything, that you're not the source of everything. It's like a type of intellectual knowledge where it's like you're ultimately just discovering things that already exist. You're measuring things, you're quantifying things, but you're not really coming up with something new. The coming up with something new, that's above intellect. That's like the idea of like wisdom. But something to point out here is that maybe because there's this idea that it's about being like submitting to your betters, and that's a big part of splendor. Like, you know, being in splendor of someone like a celebrity, you don't try to be big. You try to just get them to notice you, and part of that is actually making yourself small in comparison. And so it's this idea,
humbling yourself before God, humbling yourself before God's messengers, humbling yourself before the rightful authorities, humbling yourself before the teachers. You're respecting and honoring your teachers and your parents. And that actually makes sense with severity, right? Splendor in that case is respect for that severity, is recognizing order and following the order, because you know that's the way the world runs. And then you have victory. I don't know what the Hebrew connotation of the word victory is, but interpreting this case is that victory would be victory over death, perhaps. In that case, victory, spiritual victory.
So it's more likely to be, so netzach, it means like victory within the context of endurance or like perseverance.
Yeah, so that case it's victory. In that case it's victory won not physical victory. That'd be splendor. That'd be part of splendor and severity. Victory in that case is rising above. It's endurance. It's you win it. It's connected to splendor in that aspect as well, because you need splendor. You need that sort of submission, authority, like knowing your role and sticking to that role. A recognition of beauty, but victory fundamentally is outlasting, right? Like you can say that victory is outlasting those who would persecute you. Victory is staying humble to God. Like victory is following God's even when it's difficult. Together, splendor, beauty, and victory. These form the foundation, and then with those is the kingdom is built, and that's humanity. Again, I'm sorry. That entire thing I just speculated like all hell. So I was probably wrong on everything, but
no worries. Also, I'm going to pull up that verse that Jesus was talking about. So it's Matthew. Matthew 19, 11. Let's see. So, interlinear. So this is really interesting. So sure, let's tab instead. Say to him the disciples of him, if this is the case of the man with a wife, is it not better to marry? Hold on, the next one. And he said to them, not all receive the word, not all receive maybe this word, but only to those whom it has been given. Next verse. There are eunuchs who are eunuchs from the womb of their mother, who were born thus, and there are eunuchs who were made eunuchs by men. So eunuchs born of the womb of their mother. That's people who like sexually didn't develop, or they have whatever chromosomal difference or.
I gotta use the restroom real quick.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
No problem. So I guess in the meantime, I'll that's what I was looking for. So in the meantime, I'll just play some music while he gets back, because I was bringing this up mainly for him. So Talia, Yona, Igor. Here. See where it is. Okay, here it is. Is it Spotify? Is it here? Huh. It's on SoundCloud. Wow. Oh, is it? I do not remember where it was. More. Here.
מזמור לעץ החיים, הללם האלים, טוב להודות לאשרה, ולזמר לשמך אשת עליון, להגיד בבוקר חסדך, סגולותייך לנגן בלילות, עלי כינור ועלי נבל, עלי משב בנקבי חליל. כי שימחתי נגדי במסעי על אפך על ראשי הרים אזבח על הגבעות תחת אלון ולטן מלח אצל הלבני ענג יריעו לך 70 בנייך נופתייך פתחי תעלנה כי בנו הגדולת אשר לחם בית לצעדה מן האדמה פירותייך נותן יודע אשר בכל לב מספרה כל נפלאותייך היפים בני כתנאים צועדת על הים נוצרת ספנים שמחה ושקיעה עונה יום וליל ברגליו היכלתי לטובת מלכות נחלייך אך נשתחווה ונכרע בברכה לפני פונתנו אילנות ניתן לזכור מפלצות נעשנה, נשים נערו בתאים, פסלייך בקודש נשים, אמא איתך נהיה אחרייך כצאן ימין.
With Omen, you can be the
Walmart makes holiday cooking a breeze for me because I won't have to pay any more this year than I
המנון לזבול בארץ, הרי ולידון כל יושבי הארץ, הללו כבוד רוכב ערבות, שימו כבוד ליורי הממטרים, אמרו לבעל מעוז ומעל עליך, ברוב עוד חייך חשוב.
Almost forgot. Rat King, are you still there?
Yeah, what's up, bud?
Oh, yeah. Do you have any thoughts in the meantime while we wait for Karthik?
About what?
I guess like just any of what we've been talking about. Well, actually, so yeah. So what are your thoughts on Tantra? Because I know like one misconception is that people seem to like overemphasize the sexual nature of it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of practices. I mean, have you ever heard of like Samuel Aun War?
Doesn't ring a bell.
There's like a branch of like Gnostic, New Age, esotericism that was like part of the. I think they were like students of Israel Regardie, who was like the tax guy of Aleister Crowley. So they're connected with Aleister Crowley in some way, and you know they reinterpret a lot of this biblical stuff, a lot of this Kabbalah stuff to be, you know, sexual, and it comes from the same kind of misunderstanding where like the Taoists have a lot of the same kind of practices. Well, you don't necessarily actually have sex. You know, a lot of the sexual things are like male energies and female energies that are uniting in your body. You know, they come from like the tree that you had pulled up.
Yeah, that's another interpretation, like male and female energy. I understand that, and I respect that. It's just that again, like with these a significant part of my dislike for tantra is exactly that. Is that I am perfectly fine with people finding their own path to enlightenment. I dislike tantra because it makes us all look crazy.
No, I agree. I mean, it has to do with the problem with this esoteric interpretation. A lot of this stuff, it seems to most people just to be mumbo jumbo, especially if you're non-religious.
Well, this is the mumbo jumbo thing. That's exactly the problem. Is that it's not even just that. It is Hinduism isn't really divine revelation. There's a few revelations that have been given, but a lot of it is interpretation in philosophy. Basically, esoterics is something even worse than just making up mumbo jumbo. They take a bunch of stuff that was perfectly clear, they jumbled it up, and then passed it off as original thought. It's not original thought. They're just taking what was perfectly clear stuff in philosophy and teachings and making it intentionally complicated, and then hiding it behind gates.
I don't know, man. I mean, yeah, I agree. I agree with that last statement 100%. Because a lot of this stuff is locked behind gates, you know. And it seems like you can't do this until you reach this level, and you won't even feel this until you've done this for 3 years.
They're treating this entire thing like an MMO. They're treating it like World of Warcraft or something.
But in the same, but have you ever heard of the practice called the Secret of the Golden Flower? Carl Jung wrote a book about it.
I've never heard of it. Is it spiritual then?
Yeah, there's a Taoist practice called the Secret of the Golden Flower, where you're essentially transmuting your semen. You hold it inside. You perform a bunch of ascetic practices over certain periods of time, like during the winter and summer solstices, like some of the best times. You do a bunch of these Tai Chi exercises and standing meditation, and it's supposed to facilitate. There's a lot of simple explanations for using your kidneys and your
Well,
vital
that's
organs.
been a lot of this, right? That's a way I think of it. It's like have you guys ever heard of Amitabha worship? I think there's Pure Land Buddhism. So that's the thing with like Pure Land Buddhism, right? Chanting the name of Amitabha Buddha to be enlightened. Again, I think there's absolutely no benefit whatsoever. In theory, at least, you're not going to get enlightened by chanting Amitabha's name. It isn't a thing. He's not Jesus. You can't just chant a Buddha's name and get enlightenment. I think the thing that gives you enlightenment is that because people who take faith in Amitabha can become enlightened, not because Amitabha exists necessarily or gave them enlightenment, but because they had faith in something greater than themselves. Because when bad things happen to them, they're like, this is going to pass. I mean, it seems like it'd be better. It would have been better if they'd been able to do it without having to use God in that case. So like, this thing will pass, that's the nature of the world. They viewed it instead as, this thing will pass, I will be in a better place. Or I will be reincarnated into a Pure Land. And they kept...
you know what the Merkaba is?
I've heard of it. It's Jewish mysticism, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's complicated because there's a lot of people who like misappropriate the term, but yeah. So there's Merkava or Merkavot and Hechalot types of Kabbalah, or like that kind of precedes Zoharistic. So Hechalot is, I think, I forget which one is a descent and which one is an ascent, but basically it's this idea of like the Merkava, the chariot, like referring to Ezekiel's vision, versus the Hechalot, which is a journey through the palace of, or like through the like heavenly palace, which is it's like different ways of visualizing a connection with God. But so I did want to point this out though, because Jesus got back to me with a better version than the interlinear, because unless you're actually reading the Greek, it really isn't that good. So marriage and divorce. So this is Matthew 19 now, and it's a New King James Version. So now it came to pass when Jesus had finished these sayings that he departed from Galilee and came to the region of Judea beyond the Jordan. Interesting. So this is maybe even like, yeah, this would be in like modern day Jordan. And great multitudes followed him, and he healed them there. What's it say?
Wait, Jordan isn't? I'm sorry. I thought isn't Judea like isn't it the West Bank?
So technically, what the West Bank is, it just means the West Bank of the Jordan River.
The area occupied by Jordan during the before in 48, and then re-annexed in 1967.
So like here, what it means by Judea beyond the Jordan. So it's referring to probably Perea.
Oh wait, so those territories extend past the Jordan?
Yeah, so Judea during the time of Jesus, or like during the Hasmonean kingdom, they actually managed to conquer parts of Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan.
Oh, okay. So basically, our definitions now are narrower because Jordan exists on the east side. Transjordan exists as the Kingdom of Jordan. So I guess like all the areas got sort of contracted, right?
Yeah. So let's see.
That's right. Before the partition I was doing, people could move back and forth freely. Like you could just cross the Jordan and you'd still be in the same land. Like you cross the Jordan back then wasn't like a hard border.
Well, so like, I mean, if you look here, so I think the blue lines indicate what is considered Judea, or like, actually, I'm not sure what the blue refers to, but like basically, so you have yeah, I wish I had a key for this, but I don't really know what this is referring to. But what is worth noting here is that I think probably the blue lines are referring to the land that was controlled. Oh, this is probably referring, because there was like a the power was split between the Herodian dynasty, and so you had like the ones that ruled like Phoenicia, the ones who ruled Samaria, and then the ones who ruled like Syria. And so, oh right, so Phoenicia was the Roman name for Lebanon, and Syria was, Assyria.
Yeah, Phoenicia is older than that, isn't it? Phoenicia is an older name than the Romans.
Oh yeah. It's a Greek derivative of the indigenous term kinanu, which I mean it has to do with purple. Though I think it's derived from Hittite. I'm not 100% sure, but basically that it's associated with the.
I thought the Hittites lived in Iraq.
No, the Hittites lived in Anatolia.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Never mind. I don't know what I was thinking.
You were thinking of the Kassites.
That's probably the ones. Yeah.
So anyway, so let's see.
Well, it's also kind of funny to notice how close like Arabia is in this case.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like Arabia really extended further north back then. Back then, like they considered Arabia to end. Back then, I suppose like Arabia's northern border was considered significantly further north of where it is now.
Yeah, I mean, also it's not even that far now. It's like 5 hours, not even. But
yeah, it's south. I think everything south of Iraq, I'm pretty sure, becomes once you cross Iraq, you enter Arabia. Where like Arabia is like south, like Iraq and Syria, and that's the Levant. When you cross the Syrian border, like the Jordan border, the Syrian border, I think, or the Iraqi border. I don't know if Jordan touches Saudi Arabia.
Technically, Arabia is more based off of like north to south than it is east to west. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it's a straight line effect, or like it's not a straight line, but it's like it's a parallel.
Yeah.
It's
So
the peninsula.
And great multitudes followed him, and he healed them there. The Pharisees also came to him, testing him, and saying to him, "Is it?" So where it says they came to him, testing him, it means they're trying to figure out whether he's the Messiah or not. And given this, according to Pharisaic standards, because obviously Christians believe that he is, but that's one of the disagreements between the two religions. But so the Pharisees also came to him, testing him, and saying to him, "Is it lawful for a man to divorce his wife for just any reason?" Or I guess it means for any for just any old reason, I guess it's saying. And he answered and said to them, "Have you not read that he who made them at the beginning made them male and female? And he said, for this reason, a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. So then they are no longer two, but one flesh. Therefore, what God has joined together, let not man separate." They said to him, "Why did Moses command to give a certificate of divorce and to put her away?" He said to them, "Moses, because of the hardness of your hearts, permitted you to divorce your wives, but from the beginning it was not so. And I say to you, whoever divorces his wife except for sexual immorality," let's see, be a fornication, I guess it's saying. And marries another commits adultery, and whoever marries her who is divorced commits adultery. And so I think this is going on to this idea that even if you get divorced, you're still like spiritually married to them. And because this idea of like, well, what happens, in heaven, because you're married to two different people, which one are you with? And so, the modern understanding would be, well, it's the person who you most recently married because you divorced the other one. But
I disagree with both of them. I said that you weren't married to either, because again, it's until death do you part. The oath is nothing about heaven. Your marriage vow expires on death. That's like it's an escape clause written into the vow. Your vow is no longer valid once you're dead.
I mean, I think that's where does that term even come from? Because it's not biblical, I don't think.
At least that's with the traditional vows. Like they have all catechisms. It's not in the Bible, but it's the interpretation of the Bible. And most interpretations of the vow, except for the Mormons who believe you can seal a marriage into the future. Most religions, at least, they don't say so explicitly, but a lot of them treat vows as something that expires with death, because a lot of vows say until death.
So this is interesting. The phrase "until death do us part" here was first popularized in the English-speaking world following the first printing of the Book of Common Prayer in England in 1549. So it probably has more to do with the legal system than it actually does the Bible.
Perhaps that's interesting.
Oh, okay.
I held like this is an interpretation of mine. I don't know. The way I interpret that people in heaven are no longer attached to other people, because they're no longer like bound like by human standards. They have no reason. They don't raise children anymore because no one's having kids in heaven. The way I interpret that in that case would be that a person in heaven, everyone loves each other equally, with unconditional love.
Wait, say that one more time, because I think. Okay, so yeah, Jesus is saying that the Catholic understanding is that death dissolves the marriage bond.
Yes.
That's really interesting, but
like only the Mormons hold into this whole marriage lasts forever thing, because everyone else at least either doesn't worry about it or they say explicitly your marriage is over when you're dead. Tough luck, it's over. It's gone. Plus, when a person dies, is allowed to. A widow is allowed to remarry. If a person is still married to their husband, if a woman is still married to her husband even after he dies, then she cannot marry again. The fact that they can marry again after death indicates your first marriage is gone.
So, but yeah, so his disciples said to him, "If such is the case with his wife, it is better not to marry." Wait, so if what is the case with his wife? If she is sexually immoral? Wait.
I think in that case it's more referring to the risk. There's a risk, inherent risk of sexual morality that a person can stray into. There's a risk that a marriage will begin a divorce. Therefore, the disciple saying, "Might as well just not get married then." And then he says, "Not everyone can accept this saying. Like people who become eunuchs have it easier." Effectively saying, those who become eunuchs don't have to worry about this, and for them, they have that thing is easy. The rest of you, you're not eunuchs. The tough luck. That's basically saying. It's not saying I think we had to interpret that if you're a man, you can get married. It's not a sin. He didn't say that you should stay celibate. He said that some people can't be married because they're eunuchs, and they don't have this problem.
Well, but see, it's not that simple but he said to them, all cannot accept the saying. So the people who can't accept it are the people who want to be married, but only those to whom it has been given. So it's saying to only those whom it has been given, which I'm guessing the saying. I'm not entirely clear on that, but for there are eunuchs who were born thus from their mother's womb. So this is referring to people who, like in Jewish tradition, this would be like tum tamim. There's a bunch of different classifications in the Talmud describing like men who are people who are born male but they appear female, people who are born male but they appear or whatever, the opposite of what I said before. But like this is dealing with stuff that's like this isn't like people presenting that way. This is like literally just how their biology is. So it's less likely to have to do with but there's also there's the idea of and it goes with this idea. There's a saris that's made a saris, and a saris is a eunuch, one that's made so by like a ruler of a land, one who's made so because that's how they're born. And then here, eunuchs who were born thus from their mother's womb, and there are eunuchs who were made eunuchs by men, so people who are castrated by other people, and there are eunuchs who have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake. He who is able to accept it, let him accept it. So with this, it's straight up saying, and there are eunuchs, and there are eunuchs who have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake. What does that mean, though? Because this seems to imply that there's something extra that, something that the eunuchs are able to fulfill that other people aren't.
Again, I have no clue what that's about. I think honestly, it might be better to just not look into that too much, because again, we don't do it. That's not a thing anymore. We don't let people just castrate themselves. So we can at least the third category can be disregarded. There's no castration. Castration isn't allowed anymore. So it's not a case that's important anymore. It's no longer the case that it's valid. That particular context.
I don't agree with that, because there are still. There's cases. There's cases where people, in today's world, this would probably be classified as mental illness, but there's people who, self-mutilate and they feel like this, it's like something.
Basically, says we shouldn't give any more credence to that. Sorry, I stuttered really badly. I think that whether or not it's in the Bible, I think we should just disregard this section right here, because it sets a dangerous precedent that we don't want to explore. It's better to just not open this section. Just forget that it's in there. Pretend as if it isn't in there. Because if it's in there and we have to accept it as it is, bad things happen. And there's a lot of mutilation that can occur if we just hey, eunuch, it's a good thing to be a eunuch. No, let's just not think about this verse. Let's just pretend that there's only 11 verses. Let's pretend that Matthew 12 doesn't exist.
That's just dishonest, though, because so something that Jesus said was that those who have made themselves eunuchs has been interpreted to mean monastics, but I still feel like there's probably something more to it than that, but that definitely does make sense. So
some things that we shouldn't explore. That's what I'm saying. The theory is that we should. I think there's some questions that shouldn't be asked, and I think there's some things that should not be explored for the sake of everyone. Science can do a lot of things.
Is there something that they're specifically referring to here? Is there like a class of people who are?
Yeah. So actually, this is a relevant thing to bring up. So let's see, share this tab instead.
Wasn't
So,
like the Romans doing the same thing with the Sally?
well, no. So the Sally weren't castrated. It was the Galli that were.
The Galli, yeah, there you go.
So so there's an interesting translation of this one character in the Bible. So so Nathan Melech. It translates him as the eunuch Nathan Melech, but his actual title is Natan Melech Hasaris. And so, like, King David's title is David Melech Yisrael, David the King of Israel. So Natan Melech, his name isn't Natan Melech, his name is Natan. He's the king, and Hasaris means he's the eunuch. So he's the eunuch king, Natan. And it's important to know that it's talking about, I think it's either Hezekiah or Josiah who's doing away with all these like idolatrous items. So the priests of the shrines, however, did not ascend the altar of the Lord in Jerusalem, but they ate unleavened bread along with their kinsmen.
I think I asked you about this exact passage just a couple days ago.
Oh, yeah. He also defiled Tophet, which is in the valley of Ben Hinnom, so that no one might consign his son or daughter to the fire of Molech, which that is actually likely.
But
oh, okay. Here, let me just show you this part though. So he did away with the horses that the kings of Judah had dedicated to the sun at the entrance of the house of the Lord near the chambers of the eunuch Nathan Melech. So they're saying that Nathan Melech is just a eunuch. They're not identifying him as the king. And that's like relevant because the thing is, you're not allowed to be king unless you are able to produce offspring. So the implication is and also there's this idea that if you are castrated or like you're demasculated, you're not allowed to be king. So basically this implies that well, also another thing, if he would have been born if he would have been born a castrate or like a a eunuch, if he was born a eunuch, he wouldn't have been made king. So he became a eunuch after he was king.
Well, that could just be a traumatic injury. It could be testicular torsion, for instance. That can cause.
No, but see, that's what I'm saying. Even something like that, it says like if your testicles are crushed, you can't enter the kingdom of God. But it's a specific. I don't know.
That's the confusing part, I guess. Is that that's the only thing I think of that way would be that either he suffered a disease that caused his testicles to wither, or that they were crushed by injury. Well, I assume that crushing in that case would refer to voluntary crushing. I don't think in that case it wouldn't make sense for God to just exclude an entire class of people from heaven because of an injury. I think that particular thing is a prohibition against temple eunuchs, as associated with like proto-Semitic polytheism.
Interesting.
So God isn't saying, "Hey, if you take an injury to the balls, too bad you're going to hell." I think it's more on the lines of, "Do not become a temple eunuch. Don't do it. It's a bad thing. Don't do it. I won't let you to heaven if you go and mutilate yourself in the name of another god. Don't do it. Don't. Just no. Stop. No go. You will not pass go. You will not collect $200. Do not crush your balls in the service of a pagan god."
Well, but
is there any proof of people doing that?
I don't know if they did it in like ancient. What do you call that area? That's the Levant, right? Or like I was going to call it Syria, Palestine. No, I don't think there's any evidence. I don't know if it's been done in Syria, Palestine. I know it's been done in other places. In China, I think at some point it wasn't really for religious purposes. It was just like court eunuchs.
Okay, this is interesting. So this says, wait, where was it? It just said that something about eunuchs.
I need to go really soon.
Oh, okay, here. So this is interesting. So, okay, this is interesting. So the Hamedanim, the Midianites, Machru, Oto sold him, Joseph, El Mitzrim to the Egyptians, Le Potiphar Saris Paro, to Potiphar, the Saris of Pharaoh. So it's interesting because here it translates it as Potiphar, Pharaoh's court official, but literally eunuch, a common ancient Near Eastern title for such a position. Originally, the term was applied literally, although later on the person was not necessarily a eunuch.
Yeah, that's evolution of it. I think the Janissaries were the same way. They're originally all eunuchs, then they stopped. Then they basically stopped castrating all of them towards the end. But the Janissaries became known as eunuchs because they were originally all eunuchs.
Wow.
Oh, and also, just before you head off, can we just finish this video about Jacob Frank?
Yeah.
that, in fact, the Frankists and their opponents should have a major disputation over the Talmud. This occurred in 1757 as the Frankists disputed with the traditionalist community over the role of the Talmud. The dispute was quite intense, but as these things often happen, ultimately the church decided in favor of the Frankists, and the Talmud was ordered burned in Poland. Some 10,000 volumes of Talmud were collected, a tremendous loss to the libraries of the Jews of that era. Frank ultimately led a very checkered career afterwards, converting to Christianity, a tremendous loss to the libraries of the Jews of that era. Frank ultimately led a very checkered career afterwards, converting to Christianity and attracting even more followers in his now third religion. He made something of a career of it, but he got into trouble with the authorities because of his ongoing antinomian activities. Ultimately, he was imprisoned for a while. He carried himself as a noble, but when he died, he had a very large retinue, as you see in this contemporary depiction of his deathbed. The movement did continue under his daughter Eve, and traces of it lingered well into the early 19th century. The long-lasting impact for the Jews, however, was the devastating attack on the Talmud, once again, resulting in a huge loss not only of the human capital of many Jews who actually were attracted to Frank's movement, but also of the destruction of many precious volumes which were lost forever.
This is like lost material. We don't even know what's in some of those books.
So they were burned. That's why they're lost. I mean, obviously, we have some that survived from then, but the thing is that there's much less, and so the historical record is altered because of that destruction.
Okay, so it's not just that they burned copies; they burned enough stuff that they just lost entire volumes. Like sections, like all copies of some of the books were destroyed. So there's no sections of Talmud are just gone.
So you have to keep in mind that just within that area, so it's like it's not to say that any knowledge necessarily got destroyed, but it got destroyed for that community. And so like now with the internet, probably the ones that were destroyed, you can find them elsewhere. But the thing is, for those communities, they were dependent on their own texts.
And they probably couldn't afford to make more copies. So the stuff that's lost, they couldn't replace immediately because they lost a bunch of Jews already. A bunch of Jews went to the Frankists, and then they lost the books that they were reading to get the Talmud's knowledge. So some stuff it just wasn't available to them anymore. All right, that makes sense.
I hope you have an excellent week, and I look forward to speaking with you again.
So, and also, I mean, if you can just make time for this, it's like 4 more minutes. It's about Kabbalah and the sacred feminine, because I think it also kind of addresses some
I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, I'll see you around. Take care.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Which is the close button.
All right. So let's see, where is it? View tab.
Feminine energy, which might come with energy. Our focus is on the feminine manifestation of the divine. Of the 10 Sephirot, the 10 fundamental building energies of the universe, the last of all of them is Malchut, which is a feminine energy, which might sound deprecating to women at first glance because it's the last that's the lowest. But that's not the case, because implementation in Judaism is not a religion where we just hang on a mountain and meditate. Implementation is considered to be the greatest virtue, especially when it comes to spirituality, because spirituality is so hard to implement.
So I tend to look at that as like, people can view feet as the most lowly part of the human body, but really our feet is our foundation. Like without feet, we can't stand. I mean, I guess, people have but see, even that, like when people, lose a limb and then they get prosthetic limbs, even if it's not like, a biological limb, it still is serving that purpose. So like without that ability to have something at the bottom, we can't stand. Our support comes from our lowest parts. And so it's not this understanding that like the Shekhinah or that Malchut is like the lowest or most lowly, but literally just that it's the most foundational for us. Whereas like foundational for, because you could have not have any of the other Sephirot other than Keter, and like foundational for I guess just God is none of them, but foundational for us. If we don't have Malchut, we don't have anything that we like. Basically, the next step up from Malchut is Yesod, and Yesod is essentially like mentality and or like kind of like not like intellectual mentality, but more of like the like mentalism, essentially, like the connection between one person and another, the the idea that there's some sort of like psychic connection between people, not even necessarily that we can access, but just that there is one. There's this like underlying almost network to reality, and that the physical world is like a layer over that, and we see the physical world, we don't see the connections beneath it. But the higher up you go, you basically aren't dealing with physical reality anymore. So the only Sephirah which any physical reality actually exists in is Malchut, which means that it might be the lowliest, but it's also the one that we exist in.
Right.
Let's see. I'm trying to find the tab. I should probably move it to. Oh yeah, moving it over closer.
And women are seen as particularly talented in that area. And there's also a messianic idea. It says that when we reach the New Age, the final era, the lowest this lowest Sephirah Malchut will invert and become the highest, and therefore the feminine energy will reign supreme. And Kabbalists, the Rebbe spoke about this, how the contemporary feminist movement is a pre-taste of this, of returning women to a position of reversing that hierarchy and destroying it, putting women of a central role in society and in spirituality. And another point which I'd like to say about this topic is that, connected to what I mentioned right at the beginning, is that Hasidic wisdom is about dismantling hierarchies and understanding the world as a system. Everything is interdependent. And therefore, the traditional patriarchy of Judaism, the male dominance, and the notion that women have been oppressed, which is so sadly true, that the sacred, the feminine has been suppressed throughout the generations in Judaism and in all endeavors of mankind. This shouldn't be reversed by creating another hierarchy where women are higher than men, because then it just replaces one problem with another. I mean, it might be some temporary relief, but the solution which Hasidic wisdom sees for mankind is to look at the universe as a system, that we are all different, but we're all interconnected, and that by cooperating our contributions, our energies with each other, then perfection can be achieved, then the goal can be achieved. So there's a lot of work to do with women, in raising the profile of women in Judaism, in raising the profile of women in society through Kabbalistic wisdom. And there's a lot of potential there to correct that.
Wow. Can you talk more about that? How Kabbalistic wisdom can raise the profile of women in society?
Because men,
Kabbalah has the potential to...
how Kabbalah has the potential to raise the profile of women in society is because it's really men that need correcting. Men need to get more in touch with their feminine side. The Kabbalah teaches that we all have a feminine element to us, which is emphasized, without getting into inappropriate stereotypes, but the feminine energy is more predisposed to integration, to mutual understanding, to cooperation, whereas the male typology has always been aggressive, dominant type of energy. And men need to access their feminine energy more and become less aggressive, less urged to dominate, and see. And the way to do that is to learn from women. The way a man can become more in touch with his feminine side is to experience that in the women. And the Kabbalah is depicting that theologically, it's depicting it mystically, how that is the truth in heaven. A lot of Kabbalistic wisdom is powerful because once you become convinced of a spiritual reality, that is where the blueprint is, it begins to percolate down into the reality. So if you're reading the Bible and it's all about God being a man, so it pushes you towards a male dominant model. If you're reading the Kabbalah where the feminine role is so important, then it starts to change your attitudes.
So Jesus messaged me about this, asking for more information about this idea of like the reversal of like, you know, how the importance is on the masculine and then it gets switched to the feminine. And that is something that's really interesting. And I don't actually know enough about that, but let's see. So it's, let's see. Let's see. Shekhinah on top. I don't really know how to best search for this. Oh, great. Well, there's a song by Shekinah named On Top of the World, but that's not what I'm looking for.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. Let's see. So, let's see. Malchut and Keter reversal. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, I think I know what we should probably look for. So, divine feminine in Judaism. It's interesting because I used to be one of the people who cringed at the term divine feminine. I mean, it has a lot more to do with the context I heard people using it in was people calling themselves divine feminines. Like basically instead of calling themselves women or men, they were saying, "Oh, I'm a divine feminine or divine masculine or something." It's like really weird, like a type of like human deification. But okay, this might be good. I'm not sure, but
It's time to take action.
so the Shekhinah is heavily connected with the idea of Sukkot because the idea of like shelter, and there's more to it than that. But
from the Kabbalistic perspective. Right now, we're going to talk about Sukkot from the Kabbalistic perspective. And we're very happy to be joined by Avraham Leader, who is a scholar and a teacher and an author of all things Kabbalah. Hello and welcome.
Hi.
It's good to have you, and Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach.
So listen, I could talk about Kabbalah all day long, and I know that your journey has taken you very deep to influence a lot of people around the world. What is from your standpoint, from the Kabbalistic perspective, what is so special about Sukkot?
I would say like this: to understand the significance of Sukkot, we need to begin with Rosh Hashanah. And what we're going to be following is the moon. Because Rosh Hashanah is really the only major holiday. Of course, we celebrate the new moon, but Rosh Hashanah is the only major holiday that comes out on the first day of the month when the moon is covered. Now, for us, in other words, those of us who are connected to the Kabbalah.
So there's also this idea, and actually I'm going to pull that up because it's super relevant to here. So let's see, where is it? Should I need to use a different tab? Okay, so I was looking for, it's from Aspeclaria. So here, so here. So here, if you search for Asherah, these are all the references in the Talmud to Asherah. So I forget if it will let me translate. Shoot. Oh yeah, so here it is. So it's actually, wait, where was it? I just had it open. Shoot. Okay, here it is. So from the Zohar. So Tachazi. Kol ilu haovdim. Here, let me zoom in. So and Jesus, you'll find this interesting. So Kol elu haovdim Lachma Nikraim Bekol Makom Ovdei Habal. So all those who work, the workers, or like all those who work for bread, are called in all places servants of Baal. And all those who work for Levanim, so like Levona or frankincense. Luban, it's like frankincense or Basuelia sacra. Nikraim Oved Asherah. So those who work for frankincense are called servants of Asherah. Ve'al ken, and therefore Ketuv leBaal v'le Asherah. And so therefore it is written to Baal and to Asherah. Asher Baal hu Chama shehu hazachar. So Asher is Baal, and he is the son, and he is the male. And Asherah, he Levana, and Asherah, she is the moon. Shehi Hanukah, and she is the feminine. V'nukva v'nikrat Asherah al Shem Baala shenikra Asher. So, and she's called Asherah by the name of her husband, who is called Asher. So it's saying her husband is Asher. So it's saying Baal is Asher, and that the Asherah is his wife, and so she's called Asherah. Like in regards to that. So I don't know. There's definitely something interesting there. Imken, if this is a case, Shehi Nikrat al Shem Baala Asher, that she's called by the name of her husband Asher. Lama Nital ha Menu. Lama Nital. Why was the was it Mehanukva Shemze? Why was this name Nital taken Mehanukva from the feminine? Kilo, because Kilo Matsanu, because we did not find Shahanukva, that the feminine, the Kudsha, divine or holy, the holy feminine, divine feminine, Tehiyah Nikrat would be called Asherah. Vilmer Ele, and it says that Shehi Nikrat Asherah, that she will be called Asherah al Shem Hakatuv, because of the name that is written Bet Oshri Ki Ishroni Banod, because I am blessed among, because I am blessed among, or I am blessed, most blessed among women, I think. So I don't know. You have some interesting stuff here where it's straight up saying that Asherah is the divine feminine, and so Nukva de Kudsha is another term used to refer to the Shekhinah. But so yeah, here that was me translating offhand. Here the part that I didn't translate, and the rest of the nations did not approve of it and put another. It says another visa of God under it. So if I go back there, okay, so okay, this is interesting. So it says Dehainu al Shem she Acherim, because of like other names, Me'asherim. Vilo Ashru, and we were not happy, and they were not happy about you. She'ar Sa'ar, I'm not sure what that is. Ha'omot, Asherah, Acheret, another, they Ha'imadiu, they like stood up another Asherah, Shel Ain Zain Teha. So it's like my translation's starting to break down here, but yeah. So you also have this idea that let's see, it was here. If you look for references to Shechin, actually, I don't need to pull it up, but there's this one reference where it talks about in the time of Abraham, our father, the Shekhinah was called Sarah. In the time of Yitzchak, our father, the Shekhinah was called Rivka. In the time of Yaakov, our father, the Shekhinah was, I forget, it changes the paradigm. It's something about the two twin handmaidens of the Yovel, which is probably, and the Yovel is like the Jubilee. It's probably referencing Rachel and Leah, because, I mean, it's referencing Jacob, but I'm not 100% sure. But let's see, where was the other video that I had? Oh, right here. So basically, the point in showing that was that the moon is very connected to women in Judaism, but like to the divine feminine, in the way that the moon is the feminine and the sun is the masculine. And actually, because of this, because they're used as analogies for this, but they're also the word shamash, which is sun, and yareach, which is moon, are also the name of pagan gods. They're referred to in rabbinical tradition as chama, which means the hot one, and levona, which means the white one. Any thoughts on that?
How did that relate to Rachel and Leah?
So, so with Rachel and Leah, because the thing is that you can't say that like there's this idea that like God can't be divided, and because like the feminine part of God, which is how God interacts with mankind in the world, like essentially through the Holy Spirit within both Judaism and Christian understanding. Given within Christian understanding, you also have Jesus, who kind of makes the Holy Spirit like not redundant, but like makes it like a different type of interaction. But the basically there's this idea that the Shekhinah, like it's not only in one person at a time. So it's not like there's one Jewish woman now today that has the Shekhinah embodied inside of her. There's this idea that all Jewish women embody the Shekhinah. But when you're dealing with essentially there is no Jewish women, there's just like this, precursor to the Jewish and Israelite people. You're dealing with essentially one woman for one man, except for when you get to the case of Jacob, who he has 2 wives and 2 more concubines. But so because of that, it's interesting how they say that they're the 2 twin handmaidens of the Jubilee. And it makes me think almost in a similar manner as how you have Chokhmah and Bina, and they're both understood as being like divine wisdom, but they're different types. But I do want to, I probably want to study more with someone who has a more traditional understanding of that, so I can understand what they understand. And then obviously doesn't mean that's what I'm going to think is the truth, but at least that way I have more, perspective.
Okay, yeah.
The moon is Shekhinah.
Oh,
In
yeah.
other words, talking about the day of the month when the moon is covered. Now, for us, in other words, those of us who are connected to the Kabbalah, the moon is Shekhinah. In other words, talking about God exactly, like the divine Shekhinah. In other words, talking about God to the Kabbalah, the moon is Shekhinah. In other words, talking about God exactly, like the divine female, talking about God in the feminine, which is one of the major teachings of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, the sort of main protagonist of the Zohar. So the moon is growing, and we're with her on Rosh Hashanah, where we can't even see her. Then we're with her on Yom Kippur, which is the 10th day of Tishrei, and she's already more full than she is not. And then on Sukkot, when we come to Sukkot, it's full moon. So basically, this is a journey of the Shekhinah, of this female aspect of God growing and developing. And actually, if I'll just say one more thing, Rosh Hashanah is the day of birth of human beings. And human beings were created male and female, as sort of, according to the Talmud, it was sort of androgynous. And on Rosh Hashanah, they're separated. So she experiences herself as a separate entity on Rosh Hashanah. And so she grows and reaches her fullness by Sukkot. And Sukkot, the full moon, when we're sitting in the Sukkah, we're sitting in what the Zohar calls Tzila Dimhemanuta. That means the shade of the faith. And the faith is one of the names we have for her. So when we're sitting in the Sukkah, it's actually we're sitting in the divine presence, the Shekhinah.
So there's something really interesting. So here, I'm going to go back to that, what he was saying. So
of the faith. Or calls Tzila Dimhemanuta. That means
Tzila Dehemanuta. So that's Aramaic, but Emanuta is from Aman or Oman. So I was actually looking into this a while ago because this was something that I found when, I actually don't remember how I stumbled across it, but this is actually what I think might be the source of Jewish Gnosticism. So in Proverbs, there is this reference to, I've talked about it before, but I was there. So this is wisdom that's speaking. Before the foundations of the mountains were sunk, before the hills I was born. He had not yet made earth and fields, or the world's first clumps of clay. I was there when he set the heavens into place, when he fixed the horizon upon the deep, when he made the heavens above firm, and the fountains of the deep gushed forth. So notice above you have, shamayim v'mayim, so like you have the waters above and the waters below. When he assigned the sea its limits, so that its waters never transgressed his command, when he fixed the foundations of the earth. I was with him as a confidant. So this word, ve'ihia etzlo amon. I was with him or beside him as an amon. And so this word has some different possible etymologies. So one is amon as being derived from like oman, which means, actually, let me pull this up here. This is honestly one of the like really mind-blowing things that I've found in studying the texts. Oh shoot, I went too far. All right, so here, so amon, so aleph mem nun. Let's see, amam, aman. So here, confirm to support. So to confirm or support. So it's a type of like it's an aid. So your belief is supporting and is confirming what people are saying. So in this context, it means to support or to nourish. Foster mother, nurse, pillar, supporters of the door, those brought up in scarlet, faithful. So there's all these different contexts. So it means, firm in trust, like it's, faith. But it also means like someone that you can trust. So it's like those who take care. So that's one of the ways it gets translated. That's like nurse or was it nursemaid? It gets translated as nursemaid or as confidant, someone that you trust essentially. But there's also another meaning for it, which is derived from the word oman or like uman. It's like it means to work with one's hands or to create, to craft. And so master workman or artist. Here you have omanut, means handiwork. Omanut, and it says uman. I just don't know which one is which. Yeah, so you look further. So emunah is firmness, steadfastness, or fidelity. But then you also have amna, which is bringing up or nourishment. Then you have another amna, which this one means verily, truly, indeed. So it's completely based on context. And then here you said, or you see, it is emunah omen, emunah meod. It is closely associated with a divine chesed or mercy, with a divine tzedakah, tzedek, and salvation. And let's see, are there any more? So you have amanah, which is faith or support. You have amanah, a river flowing down from Anti-Lebanon into the plain of Damascus. Interesting. Then you have, is there more of this? Interesting. Whoa. This is interesting. So Emet is also one of the feminine names of God, or like it has feminine qualities to it. And look at this. So here it says, wait, I just saw it. So Emet. Emet means truth. And it's derived from Emenet, from Amen. Wow, this is fascinating. So Emet is derived from Amen. So yeah, there's definitely what he was talking about. There's definitely a lot of like feminine imagery within that.
Means the shade of the faith. And the faith is one of the names we have for her. So when we're sitting in the...
So just for context, maybe it's not the shade of the faith, but the shade of the craftsman. Or so basically one of the translations for this, like a direct translation, like if you were to translate this into Greek, you would get the word demiurgos, so demiurge. So it's interesting because the traditional Gnostic understanding of the demiurge is that God, Yahweh is the demiurge, when in reality, he's the creator above all, like Elyon, and then his bride, which later becomes suffused into him, Asherah or Chokhmah, like all these different terms that she gets referred to as, or Shekhinah, she essentially takes on. I just lost my train of thought. That she might be taking on this role of the demiurge, the creator, because if you go further in, where was it? Proverbs 8. Sure, let's tab instead. It says, all right. So, where was it? There's a part where it says oh, okay, yeah. Actually, it might be down here. So, well, see here. So you have wisdom has built her house. She has hewn her 7 pillars. So one of the interpretations of that is the 7 pillars are the 7 days of creation. So, oh, that's right. It must be the Lord created the world in wisdom. That's what it is. But yeah, so this idea that the Lord created created the world in wisdom. And so by saying it in wisdom, it makes it seem like he used wisdom, or like he was wise in his creation, but it's wow, can I not find it? Anyway, but basically there's this idea that the creation of the world is done through wisdom. And so as a result, the creator of the world, or the demiurge, the one who crafts it, not the one who creates it, but the one who like forms it, could arguably actually be wisdom. According to the text, that's what it is. But so so yeah, just in bringing up that point that Oman might, in this context, it could be the shadow of the creator or the creatrix. And it's not saying that she's the ultimate creator, but that she was used as like an agent by God, no different than an angel to create the world.
One of the names we have for her. So when we're sitting in the Sukkah, it's actually we're sitting in the divine presence, the Shekhinah, the female aspect of divinity, totally engulfed in her fullness, which is why we're so happy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you even talk about, even in biblical history, there's certain stories of women, like the daughters of Slofchad. I remember doing a piece about them, and they're talking about all of these things that happened, during Sukkot, and this was when the, Israelites first came in to the land of Israel. So it's so interesting when you delve into, some of the hidden secrets, because that's part of it also is concealed light. And part of the concealed light is the divine feminine presence that we don't learn about in classic Torah.
Exactly. This is why the Zohar was so important in that sense. Zohar expanded our way of speaking of the divine from calling God he to also calling God she, and also on the other extreme, calling God nothing, the great nothingness, Ayin or Ein Sof, the infinite. In other words, something beyond personifications. So
yeah. So Kabbalistically, when we're talking about through the ages, and we know that, once we got into the golden age of Spain, Zohars were also being printed, and all of these, when you're studying a lot of the history, there was also a very active role, among some of the early conversos of women kind of being the ones maintaining they say the Kabbalah even at home during the time of the Inquisition. Would you agree with that?
To be honest, I think there were exceptions here and there. It's really interesting because these texts, like the Zohar, like the Lurianic texts afterwards, they talk a lot about what I was just talking about now, the Shekhinah that we're so connected with on Sukkot. However, they didn't really make the next move, which was to identify the Shekhinah with women, human beings, not just an abstract concept or a way of understanding the Godhead or divinity, but actually people. And this is something that's actually happened in our generation. I'd say in the past, 20, 30 years, women are scholars of Kabbalah. Women are embodying the Shekhinah. And that's really the first time this has happened. For them, it was more, there was an exception here and there, but it was more an idea.
So what is it that you share, with your students? I know you reach a lot of people. What is the main kind of takeaway message? Because we know a lot of people are finding Kabbalah, not just Jewish people. It's for everybody. What is your main takeaway to people that are finding their way to you, as to explaining that there is light in all of this darkness?
In general.
In general, like overarching
Actually,
pearls of some kind of hope, glimmer of hope during what many people see as very dark times.
I personally am also interested in the darkness because I think looking at human reality, not just, hopes, but reality, darkness is a part of our life. And what is that in our soul? And how can we integrate the darkness? Here, what I was just talking about, Rosh Hashanah, when we don't see the moon, we're identified with the moon. The moon is not, the sun is on and off. The moon is changing all the time. She's dark, she's full, then she's growing, she's lessening. She's changing all the time. So for me, when I'm, if I could say one general statement about the light I'm looking for in Kabbalah, it's more the ability to accept and be able to flow with the changes of life, including the pendulum between darkness and light, and realizing that darkness is part of life.
What is the way, in your opinion, of kind of integrating it, like of having for each of us in our own journeys and our own tikkuns, of having to really stare the darkness in its face?
Well, there's different parts of it. We have to face our own darkness, our own shadow side, as Jung called it. We have to face our own darkness. And we have to face mythical darkness. And we have to face the darkness of God, because often people identify God with good, but, you're going to identify with good and then let God off the hook for bad. So what do you do with that? So we have to understand how darkness is integrated into that. So as I said, it's also a personal journey. And then it's also a journey of learning about it, becoming friends with it, of the darkness. I teach about the great sea creatures that are mentioned at the beginning of Bereshit. They are primordial mythical creatures that dwell in the sea. The sea is darkness also. So I very much look to integrate the darkness by means of myth and the Kabbalistic myths, which are great.
Right.
Awesome.
Now, getting back to Abulafia, I know that you said you've also penned a more modern work of Sefer Yetzirah, the Book of Formation. I know Avraham Abulafia from the 1200s, correct, in Spain.
1300, 13th century.
13th century, 1200s,
you got
13th
it right.
century.
Yeah.
So you're saying he didn't like the Zohar, but he was all about the ecstatic Kabbalah. How is that different? What they were, the prophetic Kabbalah,
right?
Through the letters.
You got it right.
1200s, correct, in Spain.
1300.
For context, Abraham Abulafia, his type of Kabbalah was called like ecstatic Kabbalah. So he would use like meditations and like not like yoga, but like yoga like what is it, like positions and ways of sitting and standing, and like he was very deep into it, like and his type wasn't that popular. But like, I mean, frankly, I think more people know about him for the fact that there's a restaurant in Israel, a pastry place in Israel named Abulafia Bakery. So, I mean, he's not really that well known besides people who like know about Kabbalah. Whereas, like, the fact is, he was like, there's other Kabbalists who they're known for more than just their Kabbalah, or they're known by people who don't know about Kabbalah, but Abulafia is really obscure. And I mean, I tend to think that the fact that that would be interesting to see, where did he get these ideas of like, different postures? Because I wouldn't be that surprised if he imported the idea, or like he appropriated the idea from, travelers from the East who brought tales of, yoga from India. But I do kind of have to wonder, is it something that might have evolved naturally? I don't tend to think that it was the case, but who knows, it could have been.
13th century.
1200s,
you got
13th
it right.
century.
Yeah.
So you're saying he didn't like the Zohar, but he was all about the ecstatic Kabbalah. How is that different? What they were, the prophetic Kabbalah,
right?
Through the letters specifically.
Prophetic Kabbalah is a much better term, in my humble opinion, than ecstatic Kabbalah, because
it sounds like you're taking drugs.
No, he definitely, Abulafia was interested in altered states of consciousness, but the Zohar is not. The Zohar is ecstatic as you can get, So Abulafia is actually, if it was up to me, I don't know if I'd call him a Kabbalist. He's much more a researcher of human divine consciousness. And he actually saw himself as a student of the Rambam, Maimonides, and he was very rational. And he talked about what he thought he thought everything he said was basically science provable. And he was interested, what you said, prophetic Kabbalah, which is a much better term, because he was interested about expanding human consciousness to the point that it became one with divine consciousness.
Thank you so much for joining us, and Chag Sameach to you.
Thank you for inviting me. Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach.
Time to.
So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of really interesting stuff there. Actually found something about the bot call. I don't know how good it is though. But so this idea is separate than the idea of the Shekhinah. Because the Shekhinah, or the Holy Spirit, it can rest within people. It can dwell within people. I mean, literally, Shekhinah means that which dwells. And so with this, a bot call, it can't dwell. It's this idea of it's like a voice from heaven. It's just the voice. It's not like the same type of embodiment, but in some ways it actually comes from a higher place than the idea of Shekhinah. It's like, it's hard to explain, but.
What exactly is a bat kol? In previous lessons, we've learned about how a voice from heaven has come down and decided the halacha according to Rebbe Elazar against the Chachamim. And we hear in his Moreh Nevuchim, in his Guide to the Perplexed, talked about a bat kol and explained what it was. But there's other opinions besides the Rambam. But here's the Rambam's opinion what a bat kol was. And he explains that Hagar, if you remember, Hagar was thrown out of the house, and Hagar heard from an angel. And the angel told her that she should go back to Sarah, everything was going to be okay. Her and Yishmael were going to live. The angel told her that she should go back to Sarah, everything was going to be okay. Her and Yishmael were going to live. And the bat kol, which was what this English translation calls a prophetic echo, but where it really is something that is not, it's not prophecy. It's not exactly God talking to you. What I would describe it as, and again, I've obviously never experienced the bat kol and I've never experienced prophecy, but what it seems from the sources is it's a sort of divine revelation which you hear in a distant way. I don't mean how you literally hear it, but how you come to understand this knowledge in a very distant type of fashion, not like prophecy, but also not the same way as you come to your own understanding of something through study. So it's sort of like it's described as a bat kol when God gives somebody like Hagar or Manoach and his wife when they saw the angel that came and took their korban. What it is it's sort of like a way of understanding something past your normal intellectual capabilities, but not exactly where God prophetically tells you something.
Therapy for me, I think when the pandemic happened, when COVID hit.
Hello, I'm Sister Rosemary Greco, and we're here at Wisdom House Retreat and Conference Center in Litchfield. And we're having a retreat on wisdom at a place called Wisdom. And we have the honor this weekend of having with us Rabbi Rami Shapiro, who is the author of this wonderful book called The Divine Feminine in Biblical Wisdom Literature. And Rami has been with us since last night, presenting to us what is involved in this wonderful wisdom literature. So Rami, I'd like to ask you a question about just the title of the book, The Divine Feminine.
Maybe before we go into this, actually, I found some really good sources. So this one, I don't think it's too long. This is actually from, it's from Catholic Biblical Quarterly. Let's see. Oh wait, it's 208 to how to actually get access to it. Oh wait, that must be elsewhere that I had it. Okay, so oh wait, here it is. View PDF.
Dang, man, it's getting late. I'm gonna have to hit the hay.
All right, have a good night.
I'll see you, man. It was a lot of fun.
Definitely, we gotta do this again.
Yeah, good night.
Take care. So I'm probably going to finish up soon. I just wanted to cover some of the stuff because I'm trying to move on with the theme. So tomorrow night is going to be about like Mercury and communication and like logic, maybe science within Judaism. That'll be a good topic. But let's see, I had it open here. So just have instead. So here, so this is by Scott B. Noble. The Women of Asherah, Weaving Wickedness in 2 Kings 23:7. So actually, I'm going to pull that up now. So 2 Kings 23:7. Oh, wait. Why is that not working? Oh, wait. 2 Kings 23:7 here. Oh, interesting. Then the king ordered the high priest Hilkiah, the priests of the second rank. Let's see, what's to say? So, Hamelech et Vayatza and so the king ordered, Yitzvah, commanded the king to, Hilkiah to, wrong way. Ordered Hilkiah the priest, the high priest, the et hakohanei hamishne. Interesting. So the secondary priests. Wonder what that does. It. Let me see if it goes into that, because that's actually really interesting. Kohanei hamishne. Interesting. I don't know what it is. So, the priests of the second rank and the guards of the threshold. And what's that word? The et shomrei hasaf, threshold. Okay, interesting. The guards of the threshold. To bring out the temple of the Lord, or temple of Yahweh, all the objects made for Baal and Asherah, for the goddess. Interesting. Kings 18:19. What's this reference to? I guess it's just a reference somewhere else. So, and all the host of heaven, he burned them outside Jerusalem in the fields, meaning of Hebrew uncertain. Okay, Besadamot, Stema is field. So what's it not understanding? Stema is field. In the fields, meaning of Hebrew uncertain. That's completely certain. And he removed the ashes to Bethel. He suppressed the idolatrous priests. Hishvit et ha Kamarim. Kamar. This seems like it might. This might be connected with the Arabic word khamar for wine. This is interesting. I'm gonna see if there is a connection. So, let's see, khamar, wine, idolatry. Interesting. Stubborn wine drinkers become idol worshippers. And there's this connection possible. Let's see. Abu Huraira reported, the messenger of Allah, peace and blessings be upon him, said the one addicted to wine becomes like a worshipper of idols. Dang it, I wish I could read the Arabic of this, but I don't read Arabic. So, he suppressed the idolatrous priests whom the Etakemarim, so literally just the idolatrous priests that gave whom the kings of Judah had appointed or had given, offered to make offerings at the shrines in the towns of Judah and in the environs of Jerusalem. Let's see. Of the Mispe in the surroundings of Jerusalem, and those who made offerings to Baal, to the sun and moon and constellations, all the hosts of heaven. He brought out the image of Asherah. So it brought out the Asherah or image of Asherah. So v'yetze et ha'asherah, he brought out the Asherah mibeit Adonai, from the house of the Lord, michutz liYerushalayim, from outside of Jerusalem. El Nachal Kidron, to the Kidron stream. V'yishrof, and he burnt. Oh, v'yishraf, and he burnt it in the what? He burnt it in the Benachal. Oh, wadi. Okay, so Nachal, it's like a stream or a wadi. So in the valley of Kidron, and he pulverized it to dust, or to dust, and he scattered the dust over the grave of the children of the people. Oh, the children of the nation. So B'nai Ha'am, the common people, I guess. He tore down the cubicles of the male prostitutes in the house of the Lord, at the place where the women wore wove coverings for Asherah, meaning of Hebrew uncertain. So batim. So it probably means a covering, as though a house is. So let's see, batim. Oh, here, I just saw it, spider's web. So a shelter or abode of animal, spider's web. Interesting. What's this? Interesting. Is it? Let's see, web. Is web used? A web of deceit. What's this word? A web of deceit. I do not know. Let's Shema. Let's see. It doesn't have it. Techez. In the grasp. Let's see. Go back. So my head into the web. Eta masachet. Web. What? So there's masachet that's used. Masecha from Saka. Sukkah, is it? Sukkot. I think this is the same. Nasach. Here it's saying it's a verb for nasach, which means to weep. Interesting. Nasach, because there's also nesach, which is like libation or a molten image. It's like that which you pour out. So there's nesach yain, and then there's apparently also nasach, which means to weave. So then you have masecha, masechet, and then interesting. This is just so fascinating. Seriously, no matter how much I study Hebrew, I cease to be fascinated by it. Wait, I never cease to be fascinated by it. Sorry. So let's go back to where we were. So it talks about the okay, here. So where the women wove coverings for Asherah. So is there any commentary on here? Commentary? All commentary? The houses devoted to pagan worship. What's the saying? The cubicles, I guess it's saying. Oh, this is interesting. So it's doing a parallel. So vayitots, and he uprooted threw out et batei hakedashim, the houses of the kedashim, the I mean, it's priests, but it gets translated as prostitutes. It means prostitution to God. They're worshiping other gods, so that's why they're called prostitutes. It's possible there might have been some sexuality included in it, but it's not likely the reason why they're called prostitutes by the Bible. So the houses of the Kedashim that were in the house of the Lord, that the princes where women, Hanashim, not Nasim, where the women are orgot wove their batim coverings le'asherah. He brought so that's the part that gets referenced, and then we can go back to here. Where did I have it? Oh, right here. So in this essay, and I'm just reading it, I'm speaking for Scott B. Noble, just in this, only in reading his work. In this essay, I examine a long-standing crux interpretum in 2 Kings 23:7 that reads, "And he tore down the homes of the male prostitutes." Oh, one second. Male prostitutes. Where is this? I just lost me. Which were in the temple of Yahweh, where the women were weaving their batim for the Asherah. Though a number of proposals have been offered for understanding the crux, most have opted for an ad sensum interpretation that renders batim as a curtain, tent, vestment, or other woven object that one might find in a sacred precinct. Nevertheless, I submit that while the passage indeed describes the role of that women played in produce. Can I just? Honestly, I think I might just. Forgive me. I'm just going to copy this and throw it in a. Can I do that? Let's see. Read aloud. Is it working? Come on. Please work. No, it's not. So in that case, I just have to copy. Oh, shoot. I need to drink some water and then I'll be able to read it. So I'm just going to switch back to this video in the meantime.
It seems to be a way of referring to the divinity in a way that we're really not that used to hearing. We're usually hearing of the divine masculine, but could you tell us how this comes together?
Yeah, well, what makes the wisdom literature so incredible is that it speaks directly to this character, Chochmah, or Sophia in the Greek, who's clearly a woman. There's no, the Hebrew language is gendered. The nouns are feminine when speaking of wisdom. The verbs are feminine speaking of wisdom. It's a woman. She speaks for herself in the wisdom literature as well as being spoken about, and it's always in terms of the feminine. Who she is, basically, is the manifestation of the divine in the world that you and I experience. And she's both the grain of the wood and the wood itself. She's the way that nature operates, and she's nature, and that which transcends nature. But the wisdom literature talks of her in the feminine. The same kind of talk can be done in the masculine, and that's more classical theological language. But you get a book like The Wisdom of Solomon, where they take the role of the masculine God throughout the Bible and shift it over and say, this is wisdom doing it, and wisdom being the feminine. So they understood thousands of years ago, they understood that the masculine, the gender of God, masculine and feminine, is really fluid. And for some of us, me specifically, talking for myself, for me in particular, the divine feminine is the way I experience God. The masculine does nothing for me.
And that seems to be an experience of quite a few people too.
Yeah. I can relate to that.
One thing that happens when we move into the account of Jesus
it's
is
it's not as simple as masculine or feminine, but legitimately, it was very hard for me to feel any connection to, the God of Judaism until I was able to see that, it's not just this like impersonal and hard to connect to, God that exists outside of the universe, and therefore like, okay, so you have God that exists outside of the universe. How do you prove and I think that's kind of, it loses the focus for a lot of people, at least it does for me. Being able to like connect through this idea of like inspiration and wisdom that's a sort of almost like an umbilical cord that connects, a child to its mother. That is what, the feminine part of the divine is in regards to the masculine one. That it's kind of like, because the understanding of Hashem, God in Judaism, is that he exists outside of the world and not as part of it, but that the world is not like the divine is present in the world, but not the masculine divine, the feminine divine. And it's interesting because it's almost like that thing I was reading before, that you have you have I'm losing my train of thought. That you have right. So like the masculine divine is understood as being too raw and too like unpotentiated, whereas the feminine is understood as being like receptive of that power, being able to transform it into essentially the world as we know it. It's this understanding that without the feminine divine, all you have in the universe is this like you have stars exploding, and you have all this fiery creation, but it takes the feminine for things to gravitate and to draw in, and for things to cool to a level where it can sustain life. And so it's this very like natural ebb and flow between hot and cold, night and day, light and dark. And it's not that one is good and the other is bad, but that it's bad if you only have one. If you have both, they cancel each other's negatives out and complement each other's positives. And I think that's also part of the reason why, like, some people might look at this and be like, oh, well, this is why you need to be in a relationship with someone of like basically to reinforce heteronormative standards. And I don't think that's the case, because you can see that it's not as simple as men are masculine and women are feminine, because oftentimes people are much more multifaceted than that. And especially when because the problem is we associate gender with sex in a way that like someone could be feminine and they weren't considered to be a woman in the ancient world, because like sexuality and like how someone identified themselves had more to do with like their actions than it's not. So for instance, if a man is all of a sudden wise, he's not understood as being a woman because he's wise, and wisdom is understood as being a feminine trait. Rather, he's understood as someone like that would be understood as having certain feminine traits, in that they're not merely willing, they don't only want to impose, to actively push their will and their beliefs onto other people. They want to understand as well, because it's only by understanding that you can grow. And so like it's just so beautiful. And a lot of the stuff, like when you're dealing with it, it's not stuff that like is literally true, but it is true in a metaphorical way. And so I think it's also dangerous when people take this stuff way too seriously, because like I said, then you get this idea that you need a masculine and a feminine, and some people will take that to the extreme, which means, oh, you need a man and a woman, and anything less than that is somehow, an improper relationship. And it's like, it's just, I hate when people try and use religion in order to basically diminish someone's identity. Because at the end of the day, like in the ancient world, who people loved was less their identity than what they did. And so, why is all of a sudden in today's world, why are we determined by who we marry? Like, that just, it seems so obscure, but it's something that people like to project onto the past as being biblical, when in reality, it's largely, from what I understand, a result of like European, like the European evolutions on Christianity, which, I'm not going to say that it's inherent to Christianity. I think it's more related to European cultural traditions. But anyway, I'm just speaking in circles now.
At least some have referred to him as Christ wisdom. How do we see that blend of the one thing that happens when we move into the time of Jesus is we, at least Some have referred to him as Christ wisdom. How do we see that blend of the biblical wisdom personification in the person of Jesus?
Well, for me, Jesus is the incarnation of the divine wisdom. And it's a masculine incarnation because Jesus lives at a time when, because they weren't going to listen to a female wisdom character, because it wasn't going to happen. But you can see the language change from the wisdom literature in the Hebrew Bible, where we talk about Chachma or Sophia in Greek, to the Greek logos in John. Logos is masculine, Chachma, Sophia is feminine. Originally, logos wasn't in the picture, but over time, and you can trace it through texts, you can see how they become synonyms for one another. And then with Philo, they're really mixed up. And then by the time you get to John, it's the logos that's used and not Chachma. So when he says, in the beginning was logos, or in the beginning was the word, he's paraphrasing Proverbs chapter 8, starting around verse 22, where wisdom says, in the beginning I was. But now he's using totally masculine language because of the time. They couldn't accept anything else. And so the character of Jesus, I don't mean he didn't exist, but I mean as an archetypal carrier of wisdom, Jesus had to be male to carry logos. Whereas in the Proverbs material, the society was at such a different place so that the carrier of wisdom could still be a woman. But they're the same, they're carrying the same wisdom.
Yes. In fact, what is it exactly that wisdom teaches? I know you referred to it in your book. What is she teaching us?
Well, I think what she teaches us is, this is hard to summarize very briefly, but what she teaches us is that at the root of our everyday reality is a fundamental unknowingness, a lack of security, a lack of surety. Most of us want to know the answer, and wisdom is all about the question. Wisdom helps us live with the paradoxes of life. Wisdom helps us live with the reality that bad things happen to very good people. She helps us live with the reality that good things happen to very bad people. The wisdom books of the Hebrew Bible challenge that very neat, if I do the right thing, God will reward me kind of mindset. Because we know that doesn't work. And people in ancient times knew it didn't work, and that's why we have the wisdom books. They wrote alternatives. They said, look, I see it with my own eyes. Good people suffer needlessly. There has to be a deeper truth, and she embodies that truth. It's hard to put in a positive frame. Well, she stands for X, Y, and Z. Though you could say justice, compassion, and humility. But when you do that, it's very limiting. I really think what she stands for is not knowing, insecurity, and the grace to live in the madness of that lack of certainty.
In our times, it seems like religion it's trying to give us security and surety. And yet, when we look here at the depths of spirituality, there is no surety.
Yeah, I think that's true, that there is no security, there is no surety. Religion is about answers. Life is about questions. And I think a lot of us go to religion to avoid life. We say, okay, I'm going to do what my religion says, and everything's going to be all right. If not in this world, then in the world to come. But I don't think that's real deep living. And I think that living the question is much more powerful, but it's much more frightening. It's much more risky. My experience is that the divine feminine, that sense of God's presence, that I feel to be a feminine presence, a connecting presence, a presence of searing love, a love that just burns away all my ideologies and theological notions and all the silliness that I hold on to so I have some answers. She takes all that away and leaves me absolutely in a place of not knowing. Not a dark night of the soul. I mean, you go through that, I think, but not a dark night of the soul in that I know nothing, but I need to know something. It's a different state of grace where it's I know nothing because there's nothing to know. There isn't anything. It's just the wildness of our daily existence, lived with grace, humor, compassion, humility, justice, without any answers or reward. If I can just take one more second on that. In the beginning of the book of Genesis, God creates the heaven and the earth, and it says the earth was unformed and void. In Hebrew, it says tohu vavohu. And it's hard to translate, but it's wild and chaotic and effervescent, and you can't find a firm place is just really bubbling over in absolute madness. And the interesting thing about Genesis for me is that God never kills the chaos. In other creation stories, the chaos is the monster or the dragon, and the hero comes and kills the dragon, and out of the carcass of the dragon, they make men and women, and then, bringing order out of chaos. I don't think that's what Genesis tells us. Genesis says life is chaos. God calls light out of it. God creates sort of on the surface, but doesn't kill the chaos. So there is a world that you and I occupy that seems to have some structure to it. But underneath, it's just wild. And when it breaks through, if we're focused on the structure and the answers, when the wildness breaks through, we're devastated. If we learn to live the wildness, which is where the mother is, then we can handle the order and the chaos with a sense of tranquility and compassion for ourselves and for one another. There's genius to this that I think is lacking in the conventional masculine language and traditions.
And we can see that the divine feminine must walk with us on our way, and we must walk with her. Well, I thank you so much for being with us, and thank you for this retreat, and I think it will open up new roads to us in the future. Thank you.
So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely, I don't even know what I was going to say there. So, here, I think this might be a good change of pace to see some people using the idea of the Shekhinah in order to try and polemicize Judaism. Because the craziest thing is that in doing so, this schmuck, what is it? I think Steven Anderson, he's, one of those fundamental Baptists? I don't have any issue with Baptists. It's the fundamentalist ones, the ones who, are, honestly, some of them are starting to act like Nazis. This guy's one of them. He straight up talks about wanting to make certain things that he views as moral crimes punishable by death. These are dangerous people. And yeah, so here's the description. Too many foolish pastors today are referencing the Shekhinah glory of God, which has nothing to do with Jesus, Christianity, or the God of the Bible. So even this term, Shekinah glory, this is what they call it. I don't even understand why they refer to it that way, because basically, so in this context, it's referring to the sunburst or the cloud burst that you see sometimes where it'll be depicting God, and then you have a burst of light and clouds and maybe even the sun shining through. And basically this halo or aura for the sun is referred to as the glory. And it's similar to the idea that there's a sun and then the rays of the sun. So the sun is would be comparable to God, and then the rays would be comparable to the glory of God, in this case, Shekhinah. So they're, yeah. This one is a Christian polemic against Judaism, and then maybe after this we can look at one where it's actually promoting the idea. Because it's funny, I actually heard about this term, didn't know anything about the context of Shekhinah, and then only connected after the fact. But I found out about or heard about this term Shekinah glory previously than I'd actually learned about the concept of Shekhinah. And I have to admit, I'm glad that I didn't connect the two initially, because otherwise I probably would have been more turned off by hearing it in Judaism if I'd heard it in Christianity first, as opposed to learning about or hearing one in the context of Christianity and then learning about Shekhinah in the context of Judaism. But actually, no, in the context of academic study, I think more than anything. So I tend to look at things from more of a scholarly view, and then some of it I've turned into more religious views that I have.
Hello, this is Pastor Steven Anderson from Faithful Word Baptist Church in Tempe, Arizona. And today I want to talk about the word Shekinah, or sometimes you'll hear it Shekhinah, different ways to pronounce it. Now, I grew up in Baptist churches, and throughout my time growing up, I've heard preachers refer to the Shekinah glory of God over and over again. I mean, multiple preachers. I've heard talk about the Shekinah glory. Now, I just assumed that they were going back to the Hebrew because, you know, often preachers will try to look smart by throwing in some Hebrew words. So I assumed, well, that must be the Hebrew word for glory because they talk about the Shekinah glory. But once I did some research on it, I realized that that word Shekinah or Shekinah is never found in the Bible one time. It's never found in the Hebrew. It's just never been used in the Bible before the time of Christ.
So, I mean, there are actual parts where it says, like, it refers to the Mishkan, and I, like, I'm thinking it's maybe like Eshkan, like, I will dwell in the, so in the same way that Asherah isn't actually mentioned as being the Shekhinah or, like, the divine, like, so Asherah is never mentioned as being married to God or Hashem in the Bible. But we know that there were people who worshipped her alongside him as his wife because of the fact that it's supported by archaeological evidence, on top of the fact that there's so many references to wisdom literature where they're using etymology that's derived from Asherah, which like Ashrei Adam, Yafik Chochma Matzah Chochma Yafik Tavuna. Happy is the man who finds wisdom and obtains understanding. Ashrei Yoshvei Vetecha Od Yahalelu Chasala. Happy are those who dwell in your tent. I forget the last part. And then you have let's see. Happy are those gets repeated a lot. Yeah, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Technically, he's correct. Shekhinah does not appear in the Tanakh, but Shachan, Mishkan, Eshkan, it's there. Like they're talking about it. It's a hidden allusion.
Christ. But after the Jews rejected the Lord Jesus Christ and had their apostate rabbinical Judaism religion that's based on the Babylonian Talmud and not on the Bible, that's
Jesus was a rabbinic Jew who very clearly knew the Talmud and referenced it. This guy is so full of crap. Like, was it Humale im Shtuyot? He's full of bullshit.
Where they came up with this concept of Shekinah. And if you go to a Jewish website and look up what they teach about Shekinah, they teach that this is a feminine name for God and that it represents the female aspect of God. And what they teach in Judaism is that God is both male and female. And I asked a Jewish rabbi, I said, you know, where in the Bible does it teach that God is both male and female? Because all throughout the Bible, it's just he, him, his, he. But they say, no. God is both male and female. And so when we talk about God, sometimes we call...
That's just hilarious. So he's trying to claim that there is no feminine part of God. What would he call the Holy Spirit? I mean, there's literally early church fathers, Origen, Jerome. They refer to the Holy Spirit as mater, as mother. Like, you have God the Father, which is, Yahweh or Elohim. I mean, the same thing. Well, in the context of Judaism, not in the context of the ancient Near East. But so you have God the Father, you have God the Son, which, in the context of Christianity would be Jesus. And then you have God the Holy Spirit. But that's also God the Mother. The thing is, because the Trinity is... Oh, this is interesting. So the Trinity is viewed within the context of an upward triangle. An upward triangle is also a symbol of masculinity. Like it resembles the shape of an upward phallus. And then a downward triangle represents the reproductive organs of the female body. So it's interesting that the way that the Trinity is viewed is that rather than having, the way that it is you have God the Father at the top, and then you have God the Son and God the Holy Spirit. It would be more interesting if it was actually God the Father, God the Mother / Holy Spirit, and then God the Son, because that would make more sense. But and I don't think that there's necessarily a connection. It's just something I noticed. But there is this emphasis on masculinity within modern day Christianity in a way that the emphasis is put on, that Jesus was a man, that God is his father, and that the Holy Spirit is just the Spirit of God. It's not a woman. There's no reason to suspect that if you grew up, today in Christianity. But if you were to grow up during the beginnings of Christianity, it would have been so clear that the Holy Spirit was a mother figure, like not just in likeness or like in attitude, but literally being viewed as a mother. And I would actually argue that she was the mother of Israel, the one that's mentioned in Ezekiel 19, who was a lioness who raised up her cubs. I mean, it's just like I read it and it jumps out at me. And maybe this is my own confirmation bias, but like when I'm seeing the patterns, the patternicity, and it's repeated over and over, specifically when talking about wisdom and when talking about this one figure who was cast out for her wickedness or her harlotry, like I see the same figure, and it's just at one point it's viewed as acceptable and at another it isn't. And it's not as simple as you're dealing with one figure. You're dealing with two representations of the same figure. Essentially, it's like is it Madonna Magdalene complex, where you're either a Madonna, a Mary, mother of Jesus, or you're a Magdalene, a prostitute, or a whore. And so it's strange that you even see this possibly with the figure of Asherah / Sophia / Chokhmah / the Spirit of God. I mean, there's just so many ways of talking about this, but I really think that maybe it's just clear to me, but this is definitely something that needs more study. And I mean, that's probably what I'm going to devote most of my study to, because I mean, it's invigorating. It literally feels like drinking from, living water. And I mean, that's how she's described, Mayim Chayim. That she's like a Makor HaBracha, the source of blessing. And like this really gets tugged on in Kabbalistic ideology, especially in like Lachadodi and in like a lot of liturgy that gets popularized around the 15th century. A lot, like almost all of it's created. It's not like something that's older, but they're pulling together ideas from older texts, and they're making it where it's like you have this one element from this one part of the Tanakh, and then another from another, and so on and so forth, and you end up with this beautiful combination that you can't even tell that they're from different parts. It's basically like cherry picking, but doing so to like cherry picking the same narrative. It's kind of like, imagine if you have a bunch of different fruit platters, and there's it's a medley of different fruits, and so you were to purposefully extract all the strawberries from each dish, and you prepare a dish just with strawberries. That's what this is like. Back to the asshole.
Call him by his name Shekinah, and the Jews say that when they call him by Shekinah, they'll use all him. They say no, God is both male and female. And so when we talk about God, sometimes we call him by his name Shekinah, and the Jews say that when they call him by Shekinah, they'll use the word she about God when they call God Shekinah, okay, because this is the female side of God. Well, that's just not biblical. There's no female side of God. But this is all part of the New Age mysticism that Judaism combines, the Kabbalah and these other aspects. New Age mysticism will often talk.
He's actually right. The idea of Shekinah isn't biblical, but the idea of Asherah is. But I have a feeling that he would like the idea of God being married even less than the idea of God being represented as a woman as well as a man. Like, come on.
About a female deity, a mother goddess type of a deity. And that's what the Jews have with this word Shekinah. God forbid that any Christian pastor or Baptist pastor would ever use the word Shekinah. It's a blasphemous word about a female God. It has nothing to do with the Bible. Now, I asked a rabbi, where this is coming from, and they said, well, the reason we believe God is both male and female is because he created, man and woman in his own image, and so therefore he's both. But that's not what the Bible teaches, because listen to 1 Corinthians chapter number 11, where God talks about this exact subject. He says in verse 7, for a man indeed ought not to cover his head, for as much as he is the image and glory of God, but the woman is the glory of the man. So the Bible clearly states in 1 Corinthians 11:7 that man is made in the image of God and that woman is not in the image of God. Okay, man is in God's image, which is why he should not cover his head, as opposed to the woman who should cover her head, meaning have long hair as a covering. Also, if you go back to Genesis chapter 1, the Bible says, so God created man.
Is this guy? He's literally saying that men aren't supposed to cover their heads, but women are. So then how come Muslims and Jews cover their heads? The only reason that Christians don't is because that's something that's understood as being a pietist practice. So you have the monks and the priests and the popes and Eastern Orthodox priests, but like, seriously, this guy's seriously trying to claim that men aren't supposed to cover their heads? Like, how intellectually dishonest do you have to get? I mean, given I don't really expect much more from a bigot, but come on.
And in his own image, in the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. Now, this is nothing negative about women or disparaging women or saying that women are of lesser value. That's not what this is about at all. But being in the image of God means that we look like God. And so men are made in the image of God because God is masculine in his appearance and in his character. And so this teaching that God is both a he and a she, I mean, I'm sure it's going to be very popular in our modern perverted transvestite weirdo society. But let me tell you something, it's not biblical. And a lot of the modern Bibles today are making the Bible gender neutral. The new NIV is going more gender neutral, the 2011 edition. And then you hear Christian Bible teachers coming out and talking about the Shekinah and the Shekinah. No, these are satanic, blasphemous terms, and they should never be named from the pulpit of a Baptist church except to rebuke them.
Go bury your head in sand, you ostrich. Oh, wow. How things have changed. This guy has completely, I mean, like, not to say that he wasn't off the rails here, but this is from 2014, published in 2018. Which is so wild. The Almighty has no gender. We're done here. Correct. Because, Elyon is above gender. And there's this idea that Elyon manifests itself as both masculine and feminine. And then when idolatry became seen as a reason to get rid of the feminine, eventually it got so suppressed that it became part of the masculine, to where the God of the Bible basically became seen as both masculine and feminine, because you have to deal with stuff like El Shaddai, which literally means, it's interesting. That's one of the names of God that you are not supposed to say. It is seen as too holy. And I think it is very holy, but it's also one of the reasons why it should be said. I mean, El Shaddai, sometimes it gets translated as Lord Almighty or God Almighty, but Shaddai, they try and make Shaddai come from Shaddad, which means to destroy or to be mighty, but Shaddai is more likely from Shad, from breast. And there's this idea of like on one hand, it could be referring poetically to mountains, to the mountains as like the breasts of the earth. But on the other hand, you do have this understanding of like the idea of a breastfeeding goddess, that some of the imagery, and I mean, I don't mean to offend. I personally think this is like something to, one second. I personally think that if anything, drawing these connections between different figures within like Judaism, Christianity, even in Islam, I mean, like, it's more so foreshadowed, or not foreshadowed, but like the motif, the archetype, you see it present within some of the women that are like very important in Islam, as well as the fact that Islamic tradition has Christianity and Judaism as key, stepping stones to them. But I think that what's really interesting here is that the figure of Mary as Queen of Heaven, that she gets assumed into heaven as Queen of Heaven, that there's this definite thread to the idea of Malkat Shamayim that the Queen of Heaven that people baked cakes to in honor of, and this was something that was done away with. But you definitely have this idea that gets transposed onto the idea of the divine feminine, and then later into the Marian tradition that views, Mother Mary as very holy and being, not divine, but more than human. And so that there's something special about her that allows her to give birth to the God-child. And so with this, you definitely see these threads being connected. And it's actually an argument that one of my, it was a substitute professor, well, she's I think a PhD student, or I forget exactly what her degree is, but I was talking to her about this, and she told me that she thinks that the tradition of Shekhinah being like very heavily emphasized in Kabbalah and in Jewish mysticism is likely actually a mirroring of the Marian cult in Christianity that viewed, Mary as an intercessor for God and Jesus, or I mean between man and Jesus, and then you have, between Jesus and God. So like there's so much interesting stuff here, and it's like I wish I could delve into it all, and I mean maybe eventually I will, but I try to focus on the stuff I'm able to prove more easily, because then I can actually try and make some progress in, advancing our understanding of these ancient texts. But I do think it's important to mention the stuff that I do see, even if I can't prove it. So here, what does it mean to dwell in the presence of God? Hopefully this isn't too cringy.
I want to tell you a story.
I believe that Jesus was a Catholic God, God of the Gentiles.
I imagined that Jesus was Italian. The New Testament was one of those books that I saw nuns reading on the subway. I was expecting to find a hand.
Okay, yeah, they all had misconceptions about Jesus, but he also was a Jewish man, and it's like at the end of the day, I'm not going to fault anyone for believing that Jesus is God. I mean, freedom of thought. Everyone has a right to believe what they want, and I'm not going to fault someone for following their tradition. But by the same lot, I think it's kind of ridiculous to expect people from the Jewish tradition without, some sort of coercion or, frankly, manipulation, unless they just happen to, already want to convert or they don't feel connected to Judaism. I think that's different. It's one thing when you're trying to proselytize to religious Jews and try and make the case that Jesus is actually the Jewish Messiah. It's like, he very well might be, but he isn't yet. And that's the thing. There is no Messiah yet. The Messiah has yet to come. The Messiah is coming. And if that Messiah happens to be Jesus, then, then Jews would believe that. But since that hasn't happened yet, it's kind of ridiculous to expect Jews to believe that. It's kind of like there's people who want Jews to believe in Jesus before Jesus comes, because somehow that will validate, Christian tradition in a way that it isn't already, it's like, if you truly believe that Jesus is coming back, it doesn't matter whether, Jews believe in him or not. And it's like, at the end of the day, if he comes back and he's the Messiah, then Jews would believe in him. It's just that it hasn't happened yet. So, and there isn't this tradition of, the Messiah dying and rising, but there also isn't something that says it can't happen. So it's like, at the end of the day, if Jesus does come back, who knows? Maybe Judaism will look a lot different. But until that happens, it's not really a discussion that's even going to get anywhere, because it's not really relevant.
Handbook on how to persecute the Jews. I'm reading a story written by Jews about Jewish people. One thing you don't do is you don't talk about Jesus.
I'm gonna get ostracized. They're gonna think I'm crazy. And
are you out of your mind? You're not Jewish anymore.
Absolutely not. Do not look into this.
You are a traitor to your people. Jesus was the Messiah.
He wants relationship. He wants fellowship. Believing in Jesus is the most Jewish thing I can do.
To have a close relationship with God, the truth is worth it. Life with Yeshua would be worth it.
I've been involved in Jewish outreach for over 30 years. This new form of evangelism that One for Israel so effectively uses is really revolutionary in 2,000 years. The ministry of One for Israel is an extremely valuable one in effectively communicating to the world that Jesus is a Jew, that Jesus is the Messiah of our Jewish people, and that Jewish people are coming to faith in Messiah in several different languages, but most notably in modern Hebrew, into all
See,
corners
that's
of the Jewish
predatory.
world,
Like,
to a
sure, it's one thing
generation
if
of
you
young
want to see.
Israelis who are in communities that would frown upon their investigation of Jesus.
It's difficult.
Many of them have phones or
If you're
have
dealing with people
tablets
who don't speak
and are
English,
viewing
I mean, everyone
One
in
for Israel
everyone in
videos,
Israel speaks English,
either
so
in
it's not like
Hebrew or in
this isn't
English,
accessible to them.
and are effectively being reached for Yeshua, for Jesus the Messiah. If you want to be on the crust of what God is doing now, the gospel of Jesus the Jewish Messiah is going out from Israel to the world. It's a revolution. It hasn't been seen in 2,000 years. God has raised up this ministry of One for Israel for such a time as this. I would encourage you to support the ministry as they bring the good news of Messiah Jesus to a very dark and needy world. I'm One for Israel.
So yeah, no one's currently watching it, so I'm probably going to head off after this next video ends. So wow, it's late. Okay. No, I don't want to join us. You've got to be kidding me. Come on.
Translation, I think.
Hello and welcome back to the Groundbreaker International YouTube channel. In this video, I want to talk to you about the Shekinah glory of God, the manifest presence of God, and some deep meaning within the words Shekinah and glory and what that means. It's a little bit different, I think, than we imagine sometimes. So I wanted to bring this teaching to you today because I believe that the church needs a greater understanding of the true meaning of the glory of God. We don't have things all figured out. I know I don't have things all figured out, but I continually seek after the presence of God and seek after the mysteries of the Word of God, because I believe that the more that we learn about Him, the closer that we get to Him. Let's talk about the glory of God today and the Shekinah glory and where that word comes from. And the word Shekinah is actually an extra biblical word. You won't find Shekinah glory anywhere in the Bible, but it comes from a root word, shekan, and we see that in several scriptures here. In Exodus chapter 40, verse 35, we see it also in Genesis 9:27, 14:13, Psalm 37:3, and Jeremiah 33:16. So shekan, rather, that root word actually means to dwell. So when we talk about the Shekinah glory, the root word is to dwell in the glory. Now, Jews put that word together, Shekinah, as an extra biblical word, and it gives us an understanding of this word right here, Shekinah. This is what it means. It means He caused to dwell. So the glory of God will cause us to dwell with Him and Him with us. And so if we break that down, it all has the connotation of dwelling place. So when we talk about the Shekinah glory of God, we're talking about the manifest presence of the kabod, the glory, the weighty presence. Now, even though it's not actually in the Bible, Shekinah, the connotation is all throughout the scripture, that God wants to abide in us. He wants to dwell among His people. God wanted to dwell among His people, the Jews. And so He set forth Moses to build the tabernacle. He set forth the people to build the Ark of the Covenant, to house the presence of God, to house His Shekinah, His dwelling presence. But something that I've found within churches today is that we look at Shekinah glory as something that only has one meaning to it. And what I found is that we tend to look at the Shekinah, the dwelling, as just peace. And I believe that we've come to a place where we need to come past just the peace of God. Now, I find it very interesting that in the book of Enoch, which is not a biblically canonized book, but we're just going to use it today as just a reference point here. But in the book of Enoch 3, the third book of Enoch, which is called the Hebrew book of Enoch, there is a rabbi by the name of Ishmael ben Elisha, who's fabled to be the son of the prophet Elisha. And he has an account, a vision, in which he wrote in this book of Enoch here. And he talked about the Shekinah glory infiltrating his soul, bringing enlightenment and understanding. Now, there's some commentary by Joseph Lumpkin that brought commentary on the third book of Enoch here. And he stated some things about the Shekinah glory that I thought were very interesting, in that the Shekinah, or the Shekinah, the dwelling glory of God, is not just about it's not just about the peace of God, but that it's about multifaceted things. That the glory of God that manifests actually brings not just peace, but also understanding, wisdom, creativity, all different facets of God that he brings to the table. And the reason I want to tell you that is this today, speaking to the church. When we talk about the manifest presence of God, it's not just about receiving peace. It's not just about the atmosphere being charged with a peacefulness or a restfulness, although we do believe that God is resting in that place. That's what we want to happen, is God to rest in that place. But we need to understand that God wants to do more than just sit there and rest, that there are other things that God can put in us. Now, in the account here with Rabbi Ishmael ben Elisha, who had this vision and wrote this book, talked about the Shekinah glory infiltrating his soul and bringing enlightenment and understanding. And so it said that during that point in time that the presence of God actually infiltrated, came through his eyes, that the light shone and went down into his spirit, and it brought forth a revelation. Now think about, in the Bible, John the Revelator, who had an experience with God, Daniel the prophet, who had these experiences with God where they felt weak to where they could not stand up. They were in the Shekinah glory of God. They were in that Shekinah time period, that Shekinah place where God was dwelling among them physically, in a place where their spirit was with him in that moment. Now, God is omnipresent. He's everywhere, but there are times where he manifests, he rests in a place and rests over his people. And so during those times where they are with the presence of God, they no longer are able to stand up. Many times they're not able to speak. A lot of times, even the angels that carry the presence of God with them, they're in the presence of angels where they cannot speak, they cannot stand, they can't do anything but lay dead as a dead man. And so what happens though is after they get up, because God many times will take the strength out of you to let you become weak, so he can put something in you so that when you get back up, that you're strengthened supernaturally. Now, I just think it's so interesting that the time that I spend in the presence of God, in both corporately in a corporate praise and worship setting and in private, that there are many times where you just feel the presence of God so much you can't stand up. You know, a couple of my great friends, minister friends, have been asked before why people fall down in the presence of God. And, you know, some people, obviously, people can fake it. I understand that. That's not what I'm talking about. But there are times when the weighty presence of God comes and people cannot stand up in it, whether they're people are praying for them and the anointing is strong on them, or whether they're just in praise and worship and seeking after God, they just can't stand up. And that was the answer that they've given them. Well, they can't stand up. It's not really that scientific. You know, our physical bodies can only handle so much. And when the presence of God comes in, sometimes our physical strength becomes depleted. And so during those times, many times God is putting something on the inside of us. And supernaturally, the glory will bring wisdom and understanding about things. So I look in it to this. For about the past decade, God has gotten a hold of me personally in such a way that I can't go back. I can't go backwards because I've spent time in the presence of God in those times, in the times of the manifest presence, in the glory. God puts things on the inside of me, and he brings you to greater understanding. It's something that you can't teach in a book. It's something I can't teach you on YouTube. Listen, I can teach you all the Hebrew in the world, but if it's not coupled with the Spirit of God resting in you, you're not going to go any higher. It's just going to be knowledge. It's just going to be like a clanging cymbal. It's not going to mean anything. We have to have both the Word of God and the manifest presence of God in our lives, enable for us to go higher, enable for us to go deeper, and for us to go closer and closer to the Spirit of God. Just a mental assent does not work. That's why that dwelling, the Shekinah, God dwelling his presence in us, he's actually putting things on the inside of us. The Shekinah glory brings with it supernatural understanding and wisdom that will not come from a teacher or a book. Spending time in the Shekinah, in the royal presence, will bring more understanding of him. And that's something else interesting I want to point out to you. That word Shekinah there actually can also mean in the royal presence of. Like if you're in the presence of a king or a queen, in the presence of royalty. So when God comes to dwell, it's the king who is coming to dwell among us and to put something in us. He doesn't just come to give us good services. He doesn't just come to give us just a nice feeling of peace. All of that kind of thinking, honestly, it needs to stop in the church, because God's trying to bring the church to a greater understanding of him. There are so many facets of God that even the angels, when they circle around his throne saying, holy, 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 every time they circle around, they see another facet of him. They see more characteristics they've never seen of him before. And it causes that charge to say, you are holy, you are holy. And the manifest presence of God being so strong should cause us to see more facets of him. If you go to a church service or you're in your prayer time, whatever the case is, and you're spending time with God, and you say, oh, I just feel the glory of God. Oh, I'm just feeling the glory. I'm feeling the glory. But you're never changed. I seriously ask the question, are you really getting a touch truly from the supernatural God? Because if God is truly touching you, God's presence, the literal manifest glory of God, the kabod, the weighty presence is Shekinah. It's dwelling among you. It's going to change you. It has to change you. You're going to be enlightened with wisdom and understanding. You're going to have creative ideas are going to come out of that. Your life is going to be completely changed. And over the past 10 years, as I've spent more and more time.
And so this idea, when Shekinah, dwells upon someone, they're imbued with this chokhmah, because chokhmah is the Shekinah. It's like wisdom is her. She is wisdom. So it's not just like that it's a hidden illusion to her, it's also that she is wisdom. So she isn't just the asherim, the poles that people would put up by altars. She is also the wisdom and the spirit, and she is the mother, and she's the ocean, and she's the tree, and she's the lion. Like literally, something we were going through earlier back with Karthik when he was talking about Arael, is that Ariel, which happens to also be my name, which is kind of eerie that happens to be what I'm studying now, is that Ariel means lioness of El, and the lioness of El, as well as his wife, was Asherah or Atirat. She had multiple epithets, but the point being is, like, I definitely feel this deep connection, and it's like then there's also this possible connection between the cannabis plant and her, because in Assyria, cannabis was known as Sim Ishara, the aromatic or the incense of Ishara. and Ishara is another name for Asherah. It's another name for Ishtar / Inanna, but additionally Ishara becomes Asherah. Like it only needs a change in vowel from Ish to Ash. But what gets really interesting is just the fact that, you know, I happen to be studying this, and it's all the only reason I started studying any of this happens to be because of the research that Chris Bennett has done and the connection he's drawn between Asherah and the cannabis plant. Not directly, but more so that they are both things that were suppressed or forgotten within Judaic or Israeli culture. But the thing is, there is definitely a connection. The tree of life, which Asherah is also most likely the tree of life. Is also the cannabis plant. Because in Assyria, the tree of life, their tree of life, which is also etymologically similar, is typologically similar to both the tree of life, the menorah, as well as the cannabis plant. And this tree of life is called Kiskanu, and it has a shared etymology. Potentially, there's some debate over this, but between Kiskanu and Kan Abu. So the Kiskan and the Kan Ab, that they both share the Kan. But there's been quite a bit of research into this going back to the 1930s. That kind of bosom was one of the things used in the Ketorah, in the holy incense in the temple, but that this was one of the things that was very deeply connected to Asherah, and that eventually, when Asherah gets removed from the picture, she gets replaced with her spirit. Basically, her spirit gets pulled out of her body, so you can't see her face, you can't see what she looks like, you can't see her beauty. All you see is her wisdom. Like, there's something beautiful about that, as haunting as it is, and as much as I wish that, you know, because personally I think that it's a lot harder for given this also might just be an issue with how screwed up our society is, but it's a lot easier to try and attack Jews for worshiping a bigender or transgender god, in reality just a god that is beyond gender, as opposed to just a people that worship two gods, a god and his wife. Like, that is not that, you know, that's not that controversial from a standpoint of, you know, like non-Abrahamic religion. But for Abrahamic religion, it's so important that you maintain this this paradigm of one God, that they end up actually melding the life of God into God. So, like, this is weird. They divorce. So what ends up happening is they get a divorce. Yahweh says, I don't want to be married to you anymore. You are not my wife. I'm not your husband. You shall no longer call me Baal. Instead, you shall call me Adon. Or Baali, you shall call me Adoni. That referring both to Asherah and to the Jewish people. But what's interesting here is that that in this divorce, God, like the masculine God, so Yahweh, doesn't just take, you know, her property. He doesn't just take it all in the divorce. He also takes her. He basically, I wouldn't say he slays her, but he basically extracts or copies. And when I say he, I'd argue it's a priesthood, because I don't truly think that this is something that, I think that it was largely more to do with power grabs than religious revolutions. But it's entirely possible it was a religious revolution because of stuff that was being done that was seen as immoral. But I tend to think that if we're capable of, venerating Asherah and, still viewing her as, like equal or a partner to Yahweh, like, why is that diminishing anything with Yahweh? And the thing is, this idea that he's a jealous God, that he, I am the Lord your God and you shall have no other gods before me. Literally before me. What if Asherah is after him? And after being in priority. So another thing is, you shall have no other gods before me. Eventually it becomes, I am the Lord your God and there is none but me. So he's not saying that. Well, even with that, you could be saying there is no other your Lord but me, but not saying, or no other God that you worship but me. But still, I tend to think that you can see an evolution in how the belief in God eventually becomes the belief in only God. And this isn't worship of only God. This is literally the belief in only God. The belief that other gods from other traditions, they're just demons. They're, demons, and in some cases, ones that are based off of Judaism in some form are angels, that people are worshiping angels and demons, and that's all that other religions are. I don't think that. I think that there's a lot more nuance to it. I think that we see this similar with a bunch of other cultures, that when they encounter foreign cultures, they have to explain the origin of those. They have to etiology. They etiologize. That's it. They have to etiologize the origins of other traditions. And so, like, for instance, one of the things we were reading last night was how Adam was apparently the source of Saturnalia, according to the Talmud. Who actually thinks that that's the case? I don't think that it's like, that's wrong, therefore we shouldn't teach it. But it's like, I think we should teach it in context. This is an example of, Jews coming into contact with Romans, and they happen to see that, oh wow, our Festival of Lights happens to coincide with the Festival of Saturnalia. So then they have to connect the two via Adam. And Adam wasn't even Jewish. He was before Jews were a thing, or before the Israelites. So he's a possible connector because he's part of the thing that connects both the Romans and the Israelites. And so there you can use him as a shared connector that connects the two traditions, and you establish him doing something that isn't quite Hanukkah, and that isn't quite, or not Hanukkah, but that isn't quite like a archetype for Hanukkah, but also isn't quite an archetype for Saturnalia. But then it gets morphed by both of them, gets viewed as right by the Jews and wrong by the other peoples. Again, the ideologies are problematic, but viewed in context, I think they are no worse than any other. Anyway, I want to continue because I do want to head off soon. Let's see, where is it?
In the presence of God deeper than I did when I was even younger. My life has changed. My family has changed. Our ministry has gone to other levels, not because of me. It's because of spending time like a dead man laying in the presence of God, in a place of humbleness, in a place that only He can take you to the places that He wants to take you. And so that's my prayer for you today. During the time that we're in right now, all of the crazy things going on in the world, I believe that it's important for us to spend time in the kabod, the weighty presence of God, and to let Him shekan, to let Him dwell among us with His Shekinah glory, the dwelling place glory among us. And I believe that if we do that and continue to study His Word, and if you're on these videos, if you're here watching right now, you're seeking after more of Him. That's what you're doing. If you enjoy all of the Hebrew teachings and all the deeper meanings of the Word of God, you're seeking after the Word of God, and that's great. Now, we also need to make sure that we seek His face, not just the words on the page, but also seek the heart of God, seek the presence of God. It will change your life. I hope that you enjoyed today's teaching. And until next time, God bless you. God bless your family. We'll see you real soon. Please be sure to like this video, subscribe to this channel, and ring that notification.
Honestly, I think I might go for one more video. See my thoughts on this. Because this lady's connecting the Asherah, Tree of Life, Mother of Gods, Shekhinah, and Yahweh.
Hi, welcome to Sun Devil Auto.
My car's making this funny sound.
It's not a problem. We've got you covered.
Sun Devil Auto's technicians are ASE certified.
Hello, my spirited living, divinely feminine friends.
Okay, this
is
cringy.
Deborah Roth from Spirited Living, back this week with another edition, another installment of our Inner Goddess Team Journey. Something I started a couple years ago. You can learn more about it by clicking on the eye up in the corner the YouTube video. If you're watching this on Instagram, you have to go to my YouTube channel. And at the end of that, there's also a place that you can learn more about this whole, what I mean when I talk about the divine feminine, so that I'm not repeating it each week. The overall impetus behind it is to do whatever I can in my small way to return the world to a more balanced place, evoking the qualities of the divine feminine in all of us, male, female, no gender, not gender specific by any means. And those qualities are compassion and collaboration and honoring our intuition and our emotions, honoring the earth, honoring our connection to nature, honoring our bodies. And the earthy connection comes in particularly vividly today with, I'm kind of continuing on my theme of earthy / lustiness, but really the tree theme of the month. Because it is, as I'm recording this is it's May, but as I often say, you can call on these. I do them in particular times of year. I bring in the goddesses from around the world that oftentimes just evoke this particular time of year. But you can tap into them whenever you want, regardless of when you're watching this. So I encourage you to think about that and not think that, oh, I can only look at that goddess at a particular time of year. And definitely subscribe to my channel, and you'll see a whole array of all the goddesses all over the place. If you've got a favorite, you can search for it and see what you find. So continuing on this journey of tree goddesses, we are honoring today Asherah, which is, she was originally a Canaanite from Canaan, which was kind of the pre-Christian pagan lead up to
Pre-Christian
to Judaism, really. And those of you who are Jewish may very well know much more about her story than.
A pre-Christian lead up to Judaism. I'm sorry, and this lady's name is Deborah Roth. I kind of thought that she was Jewish. I'm not going to lie. I don't know why. Well, I mean, Roth, it's German for red, so maybe I just took that for granted. Jeez, I mean, I'm sorry, but really? How do you not know that Judaism preceded Christianity?
Pagan lead.
Okay, well, maybe not Judaism preceded Christianity. They both emerged around the same time, but Israelite tradition, Israelite and Judean religion.
Up to Judaism, really. And those of you who are Jewish, Canaan, array of all the goddesses all over the place. If you've got a favorite, you can search for it and see what you find. So continuing on this journey of tree goddesses, we are honoring today Asherah, which is, she was originally a Canaanite from Canaan, which was kind of the pre-Christian pagan lead up to Judaism, really. And those of you who are Jewish may very well know much more about her story than I do. I've certainly heard of her. She's quite extraordinary. She was one of the top, along with Anat, of the Canaanite goddesses that were really being worshipped like 1400 BCE. And she was known as the Lady of the Sea, the Tree of Life, she who gives birth, and the Mother of the Gods. She was actually, by the time the patriarch got a hold of her, they just called her a tree. But you see the sacredness, the sanctity of the tree in Judaism and certainly all over. But she's associated with the Tree of Life. In fact, she's often depicted as a staff or a pole that, and it was said early on that she was the wife of Yahweh, of the early Jewish / Christian God. and that his altar was surrounded by these poles, these trees, as a tribute to Asherah. Now, eventually, there was a monotheistic ruler, Josiah, I think his name was,
Boo.
ran around and tried to obliterate every pole, everything that he could find that related to Asherah, but she could not be eliminated. She was very important and powerful to particularly the women of the time, because as we know, in ancient times, while there were certainly powerful women, they relied on archetypes, on goddesses like Asherah to turn to when they needed support, when they needed guidance. And she is, in her role, it was also she was married to El in the Canaanite version of the story, and he had 2 wives. She gave birth to 400 children or something like that, which means she's also a goddess of fertility.
That's a lot of kids.
And she's known and be in that mothering role, and the mother of the gods. That's where her phrase, the mother of the gods, comes from. She's you call on her main themes are kindness, love, and foresight, kind of divination. Her
I like that.
major symbol, of course, is a tree or a pole or a staff.
And a lion.
Also, it's interesting. She was brought in. She's often depicted, and let me move my hands around a little bit, with surrounded on one side by a lion and an ibex on the other side.
Ibex!
Long-horned goat-looking thing.
Please learn how to pronounce your words, lady.
So she's the original. Her original symbol, her original connection was to trees. Out of that came, and I'm continuing to hold this up. You can see the tree in the picture, in this beautiful rendition. And I'll give you the website. I just found some amazing, really wonderful series of information about her on a particular website that I love. Journey to the Goddess, I think the name of it is. And so you can learn more about it. I won't go into everything here, but you can. I don't know if you can see it, but there's also she was instructed to create 3 sprouts on either side of the central one, and that's where the menorah came from. So we went from a Canaanite pagan goddess, pre-Christian Judeo goddess, Asherah, known as the Tree of Life, to become the Tree of Life, which then transformed into the menorah. So there's images of her everywhere. And there are, let's see if I can find some of them. Not having grown up Jewish, I don't know all this by heart. There are Asherim. There are several words in Hebrew that relate back to her in terms of, I'm not going to be able to find them quickly in my notes, but that means you just have to go and look at this website, because it's got all kinds of great stuff in it. So she was, her powers and her presence were invoked not only during planting time, because as I said, she was this goddess of fertility, but also during childbirth. She was thought to be the goddess who walks into the sea. Not quite sure what that has to do with fertility. But and here's the piece. In making the first menorah, the ancient Hebrews were instructed to have 3 branches coming out of either side of a central stand, and that stand was representative of Asherah. That's who she was. That's who she became in the patriarchal rendition of it. She was just a pole or a staff that was part of the altar. Here's a beautiful prayer. This also, if you have never, this is another one of my favorite places, referrals, is Patricia Telesco. Let's see if I can easily put my hand on her. I keep it right next to my little thing here. Patricia Telesco, 365 goddesses. Not everything in there is completely accurate, but she gives such a beautiful and poetic description of all these goddesses. Some are connected, to obviously 365. She does a daily goddess thing. And this is a beautiful prayer that she offered up to Asherah. And I'll share just another tree chant with you in a minute. Lady, make me an instrument of kindness and mercy. Let my words be gentle and true. My actions motivated by insight and fairness. Where there is prejudice, let me share your vision. Where there is uncertainty, let me share your vision. Where there is disharmony, let me show love. Blessed be. Isn't that beautiful? And the tree chant that I'll share with you, I had one that I really loved that I shared a couple weeks ago when we looked at Nematoma, who was the goddess of the sacred groves. And I sang a tree chant then, and then I found another one that that's also quite lovely. I'm slowly getting my voice back. I'm still a little crackly, so this will be in a pretty low register from all these flowering trees. I think that's why I was inspired to make the month of May my tree goddess month, because I'm in New York City and it's just exquisite. I'm right on across the street from Riverside Park, and today I actually sat under two of my favorite trees in my community garden, having gotten my hands in the dirt and planted a bunch of impatiens in my garden plot at the Lotus Garden, and then under one of my favorite trees in Riverside Park. So your mission is to, if you can't plant a tree, at least get your hands in dirt, take some time to sit under a tree, my favorite place to meditate. And you can sing this chant, sing it in your head, sing it out loud, some version of it. I won't have the tune that I originally found on this may not be exactly right, but you get the idea. The leaves on the trees reach up to the sky as the roots reach down through the deep dark earth.
Oh God, this is painful. Honestly, it wouldn't be if it was in Hebrew. And like maybe I'm biased for that, but it really is painful to me to hear this, but I'm still going to play it.
The leaves on the trees reach up to the sky as the roots reach down through the deep dark earth. The leaves on the trees reach up to the sky as the roots reach down through the deep.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I could easily translate this and I would not cringe at it. And that's totally a bias.
So, allow yourself to be surrounded, to be infused with the fertility of the season, with the beauty of all these new things growing.
It's the winter.
Think of yourself as a staff of Asherah. Think of
Asherah. Why do you keep mispronouncing her name?
Of kindness, of fertility, of mother godliness. And I'd love to hear your stories. Please go out and commune with a tree and let me know if you.
Okay, I'm sorry. We cannot end on that note. That is just no. We have to have a better video to end off on. Let's see. What's this? The Hebrew Divine Feminine explained by a Rastafari rabbi. This has got to be interesting. Oh, shoot. I thought I was sharing it. I was not.
Empress no easily gon' give you what you want. Official pandemic, me no come yourself a stand. And knowledge is my gift, no need no riches, figure flaunt. While you got them on my pockets, if no have no time for front row. I got this lack of like
A sight for the blind eyes.
the natty in my crown. Yo, in your own corruption you are down. My Trinity got them bowing to the ground. Now what that impress, word, power and sound. Yo, we're coming with a vengeance for them. Tell them send a warning. Don't you beg nor pardon. If it were you, tell me what you would I do. Vengeance for them. Tell them.
Your Imperial Majesty, Are there any passages of the Bible that have become especially meaningful to you?
I have the highest respect for the Bible as a whole. We also recognize the rightful name the Bible bears. We find that in all the periods of the Old Testament, in the time of patriarchs, kings, and prophets, great miracles were done. On the other hand, the New Testament, in which our Lord himself gave the command to go to all the world and to preach, is also of high value. Then Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the four Gospels in which the sayings of our Lord are recorded, are pillars for all men on the earth. Therefore,
It's also
the
worth
Bible
mentioning, as good of a guy as he was for, in certain aspects, he was also colonialist. As weird as that sounds, people forget that you can still be a colonialist even if you're part of a group that traditionally has been attempted to either be colonized or, basically people cannot just simply think within the realm of, oh, okay, Ethiopia is full of people who happen to have black skin, therefore they're all the same, because they aren't. There's different tribes there, and he did, I forget exactly what tribe it was that they were oppressing, but it's part of the reason why you have conflicts. It was going on before then, but it's part of the reason that there's conflict still going on today in Ethiopia, between I think it's the Harari and the Gundar, though I'm really rusty. I don't know enough about Ethiopia. But yeah, this guy, Haile Selassie, he was a colonizer, but he also provided a lot of hope for people who were colonized. So you can't just throw him out the baby with the bathwater. You have to look at the context.
Your Imperial Majesty, as a mature Christian, have you a special word for young people of these days?
On this occasion, I address also all those within our empire. Our Christianity is not restricted to a given church, and I stress above all that we do not wish to make distinctions. My advice to all is to fulfill the 10 Commandments. You are aware of the contents of the 10 Commandments and can elaborate on it. If the nation for which I am the emperor follows and accepts this, since it's also what I accept and follow, I would believe our country is not only historically Christian, but also actively Christian.
Imperial Majesty.
Because the connection right here in Psalm 27 and 14, where it says to wait on Yahweh, be of good courage, and he shall strengthen thine heart. He shall strengthen thine heart. What is our heart? The heart is the center. In the Hebrew, the lebab, the lib, right, is the center, right? It's the center of anything. But now it refers to the center of our thinking.
Yeah, the innermost part of the center,
feeling.
The person.
What in the West they might call to our mind, the center of our feeling and our thought. So he will strengthen I heart. Now, Psalm 27 and 14 is very important here, because those who have the Chumash might have noticed there's that Hebrew paragraph right there, but the large letters are Chazaka, right? Chazaka, Chazak, right? Which means be strong. It's a command. Right? It's a command, be strong. In particular, it's a command to the aggregation as a collective male. That's what's interesting. It could be in the feminine sense, it could be in the plural sense, but it's as one is saying to a singular mind. Right? Now, why is that? Well, in the mystery school of the Moshiach, in the discipleship school, we learn about, the symbolic logic, the parables as disciples. We learn that inner meaning, right? That mistater, that mystir, that so-called mystery, or they could say the mythological, but actually it is that as we digest it, as you digest the word, as you receive it, right, as you grow. So in our growing, right, and in our knowing,
that actually is really interesting.
it's very,
So
very important that
said,
we recognize that
Nistar means like that which is hidden, and mystery is also that which is hidden. So I wonder, I don't think there's a connection there, but it would be interesting.
In the scripture, the spirit refers to the Ivine of the divine male, and the soul, the female, right? The male, right? Speaking of the spirit, right? And what is the spirit? Our spirit. Each of us is a tripartite individual, or is tripartite. We're made in the image, and after we're created in the image and after likeness, right, of the Holy Trinity of Salus Kedus, Ha Shalush Ha Kadosh, the Ab, the Bain, the Ruach HaKodesh in the Hebrew, Yahweh Ahad, or the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Now, people would ask, it's very important, they'll ask, well, where is the feminine? Where is the mother? Well, Proverbs says that wisdom, right, is the principal thing. Right now in the Hebrew, as we studied the Hebrew, we know that the principal thing is the Reshith, or the Reshet, the Reshith. And we know that the first words in HaTorah, in the first book known as Bereshith, right, is Bereshith, Bereshith. So doing the math on that, if wisdom is the Reshith, principal thing, and the first book of Jalor, of the Torah, says Bereshith, in the beginning, or in the principle, in wisdom. So wisdom is, she is. So she was there in the beginning with the triple male, right, with HaShalush HaKadosh. Just for those who might be coming from a Western Gentile, state of mind, and they are still caught up, right, in that foreign mind, that foreign language. We pray for ones to receive that outpouring, right, of the Spirit of truth.
Get the Roots production. Shanice in the place. You know we are burn out all needed. Run it. We gonna take it to the top. And you know we won't stop. Hey, hey. You think you can test this?
These are those rhombohedron crystals in your pineal gland. When those
All
crystals
right, I
become
think this will be the final.
all of a sudden they start calling energy back to them, and they begin to build their own electromagnetic field. We're seeing common people around the world becoming supernatural when they follow this formula. They're healing themselves, they're creating new jobs, new opportunities, and they're having mystical experiences, and they look just like you.
Dr. Dispenza, more like Dr. Discams, though.
Ein Sof is beyond gender. But the Zohar actually talks about Ein Sof very little, because what can you say about infinity? The main theme of the Zohar is the romance of God, the union of the male and female. And that brings us to Shekhinah. So what does Shekhinah mean? The word Shekhinah never appears in the Torah. When it first appears in rabbinic literature, it means the dwelling, the union of the male and female. And that brings us to Shekhinah. So what does Shekhinah mean? The word Shekhinah never appears in the Torah. When it first appears in rabbinic literature, it means the dwelling of God, God's dwelling in the world, what we call immanence. For example, the rabbis ask, why did God appear to Moses in the burning bush? Couldn't God have picked something a little more impressive? A sycamore tree, a cypress tree, a giant redwood? Why some shrub? Why did God appear to Moses in a shrub? To tell you, as it says here, the second quote on the page you have, En makom ba'aretz panui min hashchina. There's no place on earth empty of Shekhinah. This is a beautiful example of what Shekhinah means hundreds of years before the Zohar. The Shekhinah means God's presence in the world. Not just God's presence in the world, B'chol makom shegalu, wherever Israel went in exile, Shekhinah imahem. So Shekhinah is that aspect of God that accompanies the children of Israel. Shekhinah fills the world, but Shekhinah is specifically God's intimacy with the people. Now, this is interesting. Who's the author of this statement? B'chol makom shegalu,
Worth mentioning.
Shekhinah imahem. It's Rabbi.
Imahem, Shekhinah imahem. Imahem could also be Ima, mother, Hem, their mother. Shekhinah was their mother, and Shekhinah was with them. Given it's spelled two different ways, but it's a clear rhythm.
Rabbi Akiva. Who is Rabbi Akiva? The teacher of Rabbi Shimon. This idea is in the Talmud, in the Midrash, but is central to the Zohar. The Zohar hundreds and hundreds of times talks about Shekhinah being in exile. So you could say one of the most central ideas in the entire Zohar goes back to the real Rabbi Shimon and his teacher, Rabbi Akiva. The next quote is very interesting. Happy are the righteous, asher hemat tzadikim, for they cause Shekhinah to dwell on earth. Now that's strange. Shekhinah is on earth. Shekhinah means God's presence in the world. Why would anyone need to cause?
Ashrei being used with Shekhinah. There's a connection between Ashrei and Shekhinah, between blessedness and happiness and Shekhinah.
Shekhinah to dwell on earth. Shekhinah is on earth. And yet it's the righteous, you could say, that actualize the potential of Shekhinah. This really later becomes a very central idea in Kabbalah. God needs us. God is somehow incomplete without the human being. We actualize the divine potential. I think the most beautiful name I've ever seen for Shekhinah is Sod HaEfshar.
I think that means the secret of possibility.
The secret of the possible.
I swear, I did not read this before, or I didn't watch this before. It's just a Sod secret and Efshar. It's like, can Efshar, like, perhaps. So it's like a possibility. But seriously, and I'm going to plug her again. Best teacher I've ever had in terms of being able. I mean, I've had a lot of great teachers of Hebrew, but I really think the biggest thing was learning it biblical Hebrew. But Francois Mirguet, she's also the advisor of this club that I try to found, and I mean, I've yet to get it up and running properly, but she is just amazing. She can teach anyone. I swear, I was probably the most difficult person she's ever had to teach Hebrew to, and yet she managed. So, and I mean, frankly, I feel like I can fly pretty easily. I mean, part of it is also I have this love for Hebrew that has just like really blossomed, and I mean, it's largely because I'm able to view the stuff that Neil and Amon talk about, and Derek and Craig and Ford and all these amazing YouTubers. And then obviously Chris Bennett. I mean, Chris Bennett. I think Chris Bennett and Neil Sunlack from Gnostic Informant have probably been my biggest influences, because like without them, I don't even know where. So like without Chris, I wouldn't know the first thing about cannabis and Judaism and Asherah, and without Neil, I wouldn't be able to see all the connections throughout the other parts of the ancient world, because he just does some seriously good scholarship. Well, I mean, like, he's not like a scholar in the sense of like, writing up. Well, I mean, he does have his own work, but it's not like a type of like scholastic scholarship, which I think is just as valid. In fact, in some ways, I think it's more valid, because as long as, you're sticking to the truth, which he does. I mean, he admits when something's speculation, but for the most part, he's sticking to, what we know for a fact, and which we can't know for a fact, he clarifies isn't. But basically, I think there's something really important, and it's actually, I mean, part it's also because I don't have the energy to, be a part of academia, especially since getting COVID twice. But I really think that communicating this knowledge outside of academia, breaking through that ivory tower complex, is so key if we want to prevent this stuff from being, misused and abused in order to, weaponize people against each other. I mean, like, if you can convince someone that God's telling you to do something, or that a deity or that some spirit is telling you to do something, I mean, that we tend to associate that type of stuff with people who aren't, fully in reality. But the truth is, the people who do this stuff are the ones who are considered as being a part of reality, because at the end of the day, we're dealing with this shared culture, and we're dealing with like shared ideas, and whether you agree with an idea or not, you are going to have to engage with it. And I don't know where I'm going with this point, but anyway.
That's a name for Shekhinah. It's not in the Zohar. It's not in any famous Kabbalistic text. There's one 14th century Kabbalist, the grandson of the Ramban, a man named David ben Yehuda Chassid. He calls Shekhinah Sod HaEfshar, the secret of the possible. And I think that's really behind this statement here. Happy are the righteous, for they cause Shekhinah to dwell on earth. Shekhinah is already here, but Shekhinah is potentially here. It's up to us to actualize that divine potential by how we live our lives, by what we discover within our consciousness, by how we act out that discovery day by day.
Let's see. I'm going to find one.
When I started-
Shit. I'm going to find one more of these videos, those short ones, because honestly, it's like, it's addictive, like the like learning about this stuff. I definitely want to dedicate something specifically to the whole concept of Shekhinah. Let's see. Oh, here's a channel. Videos. Let's see.
The teaching is that Adam and Chava contain the souls of all humanity, of all reality within them. And when they ate from the tree of knowledge, their soul shattered into hundreds and thousands of pieces, each piece into hundreds and thousands of pieces. And each one of those is the sliver of soul that is the life of each one of us. And so we've gone through a number of journeys. It's quite complicated how it all happens, but so as we're kind of moving towards the end of days, so our soul started with Adam, and we've been around, and much of that chunk of soul that we're working on has already been fixed, and we also have the reshimu, the residue, the impression of all the previous lives that we've lived.
Interesting. Okay, here.
In the traditional world, there's a growing opportunity for women to learn at more advanced levels, and all kinds of shifting in that way. And there's also the more reactionary elements that are moving in the opposite direction and wanting to kind of hold things down. And I think that it's as it should be, because I do think that it's a very delicate process of balancing the feminine shift and not losing touch of he and she, not losing each other, and kind of finding that pace is a very delicate matter. I think that one of the errors that feminism, secular feminism made was decide that what does it look like for the woman to not be oppressed, that she can do and should do everything that men do. And I think that that came at a high price. I think that actually women suffered from that because they're not men, and them just
In
having the
certain
freedom to
regards, but in
actually use
others,
their
no.
potential,
Like anything
it
that's
might look
intellectual, men can
very,
do just
very
as well as
different from
women, and
what men are
women can
doing.
do
Like
just as well as men.
first wave feminism is whatever men are doing, that's what I want to do. Men don't bake bread, I'm not going to bake bread. Second wave feminism was women bake bread, I'm going to spend my whole life baking bread, I'm going to glorify baking bread. And third wave feminism was maybe I'll bake bread, maybe I won't bake bread, I'll see how I feel. And so I think that in some ways that's bread. And third wave feminism was maybe I'll bake bread, maybe I won't bake bread, I'll see how I feel. And so I think that in some ways that's like like men are rabbis. So is that what a fully actualized woman is? Someone who also is a rabbi or can be a rabbi? I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure it's not that, but I'm not sure it is that.
If you're a reader, you are secretly a writer. On this course, I'm going to teach you everything I know.
One of the things that the RE says is that repeatedly he says, I'm only giving over the Kabbalah of the world of Yosher, of the world of hierarchy. I'm not giving over the Kabbalah of the world of Igulim, which is the circle world. And really the Yosher, or the world of hierarchy, is more the masculine modality and the masculine world. And the Igulim, the circle world, is really the feminine. So I understand that as an invitation for women to unpack the Kabbalah of their eye center, of their circular sense of the world, their non-hierarchical, their kind of like an innate, of their circular sense of the world, their non-hierarchical, as an invitation for women to unpack the Kabbalah of their eye center, of their to unpack the Kabbalah of their eye center, of their circular sense of the world, their non-hierarchical, their kind of like an innate aptitude or preference for circle world consciousness, which is really what a lot of this teaching is about. It's about the collapsing of hierarchy and the movement into like Shaveh Lagamre, completely equal. It's a non-hierarchical model and consciousness, which
Meaning
is
that men and women are equal?
that not only men and women are equal, but everything feminine. Like that's where we're headed. Everything feminine is moving into like equality with its masculine, whatever it is, so that there is a collapse of hierarchy, and where we move into circle consciousness, circular reality. One of the things, it's a very interesting idea that in the seventh stage, where the Ari talks about it as panim b'panim, shaveh legamre, face to face and completely equal. So actually the Alter Rebbe of Chabad says actually it's even more than that, that actually the polarities reverse, and the feminine, who in her diminishment is like a spring compressed and released, actually moves beyond her starting point, and she becomes the mashpia to the masculine. So everyone asks, well, what does that mean? Does that mean that then the oppression is going to be reversed and women are going to be oppressing men like men have oppressed women or whatever? And really the understanding is that the feminine, when it becomes a mashpia, what is she going to be, what influence is she going to be exerting? She's going to be exerting non-hierarchical consciousness. Like that's what it means, that the feminine is going to be the mashpia, like non-hierarchy is going to rule. When I use the term circular consciousness, it's used Kabbalistically to refer to non-hierarchical consciousness. A circle has no beginning or end, and every point is equidistant from its center. So it's the symbol for non-hierarchical consciousness, whereas Yosher, which is the straight line, has a top and a bottom, and above and a below, and so it represents a hierarchical modality. So now we're in Yosher, like hierarchical mode, and we're all trying to keep up with the Joneses, and somehow that's one of the incentives that keeps us growing and evolving, a fire under our pants, a carrot in front that keeps us moving. But eventually we're going to come into our under our pants, a carrot in front that keeps us growing and evolving, a fire under our pants, a carrot in front that keeps us moving. But eventually we're going to come into our place, and the hierarchy is going to melt away, and we'll see that we're all actually just standing on the circumference of a circle, equidistant from the center. And so in the seventh stage, the Ari talks about how he and she, the masculine and the feminine, become face to face and completely equal. But the Alter Rebbe of Chabad talks about how actually it's even more than that, that the feminine in her diminishment is like a spring compressed and released, and that the momentum of that release spring face to face and completely equal. But the Alter Rebbe of Chabad talks about how actually it's even more than that, that
So
the
this is
feminine in her
interesting.
diminishment
This is what my friend,
is like a spring compressed.
This is what my friend Jesus was asking him, and not that Jesus, my friend Jesus. He's not from Israel, different Jesus. But he was asking, where's this idea of the reversal of the hierarchy come from? And apparently this is the answer. So it's the Alter Rebbe of Chabad, so that's the little Lubavitcher movement. Basically, I'm gonna look this up, and I'll probably talk about it tomorrow, or I guess technically today or tonight's stream. It's the concept of the mashpia. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna have to look it up, but that's a good place to end off after this video is done.
And released, and that the momentum of that release actually propels her beyond her starting point, and she supersedes her kind of Ben Zug, her masculine counterpart. And so the question is, well, then is this going to start a whole new cycle, but of reverse, where she's going to, oppress him just like he's oppressed her or whatever. And the idea is that no, when the feminine becomes the influencer, where her model, her circular nature prevails. I mean, when the feminine prevails, what that means is that her non-hierarchical sensibility and understanding of the world is going to rule, meaning that there is not going to be hierarchy anymore. And so Kabbalistically, there is the idea that as we move through all the millennia, like there's a 7th millennium, an 8th, and a 9th, and a 10th, and what characterizes each one is that the universe is coming into a more, hierarchy is dissolving, and the universe is becoming more and more fully and totally equal.
All right. Oh, so that's a good place to end off. So I mean, there's one person who's watching now. I don't know who it is, but have a great night. And to everyone who is watching this after the fact, I guess I'll see you in the next stream, which, I mean, if you're sane, okay, sorry, that's not a good phrase to use. If you are, okay, if you know what's right for you, you probably shouldn't watch the next one right away, especially if you watch the whole one, because, I mean, holy shit, this is 613 minutes. This is a perfect place to end off. 613, and I'll end it at 18 seconds. So high and 613. So yeah, have a good night and see you in the next one.